presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back to another exciting day of the NACL Summer Split for the 2026 season. My name is Rafa. I'm joined by my good friend and colleague of many years, Mr. Cubby. We are going to go down in just a few moments to witness the last chance to get into playoffs through our last chance qualifier between 4 remaining teams of the bottom of the 2 groups that we had for the summer regular season.
Yeah, Rafa, it is wild to think that the 2 finalists that we had from Spring Split, the 2 teams that drafted the groups, will be competing to see if they can even compete for an LCS slot or not for the rest of summer today. As we'll see who can come out on top, as we got 2 last chance qualifiers. It's not technically playoffs yet, but the stakes start now, Rafa, as we start to find out who's going to be able to actually compete for that LCS slot.
And there's so much to break down and so much to go into with our 2 matches today. But before we do any of that, we actually have our first coach interview leading up to our first match of the day. So, Cubby, why don't you go ahead and bring them on in to the casting booth?
Thank you, Rafa. I've enjoyed the fact that I've been able to handle coaches' interviews for this split, and privileged to be joined by a friend in Sneezes. Sneezes, it is good to see you. Big match today, going up against Conviction. I know probably a team that you weren't expecting to see across the rift from your group. What kind of challenge is it like going up against a player like Insanity on a do-or-die best of to see if you're playing for the LCS or playing for NACL?
Yeah, I think it's like, maybe other people expected us to be here, but we also didn't expect to be here. So I think both teams really, really, really don't want to be here, but we are. And, it'll be tough, but we just got to be better on the day. So looking forward to it. Really appreciate the format, giving us another chance. 0-5 is tough, but it'll be funny if we make the playoffs. And so that's what we've been telling the players all week. The funniest thing we can do is win. So that's what we're here to do.
I guess it would be a Blue Otter summer officially if you guys were able to beat the champions from Spring Split. Sneezes, I know you guys are in a similar position in terms of standings this split versus last, but it has been a very different team in terms of the personnel you have. What's the experience been like as someone that has been consistent between the 2 splits about what's different among this team and the last team, and what's different about this run and last run?
I think every split is different. The challenges we had in spring are different than the challenges we had in summer, just from like roster gel and the way we approach the game and the way we're playing. So yeah, it's always different. Every roster is different. This is the most turnover we've had, I think, ever. I think we changed out 4 players. We are usually pretty consistent. And just for me, I think we've done not a great job as a staff in some areas. And this is a lot of reflection. Like, just me personally, I think we could have done better in the mid game, teaching in certain areas and things like that. But it's for us, it's like all behind us. We're not really worried about that. We can make the playoffs now. We're just focused on the series in front of us. So, but I don't see a lot of similarities, honestly. Like, very, very different from spring to summer.
Yeah, I know telling the team the funniest thing we can do is win is kind of a nice way to take some pressure off. But what else has gone into this week in prep? And has there been anyone that you feel like has stepped up throughout the split from what you've seen day 1 to now? that you're really hoping shows up in what could be your last performance on the Rift?
Yeah, I think all the players have worked really hard. Specifically, Young and Philip. Want to shout those guys out there, our solo lanes. It's tough to be a solo laner on this team because of the way we teach the game and how much emphasis there is on the solo laners to make decisions on things like deploying and lane assignments. We really want to drill that. So I think those guys especially have worked really hard. But that doesn't mean our bot lane hasn't worked hard, right? Like I think everyone's still motivated. We're still going to try. We're still here. We really want to make playoffs, and it's a last chance qualifier, and it's nice because no one will remember that we went 0-5 if we win today and then go on a run, right? So
not wrong. Yeah, not wrong. I only remember the third place finish from last split, or last year, I should say, Sneezes, and definitely not the. I guess a few changes in path to get there. So see if you guys can find the win today.
Last year we won our last series, so there you go.
That is 100% correct.
We were AC.
See, I didn't remember that. I just remember the third place finish. Sneezes, I'll get back to the team. Thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck today going up against Conviction.
Thanks, Cubby. Appreciate you having me.
Always. All right, Sneezes, a long-tenured member of Blue Otter. And yeah, we'll see if he's got the team ready. I appreciate the fact that these are some of the highest pressure matches that you can play. And staring down players like Sniper, Insanity, and the Jungler, which will be announced to starting later, can be scary for a team like Blue Otter. So I appreciate how he's at least trying to take some of the pressure off. And we'll see if we get a Blue Otter that looks good throughout the entire series today. I feel like they've been inconsistent in terms of who has a good map and who does not. They haven't been able to put it together enough to win series.
Yeah, there's a lot to divulge from the regular season, but before we get further, let's go ahead and remind everyone what happened yesterday on the stream during our 3 back-to-back best-of-3 banger to close out the regular season format here in the summer split. Winthrop upsetting Maryville University, being able to best their collegiate rivals in a 2-1 victory, then Dorado getting a 2-1 victory over Ole Miss, and unfortunately Energy spoiled us from having the 9-game day dream with just a 2-0 sweep over Contingent.
Yeah, I was pretty bummed about that. I was really hoping to make 9 jokes as a Bears fan. I've really enjoyed making jokes about the number 9 for the last year plus, if you know, you know. Shout out JJ McCarthy, right on the bench now. But we'll see who ends up right on the bench between our bottom 2 teams of each of these groups today, Rafa. Because that's a do or die.
Excellent transition.
Yeah,
yes.
it is about competing for promotion relegation today. And today decides if you're doing that to either make the LCS or make the NACL. So I know for NACL promotion tournament for housekeeping, we don't have dates in that tournament yet. For the behind-the-scenes baseball for anyone, I'm going to assume that falls under the purview of 2027. And whoever handles that contract for NACL, as Liga AC has taken great care of us for the past 2 years. We'll see if they're going to take care of us or what happens with the NACL moving forward. But we don't have information on the promotion tournament. So if you want to keep on playing soon, you got to win today.
And at least you'll get a chance to continue that coveted road to the LCS for 2027 and go up against Disguise as well as the other best teams from both the NACL as well as the LRN to play for that guest spot next year. Now, of course, it's time to get down to business for today's schedule of our last chance qualifier best of 3s. We start off with Conviction taking on Blue Otter, and then later it'll be CCG versus Contingent. And as you mentioned earlier today, Cubby, both Conviction and CCG were the 2 finalists from Spring Split, and now they are fighting for their lives to stay on that road to LCS.
Yeah, it's been a tumultuous split for both these teams. There have been roster swaps. Roster swaps even made going into the day today by one of the 2 teams. Some by need, some by choice, but it hasn't been the same split for our 2 finalists, and especially, I mean, the fact that Conviction's here is one of the biggest surprises throughout this split of NACL. I know we don't like to talk about the negatives a lot, but very surprised to see a team the caliber of Conviction in the situation that they're in. So we'll see if they can pick up that win against Blue today, and at least make the playoff bracket, where I know I don't want to face Insanity in a playoff bracket, and I feel like a lot of the teams would agree. So we're aligned today, Rafa, as we've got Conviction and CCG. Deserex trying to play the heel, as he would pridefully call himself in wrestling terms, which I respect.
Yep.
I think that if Blue Otter and Contingent were to win today, again, that would be one of the biggest stories to not have either finalist from spring competing for summer. I feel like in a way of whether or not you want to view the glass as half full or half empty might be very indicative of the strength of the league that we have coming in,
No, that's true. And I think the more so for Conviction, that core roster was competing and the closest to knocking down Disguised during the 2026 promotion tournament from last year, before they eventually lost the series as Luminosity 1-3 against Disguise. So I know that a couple of those key members in Tomio and Insanity are still chasing for that dream of being able to re-promote into the LCS, and it's going to have to start with our LCQ match against Blue Otter, where Sniper, Cody Sun, and Zyko joining them for that road. We'll see what version of Conviction we get today.
Well, the version of Conviction is going to include Tomio in the lineup, who was a part of the last 3 finals that him and Insanity played that were all 3-0s in the NACL. These two have been dominant with their past teammates in Fake God and Zazel for the past runs, but for this split, going about it with some different pieces around them. Of course, they had Sniper in spring. Bot lane's been different in summer. And for Conviction, it's really weird because it feels like we've given this team a lot of grace because of the pedigree that does exist on this team. But if I look back at the regular season, a lot of things just were not firing on all cylinders. And I do think some of that has to come from dissynergy amongst the team. I think that it starts in draft. It continues with how the pieces in Fog played together. And it ended in a lot of losses for Conviction, which is not expected when they play in this league. So last chance for them to put it together and take down a team that I think that everyone at home should expect them to beat. And a team that, frankly, we're not surprised is here in Blue Water.
And let's see if they can make some summer magic like they were able to in previous years. It's Blue Water facing off against Conviction on the other side of Summoner's Rift here. And the roster is as follows: Philip, Munchie, Young, Levitate, and Manui. Quite a different look than what we had from the Blue Water lineup in spring, of course, with Munchie as the only returning member. And I appreciate what Sneezes had to say about shouting out Young and Philip. It is hard to play solo lane in a roster where you have a newer jungler that is still being taught the highest levels of the game and the fundamentals of being able to play in comp. We've seen flashes of brilliance from Munchie in Spring Split. Obviously, we know he is infamous for the Master Yi and the Rengar, and I'm always hyped to see them as a novelty, but we have yet to see it be a source of consistent success for this roster. But now it's do or die when it comes to staying on that road to LCS.
And look, consistent success is the key for this team, because I think that I've seen a lot of games with Blue Water where it's like, oh, Philip's having a good game, but Manui botched this spot. Or, hey, like, Munchie actually played this map okay, and they were able to win. But then later on in the series, like, it's been a lot of games where it just feels like one or two members hasn't brought their A game to said game. And in a spring where it's not like Blue Water didn't win games. It's just that they didn't win series. They were competitive in some of these series, but being consistent enough to find 2 wins and doing so against a team like Conviction, I think that's the challenge today for Blue. It's really tough for me when you look at Conviction on the other side of the Rift to not think about what those players are going to bring to the Rift. But for Blue, more than any other team in the league, I think it's so important that they are able to play their own game, because I don't think that we've seen a day or seen a series where I feel like we've gotten the best out of Blue Water and the 5 members on the same day. And if that's going to happen any day, going to happen today, or else we're not going to see Blue Water again.
Or at least in a way where they're going to have to fight for their lives just to stay in NACL through the qualifier promotion tournament for 2027. But it's time to start diving into some specific key matchups for this first LCQ series. It's going to be Tomio versus Munchie in the jungle. With the return of Tomio back to the lineup, obviously Conviction give their thanks to Perry for being able to step in, but now having the intended starting jungler return to Conviction, hopefully to the best form that we normally expect out of Tomio when it comes to crunch time, it's going to be very pivotal to whether Conviction are able to blast Blue Water as many would expect, or if Munchie can rise up to the challenge and take down one of NACL's top perennial junglers here in the scene.
Yeah, I gotta say, I reached out to the Conviction team before the day, didn't hear back, and I don't have the exact answer or reason as to why Tomio is back in the lineup. I was surprised to see that as a part of the roster submission going into the day. Last time I talked to Conviction, they were trying to talk Perry into playing long term, and we saw Perry have an elongated E sub scenario is kind of more of the likes of what we see now. Because Tomio stepping back in, we'll see. I think Tomio is a facilitator. I expect this guy to play the meta junglers, play mechanically well, and play jungle to try and do the most for his team, while his team is usually strong enough to carry the leads. And Tomio was a big part of finding those leads across the map and helping lanes, create and solidify leads as well. So I think Tomio is a piece where at times we see desync. As I felt like last split, part of Conviction warming up for the split was kind of Tomio figuring out where to stand with some of these objective setups. A lot of games where he's trying to flank on Wukong where I don't feel like he had to flank last split, and that hurt Conviction a bit. I'd be curious to see if he's able to step in and be okay today, just because him not being in the team the last couple weeks, if there are any holes between him and Zyko, I mean, that's something that Manui and Munchie could look to punish. So jungle support's been very important. I feel like that's part of why we have the teams in the bottom four that we do. And whoever gets the best out of that today, I mean, again, it's very expected that Conviction wins this, but it's been expected that Conviction wins pretty much every match they stepped into this year. And if it hasn't been playoffs, then they haven't been the Titans that we're used to seeing from players like Insanity and Tomio. I think Manui was doing some warm-up jogs there, by the way, Rafa.
Oh, I was curious who we just missed as we started to lock in on some of these player cams. Oh yeah, look at that.
Get the movement going. Get some jumping jacks. I get the juice is flowing.
No,
well, it's not locked in yet. If it was jumping jacks in front of the camera, now we're locked in. Sanity's locking in a different way.
Hey, sometimes for every player is different,
your John Daly's and your Tiger Woods in the world,
I like to listen to music and zone in, but I think there's many other ways to facilitate that kind of meditation and that Zen flow state. So,
yeah,
we're inclusive here.
I think Fiji already tweeted that he's going to be jamming the music tonight.
Oh, hell yeah.
And he's definitely a champ select bopper. There are some players that you can just tell in the player cams, champ select boppers.
They are jamming.
Oh, we got some
soy free. Yes, sir.
Those are like some Flintstone gummies,
Oh, I thought it was like some kind of like juice in a pack that you just sip on.
That could be too. Sometimes, my true superpower as a broadcaster, Rafa, is sounding 100% confident about things that I'm 20% confident on.
Yeah. Well,
it's a real great trick in the book,
You know what I'm 100% confident on? That someone Nocturne ulted Sniper. He's in darkness right now.
Well, we'll see if we can get him out of darkness. We do have a word from production. The picks and bans will be coming in shortly. Rafa, what would be a part of your blueprint that would be involved in a Blue Otter victory today?
I mean, dream blueprint is we get to see a Master Yi win on Summoner's Rift, but I don't know how ideal that actually is, because Master Yi requires so many resources. The one time we saw it, or the first time we saw it back in spring against Maryville, the way things started off were great. Munchie was playing for his own resources, and he came and identified moments where Yuji was going to gank and set up dives, so he counter ganked, which is great for a carry jungler like Master Yi just to clean up. He got himself a lead. The only problem is that, like we talked about earlier, the consistency of discipline, being able to maintain a sense of urgency, but also a sense of selfishness and protectiveness of oneself and your lead, Munchie cannot be the person that is also face checking into bushes. He needs to let his team treat him like a king in that instance if he's going to be a carry jungler. Now, if he's the facilitator jungler and he's playing things like the Vi, the Xin Zhao, the standard fighters that we see throughout most of the year in the meta, then a standard game from Blue Otter and try and leverage some of these potential carry players in your lineup like Philip, Young, and Levitate, right? So I don't think... If it's not the carry jungle style from Munchie, then it's a standard game like most other teams.
Yeah, I think that of all the members, too, that I'd shut out on this Blue Otter team from this split, it'd probably be Philip. I really feel like Philip had the most big game performances, which we don't usually see out of a top laner playing a lot of Gragas, but that is what Philip was able to bring to the Rift. We'll see if he's able to bring more to the Rift in a series that, again, both teams need to bring their all, as competing for LCS is everyone's dream, and you got to make NACL to get there. And today determines if you are going to be competing for that LCS slot in our 8-team playoff bracket, or if you're waiting for the promotion tournament for 2027.
Well, it's time to hit Summoner's Rift in just a few, Matt, as we begin our first draft phase of our first last chance qualifier series between Conviction and Blue Otter. Bans are starting off a bit slow here. Jace ban coming out from Blue Otter, where it's an immediate Olaf ban from Conviction. That's a champion that we don't necessarily see often in the ban column, but just respecting the hell out of Philip's ability to carry through top lane with it.
It's an old Philip classic, and a pick that we have seen from him this split. Didn't find a win, but respect being shown out. And honestly, it's kind of funny, because like Conviction, they ban out a champion, and then Blue's like, ooh, you ban Olaf, you might want to play Jace. Ooh, you ban Poppy, you might want to play Lee Sin. Take those picks away. So, kind of a call and response here, which, lessons learned from the kindergarten classroom that you can take with you for life, as we have Conviction and Blue Otter going back and forth here.
Another couple of standout jungle picks being taken from the meta board. This does open things up like Vi, Pantheon, and Xin Zhao, as well as Wukong as kind of the staple fighters that you can immediately lock in. So far, Tomio thinking about just slamming this Vi while he has the opportunity. So now Blue Otter can go for things not necessarily jungle staples, but they can look for power picks in mid. They can look for power picks in bot lane as well.
You know, seeing Tomio come back and first pick Vi, not surprised. We'll just leave it at that. As this has been a really big champion for Tomio and for Conviction. I think that when you are a team that's so strong individually, getting off to hot starts in games can be really oppressive against other teams. And, well, no jungler better in the game than taking those early dragons. And Tomio, very good at executing that and on this champion. Now, whoever will be the target of cease and assist, probably going to be a little bit fatter, as Stand United has been picked up. It's been a Manui and support bias for Shen for the majority of the split. Expect to see it until we don't. And curious what Blue wants to put around this, as the Shen pick pretty much tells it. It's like the soft counter / answer to Camille already in tow for Blue Otter.
Yep. Makes it so that if Zyko even thought about wanting to pick the Camille, it would be an uphill battle. Not necessarily impossible, but already has the tools to answer into it. And it's a great way to pair with the Wukong. As Munchie wants to go in, put a Shen shield on top of it with that Stand United to make sure that the dive is successful. But Conviction are going to start giving Cody's son some tools to be a bit more mobile this game, looking at that Lucian. And we know that usually Milio is the standard pairing alongside it, and that's what Zyko is going to settle with.
I like Wukong and a Lucian Milio. I'm a little bit surprised that it ended up being the Lucian Milio. Like Wukong does have ways to interact with that Milio can't get you out of. And I feel like, I mean, look, if you want to get really weird, I know that we have hand clapping going on from Munchie. Oh, it's the Akali. Made it through draft. And wow, this is a really big comp for Akali already. I like what Blue Otter has. I really feel like with Wukong, Akali, and a Shen in tow, you can attack Lucian Milio in the backline pretty consistently. and pretty easily. So want to see Conviction grab some tools to create more space for Lucian Milio and see if Blue Water commits to the dive. I know Kai'Sa's not a champion that you want to pick in the Lucian Milio, but it is a champion that Levitate is very willing to play and would contribute well to dives. So kind of curious if that hits the ban list.
Fits the theme of Blue Otter's motto at the moment for this Game 1 composition. Right now, Conviction are missing out on both of their solo lane picks, and if I'm a Vi, I would love to have some dive buddies with me so that I'm not the only person going deep into their backline and I get no follow-up. And Lucian's not necessarily a marksman or even a bot laner that does great at consistently following up on a Vi engage in a front-to-back team fight, as there are many other threats that you have to deal with at the moment. I like that Conviction are identifying that this Shen could be flexed to top lane for Philip instead, and I trying to eliminate some other support options that Manui could go for, whereas Blue Otter just removing some tools that not only would stop mobile threats like the Wukong and the Akali from being able to access the backline, or just be annoying to deal with in lane.
I do like that Nautilus ban, just kind of recognizing that Shen can get flexed around and recognizing how positively it interacts on Lucian Milio. So I think that, in a way, kind of bans out the Kai'Sa by itself, just because that's Kai'Sa's best lane pairing, too. So, curious what goes on from here as the Caitlyn taken away. That's another big champion for Levitate. Thought he was one of the ADs that played it really well last split when Caitlyn was a little bit higher priority before we got the abominations that entered the bot lane. I am not an AD carry main. I'm just quoting one. So, see what we want to pick up here from Levitate.
Therefore, if you're wrong, it's not your fault. Good.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, cover our tracks.
See, I like to cover things rationally, Rafa. Our AD carry players, especially the ones on the broadcast, looking at you, Slayer, have been covering the mage to marksman thing rather irrationally, you know? There's been some feelings coming out about whether or not they want to right-click or not. Now, our other AD carry main play I play does like to warm up by playing Ziggs games, because then he doesn't have to auto-attack in the first game. So we'll see if Mazel ready to watch Levitate here playing the Ziggs, and we'll see if Ziggs can combo well with the Wukong and the Shen.
You know, as much as Mazel does not like the mage invasion in the bot lane, he's quite good at them, which I'm just surprised that he would not want to adapt to them more. But for Conviction, they decide on giving Sniper a good, suitable blind pick in the Gnar for the top lane, just in case the Shen is not top lane in its support. But Lissandra mid, I mean, if you want to talk about stopping a diving threat right in its tracks, point and click ulti is the best way to go.
I'm a big fan of this champion. It is undervalued, underused. It struggles in the Ziggs this game. But I like the fact that we're seeing Lissandra come out this game. I would also like to see a Scion, by the way. Phil wants to do that. I know Scion's been missing. I feel like this is a lower damage comp a little bit from Conviction. As Philip, curiously enough, gonna walk down the Orc. So it's heavy dive for Blue Water with a side of split push now. As Yorick in the Gnar, I think Vi Lissandra can attack pretty easily. So opportunity for Conviction to set this Yorick behind early. But if Yorick gets going, you think this comp from Conviction is a tad lower damage? Just as Gnar and the Sandra, Vi not going to bring quite as much damage in their roles. Lucian brings a lot of damage. I think Conviction ended up with a somewhat balanced comp. But I do think that Blue Water has the ability here to try and get Yorick big and stretch the map. The fact they ended up with this kind of backdoor win con could be good for them as they try and acquire some more resources and burn time. But executes onto Lucian need to be strong, and yeah, getting through that Lissandra, that's definitely an element that they don't have for free. And Lissandra, you know, if you put someone in the tomb that has a Shen ult behind them, it's kind of a 2-for-1 special, if you think about it. Appealing for Cody's son.
Yeah. You stop two threats from being able to access your main king, which is going to be this Lucian trying to be the 1v9 carry when it comes to those late game extended team fights and source of consistent damage. I will say, I think Blue Water with their last two picks danced around the Milio pick quite well. They made sure not to pick any champions that had hard CC that could be cleansed by the Milio ultimate. It's just all slows and slight annoyances, but nothing critically immobilizing. But here we go, Matt. Just as I said it.
That was one of the bigger buzzkills I've actually experienced so far this year. diving into game 1 of an elimination match, and you say, "Here we go, Matt," into a gray screen. That is killer. Just what you wanted after doing 8 games yesterday, Rafa.
Oh, and then there's like 3 or 4 pauses in between those two, man.
It's a pause big enough for Insanity to at least get up, show off the faker mouse behind him, see what going on from there. So we get a look at our players locking in for the match. But yeah, I do appreciate the fact in the video, you mentioned you got knockups, you got terrain, you got slows, hard CC, able to play around that a little bit. And again, I really feel like this dive, I'm curious what happens with this mid lane and with this mid game, because the Sandra can really lock down Akali in the mid game, where Akali really thrives as a champion, because the Sandra is going to be able to push early and going to be able to be pretty strong early, depending on what kind of build you want to go. I'm curious what Insanity wants to do. I think that he has a lot of options. I'm going to assume that we see a Rocket Belt in there at some point, which I'd advocate for when it comes to Lissandra.
Well, it gives you a little bit of extra mobility. It would make her lower damage, but playmaking potential, which I think Conviction might need a surplus of just to get the snowball rolling before Conviction or Blue Otter's team scales into a much more consistent team fighting threat. So I'm with you on that, Matt. But we are getting word from production that one of the players' router is lagging, so they are restarting it. So it's going to be a few minutes before we actually get back to game. So we're going to go ahead and send it to a short break, allow the players to rest, allow the broadcast to catch their breath, and get ready as we dive back in to our first Last Chance Qualifier series. See you shortly. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade. And welcome back to Summoner's Rift, y'all. Knocking on wood, crossing our fingers. Hopefully, we don't get any more technical issues, at least for the remainder of this game. If it happens for the rest of the day, yeah.
Did you find the Raz clip? Was it in time?
I did.
Okay. Then, yeah, have something perfect to kill the time with next time.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we'll get there if we get there.
Yeah,
but
let's
for
get
right
into
now,
this game.
We're gonna enjoy the fact that I get to see some jungle monsters. Munchie going with a wolf start because Tomio has been spotted by Manui invading the jungle, and that's all he's gonna get. He's just gonna make Tomio a bit damaged up, but this isn't the classic jungle where you're actually threatened. He will take a coast through mid lane and say, hey, what's up, Insanity? How you doing?
A little bit of reprieve for Young early on, but as we dive in, I'm a little bit removed from draft here. I definitely favor Conviction and what they can do in this game early. I think that with Vi, the Sandra, ability to make a lot of plays, Gnar, more of an early spike too. If this game goes late, we'll see if the Ziggs, Akali, and the Yorick stretching the map can be enough for Blue Water. I think that's in question, but Blue Water have good dive, and they have a good kind of secondary win con, and Yorick stretching the map. So we'll see if they can set up either.
Whereas Conviction, even though they will have a late game DPS machine in this Lucian, it's a lot harder to mechanically execute since you are short range and relying a lot on your mobility and getting those resets off of the Relentless Pursuit to avoid and evade threats and skill shots from Blue Water. I definitely feel like Conviction have a mechanically harder time to execute this composition later goes on, but point-and-click CC from both Vi and Lissandra should help at least give them an opportunity to snowball the game. So maybe if you can wallet diff these guys before it gets too late, there's a legitimate chance for Conviction to just roll over Blue Water.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see. I do like this Lissandra pick a lot. I think that Akali can be slippery against Vi, especially. Like, Vi doesn't really want to ult Akali, but you almost are pressured to because it's the only way you can deal with Akali as a champion, and the Shroud exists, which just makes things really hard. Lissandra makes things easy. You can just press R on Akali and one tap her with help, if you get any. So, speaking of one tapping with help, it's a big wave.
Potential dive in the works on the top side, yeah. Munchie shows up, takes a couple turret shots, and Sniper is easily able to disengage and just hop his way back to safety. We'll try and walk back to lane, assuming that there's going to be a base here from Philip.
Did lose out on some experience, and I think important thing for me is the fact that Philip gets to walk back to this lane now. So, like, if Sniper wants TP back, would be a bad wave. The fact that Yorick gets that good first base, usually Nars are able to push Yorick around a little bit more and get that first TP in Nars' favor instead of Yorick's. So, I think a decent look for Munchie. It doesn't end up in a kill, but it's not like he got nothing out of it for his top laner.
Yeah. I think the most important thing is that he didn't spend too much time attempting the dive. It was just a quick visit, pushed him off, immediately looked to the base. So he's still on pace to clearing the jungle around the same time as Tomio. However, speaking of that, Tomio didn't actually base just yet. Went to go ahead and clear his repeat spawn camps on his top side of the map. So he's currently ahead of pace, but this will now allow him to base with a larger gold purchase. Curious to see what he goes for first. Ooh, Phage. Oh, we might get Trinity Force Vi this game.
Wow, that's that'd be quite the augment. I think you're right, Rafa. I don't really see what else that could be.
You know what, Cubby?
It's not Cleaver Rush.
Heard us talking smack that this team is low damage, and Tomio said, all right, cracks his knuckles. I got this. It's Triforce.
Fairy pants are on. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I don't think I haven't seen Vi build Triforce since the last Blast played it in solo queue. So it's been a while, as that's usually the item that we see for Blabber and for Vi's in solo queue, not the ones that we usually see for Tomio, but we are used to seeing from Tomio what we hinted at in draft, Vi's ability to control those early objectives. So Tomio going to take advantage of his bot lane power of Vi and denting blows and secure this first dragon for Conviction.
Yeah. They shift away from priority on Grubs since it's nerf, and the overall just added benefit of Drake's being more important has helped shift Vi to higher priority than she was compared to other fighter junglers in the past few splits. So I think it's really hard for most other junglers to rival the solo clearing speed of Vi, especially early on. She doesn't even need base stats past level 5 to do it. Hell,
yeah.
I think I've seen some junglers accomplish it being a level 4. It's awesome. But this allows Conviction to get an early Drake stack and win con off to the races so far, so it's going to be up to Blue Water to see if they can disrupt it at any point in the next 2 Drake spawns. Curious to see if Blue Water actually want to prioritize these Grubs and empower this York for the split push as well.
I think Phil pulled off a freeze here on Sniper, even though he's got the Maiden out. Did burn that TP to have a steel cap space, so Sniper was kind of forced to response, trying to match Phage. But Philip's in a decent spot right now. I mean, he's up early in this matchup. Did have a visit from Munchie, which I think it helped augment things a bit in favor of the York. But I think Philip, for me, when we were coming into the split, I think I had some of the higher hopes for Blue Water on our team, Rafa, in terms of what this team could be. But I didn't really feel like out of all the returners that Philip would be the strongest. I think that Philip has had a really nice split. Like, I think the strongest moments out of Blue Water as a team has been, they've come from Philip as a player. And for a player that was always known as the weak side king, the role player in teams, to see him come and even have pop-off games on those champions that we knew him for back then, it's been kind of fun as a kid that would always ping me before splits, like, Cubby, what do you want to see out of my game? What do I have to work on? And we usually talk about side laning, but I appreciate the fun and the passion that Philip's always put into this, and really feel like we've seen the return grant him some good play, which, again, I thought of all the members returning, it'd be the least likely that we would have seen that from Philip.
I will always fondly remember the day that Philip solo killed Bwipo in the LCS when he had the sub in for FlyQuest. That
was it a Wukong?
That was off. I don't. There was an Aatrox involved. That's all I remember. I don't know what the matchup was.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is our favorite, one of our favorite goofballs in the NACL. And again, off to a good start this game. This is not how the matchup is supposed to go early. It's usually supposed to be Gnar with a small lead. Then York kind of gets into it. That early visit, I think the changing of the TPs, it got Philip a bit of an early advantage that he's been able to run with. Now, Tomio, he's got to level up. We're going to have a fight.
Sniper's building up rage. Zyko forced to flash. Tomio now gets into the pit, but it's a massive Gnar ultimate from Sniper onto 3. Lissandra from Insanity picks up first blood. Tomio is going to knock out another. Young finally finds one back for Blue, but it comes at the cost of his own life. Conviction. Allow Blue Otter to start up the objective. They corral them and they pounce.
I mean, it doesn't matter what your lane lead is when the opponent does that in a team fight. Sniper, that was a massive Mega Gnar from him. I like the start of the fight for Conviction, too. I think that the focus onto Munchie was appropriate from Insanity. Cody-san does dash out of that. But I mean, the entrance to the fight from Sniper is what ended it. As once he enters the fight, really felt like Blue Water had no chance to actually win.
Well executed from the side of Conviction, and giving Blue Water the false sense of security ends up costing them 1 death and 1 grub at the end of the day, but this isn't necessarily a composition that depends on split push to win, whereas the York would rather be in a side lane rather than playing in a 5-on-5 team fight, so that does hurt Blue Otter's optional win conditions a bit. 40 seconds away from the second dragon spawn. We'll see if Blue Water try to contest them.
And I get kind of worried for Blue Water now at this point, just because I feel like Akali really kind of needed to hit some form of spike in the mid game, and versus Lissandra, and given that Lissandra is now 2-0-1 and is up early like this in the matchup, your ability to push around Akali is very high. And now this means that if you're getting pushes with Lissandra, you can start walking to the side lanes, and then Lissandra gets very scary. So I don't know how Blue Water is going to push the pace of this game forward, because it can't come through mid anymore. It's going to be Insanity that has all the moves available to him.
Spiking already with this Blackfire Torch is going to give them a massive boost of power and raw damage when it comes to the next objective fight, if it happens on this Mountain Dragon. Munchie recognizing the urgency needed to deny these dragons away from Conviction, starts up the dragon, but Tomio is in the area and Lissandra has first move.
This was off of Insanity's base, so that last wave was the first wave where Insanity couldn't move first. Now he has first move for the rest of the time. And yeah, I think that's why Blue Water backing away. And frankly, this dragon is no longer theirs. I would be surprised if we have a fight. Conviction is first to both mid and bot wave. So Blue Water are going to be granting waves to see if they can sneak into the river and make a play. It's going to be enough to at least maybe force Tomio out. He's going to try and keep this Drake pulled. I think the best defense for Blue Water now is to just try and stall Tomio's time, frankly.
Because Tomio doesn't have perfect information on the jungle quadrant, he has no idea whether he is safe to continue leashing this dragon or not. So, at least for Blue Otter's sake, they're able to return and get a bit of a tempo. That's the wrong game.
Shout out to
our
Dorado.
Replay later. That
2-1 yesterday.
To Dorado. Yeah, baby.
Managed to find Bradley on that one, but I have a feeling that we might be getting a Nar cinematic coming to our screens here soon, Rafa.
Me too.
It was a good-looking ult from Sniper, keeping us sharp. Shout out to Phillips Norelco, Precision Play, and their one blade. Help you be sharp at home. Mega getting stacked up. Players getting locked down. I mean, it was really all for Munchie from the Liss ult, but the fact that Sniper got 2 bonus ones against the wall, well planned and well played from Conviction, as Insanity and Sniper, 2 players with the most LCS experience on this team, step up and shut down that first meet up between the 2 teams. Meanwhile, the replay, Tomio, yep, that dragon's his. We kind of assumed that after we saw Blue Water not be able to get it off of the Insanity base. And the game continues with Conviction's plan intact.
A couple things I want to note now. One, Tomio baited us. He's not building Trinity Force. He just took a phage pit stop. And the other thing is, Munchie is dead. Oh my goodness. Well, Munchie thought he was safe. Manui tried to bail him out with that Stand United. And Philip might just be along for the death train ride here. At least they find one back on Insanity thanks to Young and Levitate, who joins the party with his TP. But it's just to pick up the pieces and try and get something back after the chaos that Conviction springs upon them.
SPAP's all Conviction game 1. 3K Goldie at this point of the game. That's significant. I love the fact that we had a phage and then Tomio went, oh crap, this isn't solo queue, and then went straight back to the Sundered Sky. That's so funny, actually. And frankly, one of the more interesting things to talk about, because this game right now, not that interesting, as Blue Water committed more members of the play, lose out of the play. Conviction went out on the play and the map, and things are looking good.
Tomio must have been like, oh wait, Thunder Sky has not been nerfed yet. Yes, I can continue building the OP item. Let's go.
That could be it too, actually. You know, it'd have been like a what patch are we on scenario.
True. Very true. Live patch, quite different than the current patch that we are playing on for this last chance qualifier.
And now Tomio is probably like looking at his inventory like, wow, I'm so close to already getting a Black Cleaver.
I'm ahead of the game.
I just got my Sundered Sky and have a phage now too. Holy smokes.
Well, he's about to smoke Young if he can find another ball breaker. Unfortunately, no cease and desist to be able to follow up on the Slippery Ninja there, but Conviction have full control of this bottom side quadrant. Rift Herald has spawned. A majority of the Blue Water members have moved over to the top side to aid Philip's siege on this top tier 1. Could look at Rift Herald next, but they gotta decide quick. They're gonna commit to the dive. Sniper flashes and hops back to safety. It's totally okay in mini-Gnar form, and now the rest of Conviction are starting to collapse, and that's gonna call for Blue Otter to get the hell out of there.
Another play attempted. Another play deflected by Conviction. As Insanity is going to be able to get out of this okay. Gunblade was completed. But not enough energy and not enough space before that turret to take down Insanity. As Insanity has gotten the best Young so far. As two of our victorious NACL mid laners going toe-to-toe. As the split that Young won, Insanity was in the LCS. And, well, after that, Insanity came back and he's dominated since.
Yep. Shout out to TSM Insanity into Shopify Rebellion Insanity for next year. And at the time, Young was playing on Disguised. But he was playing with Tomio, if I'm not mistaken, during that roster. So
Young was Insanity ended up kind of taking the place of Young from then on out once he came back to NACL.
Yeah.
Joining up with that crew. I mean, Zazel was on that team too. So yeah, Young was just the mid laner of that core.
Yeah.
Which is kind of fun to look back on. So hey, I know I was excited to see Young return. He has been active in terms of streaming. And it's part of the reason, like the chatter that was talking about Philip being the least likely to perform on this team is because Young was active playing the game and streaming. I saw him live. Try and follow the players that stream in my league just to see if and when they're on. Sometimes pop in. And then Manui also competing with UCI. So the fact that I feel like Philip has had the best performance really speaks to him. Because coming into the split, didn't think he was the most ready. And he has been the best performer. So it's been fun.
When it came to crunch time, Philip was ready to lock in right as the summer split started off. We'll see if his performance can be enough to leverage Blue Otter against one of their toughest opponents, I imagine, going into this last chance qualifier. Currently down 4,000 gold. Conviction lead with a 2 dragon advantage as well. Third dragon spawning in about 10 seconds.
The Ziggs is responding to mid waves not set up in the river. So making up ground on Ziggs, not ideal. As they have to now push through Lissandra, which is also not ideal, but here we go.
Flashing in. Manui forced to flash in and follow up with a taunt, but Munchie, is he getting much work done? Can't even access the backline anymore. Conviction peeled him off so well. And Blue Otter lose out on their 2 main engagers. It seems like everyone was desynced. Now Philip's in trouble. Sniper's about to go mega, and he just burns him down in Mininar form with that lethal tempo proc. Conviction makes short work of the Blue Water assault, and they turn back to the 3rd dragon of the game.
Looking like short work at game 1, 2. Soul point going to be secured here by Conviction, as that was a pretty clean fight. That's an engage where I think getting through the choke and getting through Lissandra is really difficult, actually. And that's an okay idea from Munchie, but his team wasn't exactly there to follow up on it. I feel like Munchie and Manui were almost on a different wavelength from the rest of the team in this scenario.
They might be called Blue Otter, but the Bluetooth was not turned on from that fight, I fear.
Ooh,
so
I like that one. I like that one. Ooh. How long have you been sitting on that one?
Literally, it just came off the dome as you were talking about it. Woo! It was the perfect moment. Ooh, we're on fire today, Cubby.
Yeah, you're really wired in for that one instead of wired out.
I had to level up my game after you called out the Tiger Woods and John Daly reference earlier, you know.
That's fine. You're too cool to understand golf references, let's be honest. As, at the moment,
Young might be in trouble. Flashes away. Cease and desist. Can't flash that one, buddy. Goes golden with the Seeker's arm guard, but how much time will it delay? Cody's son able to just dash in and finish him off. Blue Otter yet again losing on the top side of the map. And the proc from Lissandra's passive. It turned Young against his own teammate.
Oh, man. Insanity. Mid-TP bot gets a freebie off the passive. It's a strong... that passive for Lissandra is really strong. Can really help you snowball through some of these team fights. Got to see it in the skirmish there. And more gold going over to Conviction of the world that Blue Water does not want.
All right, Cubby. So I have a question. We are seeing a very dominating start from Conviction. Is this... We came into this series expecting Conviction to be the favorites. With this performance, is this a return to form that we normally see of some of the core members here from prior playoff split? or have we yet to see the peak of this team?
It's looked good. I can't say that it's a return to form unless they beat a team that is better than Blue Water. Oh, the Comet. That feels bad. As everything in the kit needed for Insanity to pick up that freebie. It's looked good for Conviction this game, but I don't exactly feel like this is the hardest game for Conviction to play out if Tomio, Insanity, and Cody-san press R on the same target. I mean, at this point, that might be overkilling them, but that really is the comp. And when you get the opener that they did around the Grubs, and then the Sandra gets up like that, I think it's pretty easy to play out the map with Vi with Sandra when you have this much lockdown. And you're this far ahead against Blue, so you don't really have the wallet diff. Or you're getting wallet diffed on top of lockdown. It's just kind of hard.
Yeah.
So, I think it's a good start for Conviction. I want to give them credit. They haven't looked desynced. I like this draft. I think that those are issues that Conviction have had that have led to them being in this scenario, but Tomio stepping up, and the team definitely looks good. Again, I expect them to 2-0. I feel like I need to see Conviction do this to good teams we have in the NICL for me to say that they've returned, because this is the team that, and the core of this team is 3-0 the last 3 finals they've been in, right? That's a pretty high bar to set.
Yeah. Right now, Conviction are doing everything by the book. Very early Baron start here at the 22-minute mark. Sniper just launching himself forward into Munchie's face while he's still in Meganar form to make sure that the jungler of Blue Water cannot get into the Baron pit. I don't know.
They have vision. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
where was that?
That control ward for some reason could not see the ward.
Not deep enough.
The TP comes in for Philip, gets the TP shield. However, Munchie has been obliterated. So how much further can Blue Otter pursue this fight? Philip is a little uncomfortable at the moment.
Yeah.
He's stuck in the Baron pit at the moment. He does have flash. He's just trying to bide his time, seeing how much he can get out of it. He doesn't even get a chance to use the flash. He is forever CC'd. Young is going in immediately. Face connects with a cease and desist from Tomio, and Conviction eliminate threat one after another. Not a single member from the side of Conviction has yet to drop in this fight, and now Insanity is ready to join the fray, ensuring that Levitate Normanui can play spoiler on this Baron take from Conviction. This is as flawless as you can get.
I mean, just another split fight and entrance from Blue Otter. 3 members went down. Stand United was available for all 3, wasn't casted. You can kind of see a world where it wasn't casted on Young, or on Munchie. I feel like Munchie was just dead on arrival, but also I think shows maybe a bit of a lack of desync from Blue Water / this game is probably just over off that, because now Conviction secured the Baron. They can set up pretty easily now for their Soul. And the attempts from Blue Water just have not been there in this game.
I think the only time that they were ever synced was the very first big fight of the game, and unfortunately, they were synced into the wall by Sniper's Meganar Ultimate. So, Conviction have had their number this entire first game of the series. Cody-san opens up with the calling. Decent chunk. My goodness, Munchie's health bar. Where did it go? It's gone. Back to 0. Sniper just pounding and slamming on top of all of them. Young trying to pull out some kind of miracle, but there's no magic to be found in this game 1 from Blue Otter. Conviction winning pretty much everything to start the series off.
Kind of mean from Zyko there. You used the flash while Kali was doing backflips to close the gap and just brought a Kali into the team and said, hey, meet by the sun. Remember these two? As Tuned Up goes down, Blue Otter not able to find any sort of sauce in this first game. Rafa, this has been all Conviction from, as you highlighted, the first Meganar.
Great ultimate and just great coordination from Conviction so far in this game. Every team fight that has occurred, it's either just been easy pickings and identifying, okay, this guy's going in, kill this guy. Oh, they're all together? Oh, we got Meganar? Oh, cool. 2 for 1, 3 for 1 special.
That's the real reason why, you know, everyone likes seeing Vi and the Sandra on their team, is that it's pretty easy to know which target to go on when you see a giant tomb come in, or you see that red line that's just the homing missile into the back line of the enemy team. It's like, okay, that's our target.
Very true. I mean, one of the things that I highlighted at the beginning of the draft is if you're going to first pick Vi, regardless of how strong she is at other facets of the game, you need a dive buddy. Well, thankfully, Lissandra is an awesome dive buddy. You can sequence 2 point-and-click ultimates if you ever needed it to, but because the wallet gap has grown so large this game, a target usually dies off of just one of them. So now you get to save them for another target. And right now, we have reached another pause. We'll try to see if we can get out of it as shortly as possible. And we'll update you with further information.
The last pause, when they shifted to the 10-minute timer into us getting in, like when it had 8 minutes on the time, that was kind of electric. Like, yeah, that was a rush from like real depression to okay, we're back. I've been kind of trying to, do that in life, and the timer's been getting a little long. I feel like I need to also decrease the timer on that. Is that a fan?
It's been a hot summer, man. I don't know what it's like over in LA for you guys, but in Utah, I mean, my power literally went out because of the heat.
It's been warm. I think it's been warm everywhere. Do you think
you're saying it's not just naturally hot in your room because of you?
Save that one for the DMs, Mark. That's pretty smooth. I would say the machinery has more of an impact, and also I do like to wear sweaters, so that would be the fairest point. But no, I have the door open, which is kind of nice. Gets to air things out a bit. Stay cool, stay calm and collected for the games today. It's kind of tough, though, sitting through these pauses as players. I know this has got to be where, honestly, having experience on both sides does help out with just trying to keep a steady head and a steady voice through some factors that are outside of your control.
Yeah.
Like what your internet service provider is providing on the day.
Oh, I know all about that. Covey, we've been through many pauses together, especially on the broadcast together, and we've seen some very memorable moments, called out some of them as well in the past. Shout out to Disguised Toast. Promotion tournament was electric last year and definitely had its fair share of highlights. As we return to Summer's Rift.
You gave me my new follow notification. Thank you, Toast.
This is why...
Yep.
I mess. This is why I'm cool with Cubby. Real shiz from Toast.
I actually will say one of the cooler meetups I had with Toast was went to an Apex tournament to support my friend Zephyr, Ben Fawcett, who was casting the big time for Apex Legends.
Was that Worlds, or it was like some kind of global international?
It was a global series for Apex. It was kind of fun walking around, but Disguised had a booth there, and I talked with some of the Disguised members when they were thinking about coming into NACL, just being around LCS at the studio. And Toast was at the booth, and he looked at me. He's like, "Cubby, what are you doing here?" I was like, "Well, it kind of caught me off guard. It was nice. We had a fun conversation. I explained how Ben and I knew each other, and I got to know about his Apex team. And I know Toast stepping into the space was a huge boon for us with NACL, and know that his team has done better or worse in various games, but I think that a lot of the spaces have been lucky to have Toast involved. Is definitely a content creator that I appreciate. And, it's nice to have faces recognized, especially when I definitely do not recognize that from Toast, but speaks to who he is and what he brings.
For sure. And his presence in the LCS ecosystem ever since their not only first successful LTA year, but also their first successful re-promotion into the LCS for the 2026 year has been awesome, and I have loved the players that they have brought on to both iterations. Now, back to this series, Conviction continues to put the pain onto Blue Otter as they stifle their resources and prevent them from leaving their base comfortably. They have as you might say, a full court press at the moment, waiting for the next Baron spawn. I would be cautious if Conviction tried to delay this game until a Elder Dragon spawn. I know that it's very unlikely that they would still lose a fight around that objective, but that always gets me a little nervous, especially watching a lot of LPL this split now.
Just think about Team WE, Mark. Just cleanse those thoughts. WE has been my LPL cleanser, sincerely. If you guys at home want to watch a fun team of League of Legends, I actually really recommend watching WE because their jungler is so good, and the rest of the team is at times so questionable, but then at other times really good too.
Dude, Cube had an amazing series.
Cube's been having a good split. Cube's actually having a good split.
Dude, ever since he bopped Bin in Spring Split, Spring Split playoffs, Cube is having a glow up. It's the year of Cube. We'll see if he can continue that. As you can tell, we're just killing time until Conviction can let the Baron spawn. Talking about the LPL, I know that we do have some crossover fans in the chat for both NACL and LPL, as a lot of us on the NACL also work on the LPL English broadcast, so shout out to them. But Baron spawning in the next few seconds here. We'll see if Blue Otter decide to pull out a Hail Mary, or if they will just concede the objective over and let Conviction end this game in peace.
I don't like just giving Baron, but I think that you got to stall time to try and trade for Elder. Is Insanity able to get a chunk? Sorry, I thought that was a flash used. It's going to be enough to make sure that they cannot walk into this Baron.
Baron secured, Young immobilized, or actually that's Manui, and now he's dead. Here comes Levitate and Munchie next on the chopping block. Ooh, nice flash W stun onto multiple members there from Insanity. Lissandra's not a champion we see all too often in the current metagame, but boy, oh boy, when it's played well, it is a masterpiece from Insanity. Conviction makes short work of Blue Otter in our first game of this last chance qualifier series, and they're going to lead 1-0.
Games like this are why we give this Conviction team grace. And I wish that they would just win everything, because, you know, it would make it, I guess, easier to talk about them, but there's no fun in that. Because this does feel like the team that does win everything when they are in form. That's just what they are. Insanity, when he's played in NACL, he's been in the finals, or he's won NACL, the last 4 splits we've seen him in this league. Which makes, at times, the regular season performance is frustrating, but it also is why we give them a lot of leniency, which is also at times frustrating, because the reason why we give them leniency is that they have games like that very frequently, especially when push comes to shove. As I know the big story I had coming into this weekend was that I really wouldn't want to face Insanity or Yuji if I was in a do-or-die best of, which is the exact case that Blue Water finds himself in this series. And Game 1 was exactly why I wouldn't want to see Insanity on the other side of the rift in a do-or-die best of at this level.
The core of this roster is the epitome of regular season doesn't matter. These guys lock in when they need to. So
I hate it so much, but they gotta prove it, right? They do.
It is what it is, Matt. But Conviction lead the series 1-0. When we come back from this break, we'll see whether they can close it out or if Blue Otter can surprise us with some Blue Summer magic. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all, to the NACL Last Chance Qualifier as we get ready for the summer playoff bracket that will lead to that coveted road to the LCS for the promotion tournament into 2027 LCS. It's still Rafa and Cubby here on the broadcast as we return to our first Last Chance Qualifier series between Conviction and Blue Otter, where Conviction made a standout statement of a performance, with Tomio returning back to the jungle role as the starter for the team, and he wasted no time getting back to form.
Yeah, I mean, Tomio's got the whole team paid that game because he made sure to have an impact on the majority of lanes, controlled neutrals, and that was a rather straightforward game. There's not much that we have to say about that one, Rafa. We had fun getting off topic a bit in that game. Hopefully, you guys at home able to stay focused throughout the pauses. We'll say that if we get a pause or two today coming up, you're not that surprised as we're being told it's an ISP issue for a player. So I think a chance that happens again in match 2 could exist. But you know what, Rafa? You had a 3-match day yesterday just to prepare for an elongated pause like this. Well, I'm sorry you have to be suffering next to me. We'll try and do our best to get through it, you know?
Well, Cubby, I'll let you know. Whenever I'm next to you, I'm never suffering, so that's okay.
Thank you.
But I will say, I noticed that I missed a spot when I was shaving, so I'm just going to take out my Philips Norelco One Blade real quick and get a quick trim. That's better.
I actually heard some crinkling. So good on you to, miss a spot on purpose, to tuck it behind your mic, and then to get the ad plug in before. Even the spot you picked was calculated, Rafa. But I appreciate that. I do.
The NACL is, in fact, presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. So,
yes.
Shout out to them.
Just how Tomio got all Conviction paid that last game, Rafa's making sure that we all get paid this series. So, I appreciate that. As we're going to get away from our cams, back onto our players, and hopefully into the draft soon, Rafa, as it was a pretty straightforward Game 1 game plan for Conviction. We get to take a quick peek at what happened in the past. It was a one-sided game. Usually is when the opponent ends up with 3 kills in a loss. And we're going to have to see what kind of adjustments we have for Game 2. At the moment, going to be Conviction again with first pick on the blue side. So at least that doesn't change.
And the Cassiopeia priority for the second game shoots up, and Insanity immediately slams it in. Now, if Young wants to take a page out of Insanity's book from Spring Split when the Cassiopeia first sprung to the high priority she is at now, lock in the AP Kog'Maw mid, brother. Let's see it. That was a fun adaptation, but unfortunately it looks like it's going to be a Syndra game. Always the chance that Levitate could pick it up in bot lane and then we get something else in mid lane, but more than likely that has been a Young staple for many years in his career, so more than likely that is the pick into it. To pair alongside with the Syndra can be flexible in terms of either being more aggressive with your engages or trying to kite back and reset the fights with those Scatter the Weak stuns.
Nautilus can help set those up quite a bit, so while we haven't exactly seen the flexibility from Levitate, who has been the player that has not played a single mage for Blue Water this summer, who knows? Maybe we get a Cinder Nautilus bot today.
Does Joseph, aka Levitate, bring out the Kaisa with this Nautilus is the real question. Do they go for the full-on dive comp? Conviction right now preparing some of their engage tools of their own. Rel locked in for Zyko. Magnet Storm comboed with a lot of AoE damage will be a winning combination. Now, of question is, what is Cody Sun going to pair alongside it in the bot lane? And ooh, it would be diabolical to take Levitate's Kaisa just like that, but Cody Sun has one just as nice, if not nicer, especially if you remember the CCG run back in Spring Split, where their series against Winthrop University in that upper bracket was because of a fantastic Cody Sun Kaisa performance, and hope we get to see something similar today.
Is Callista just making a comeback this week?
This will be the second Callista game if it gets locked in here.
Would have been kind of fun. Philip with an old, trusty, dusty favorite in that Renekton. Nar's off the table, so wouldn't be surprised if we get a Cassante ban. Let's try and protect him once. I would quite like it, as Vayne Cassante potentially taken off the board. Of course, with Sniper, always have to respect the fact that he can pull out some of his diabolical picks, but hey, Renekton, the Riven, and Aurelia, usually a pretty happy camper, so definitely decides Sniper from going for any of those.
Be tough. And no Gnar either, as it's been fearless out from the previous game.
Yep.
Another marksman would be that Varus top lane, which is something that Conviction was hovering earlier. Conviction, however, is going to respect some of the signature picks from Munchie's pool. Rengar first up, if they want to continue down the chain. Might eliminate the Master Yi as well from this second and potentially final game for Blue Otter of this summer split.
Here's Cassante. It'd be really funny if they just banned the E here. Just said, just get rid of the BS. Of course, Tomio doesn't have his champion yet. Yeah, Caitlyn, take it away. Not too surprised. We'll see if Levitate maybe leans more towards a Corki. I think you'd also sign up for Ezreal, honestly, because with a Syndra Nautilus, at least you're encouraged to play at some range. And having a range advantage over Cassio, Rel, Kaisa, it's something you can take with you for the rest of the game. So I think it's one of those games where Levitate does want to go for the Ezreal, which is, I think some people view it as a handshake. Some people view it as Kaisa favored. I think there are windows where both champions can win / are strong. Wouldn't hate that. But, oh! Very different approach here with the Sivir. Okay.
You know, if you want to dive with Blue Otter, what better way to just yell as Sivir and give your entire team a movement speed boost. And it's a nice AD carry that can at least match the wave clear of most of the mages that we see in the bot lane today, and you can leave her on an island while Nautilus goes around to the other side of the map and roams and does whatever he pleases. They are hella teasing us with the hovers. Would have loved to have seen a Riven from Sniper, but it's going to be the Varus most likely in the top lane to play as that marksman into the Renekton, and now comes down to what Tomio wants to pilot for himself in this jungle matchup that will be blinded as Munchie has yet to lock in his champion.
That'd be a fun tease for what if Munchie picks it. Really?
No.
Really?
Let's go! We get a Kayn game! Yes!
That is shocking. That is shocking. I don't really know what the logic is behind the Kayn here.
Let's just throw down. Let's
I think
make it fun. Let's make it fun.
I think we're throwing down. I think it's going to be
Master Yi. I think it's be freaking peak cinema. Let's freaking go. Oh my goodness. For all the marbles, Matt. Blue Otter, potential last game of the summer split. Stakes on the line to clinch playoffs and avoid the relegation promotion tournament from the qualifiers into the NACL. Munchie and the team are putting their faith into this Master Yi, and Conviction, they had to have known that this was coming, and Tomio is boldly saying, I've got something prepared for it, and it's Kayn. Now the question is, Matt,
which Kayn?
What version of Kayn?
Yeah,
from solo queue, we mostly see Ross these days, even though if it goes more of a damage build, just because Ross gives you a lot more utility, W becoming an AoE knockup and you have the healing from the passive. But if he showed a Shadow Assassin Kayn, I would be even more hyped.
I think that there's an angle for it this game, honestly. I mean, Sivir, you can smite away Spell Shield and find one-shots. I think Nautilus makes life hard for Blue Kayn, so I'm expecting Red Kayn just because the W knockups creating space for Cassio Varus could be really nasty later on. And I do really like the scaling of Conviction just because I favor their scaling for the solo lanes. And I don't think this is a great game for Sivir to auto-attack. I talk about this a lot when it comes to Sivir and auto-attacking, but you're playing within range of the Cassio, the Varus, and the Kai'Sa. And I think that's a lot of damage to try and overwhelm you. So we'll see if Levitate can get to that late game state. I just think that even if he does, his auto-attacks and his ability to auto-attack, not as great as what you usually expect from a Sivir gamer setup.
Game 2 of our first Last Chance Qualifier series between Conviction and Blue Water starts now. And it's match point for Conviction. One more game win. They avoid having to go to the promotion relegation tournament. They clinch a playoffs seed. And it would be Blue Otter going to the other tournament. But if Blue Otter can bring us to game 3, it gives them one more shot at staying on the road to LCS for 2027. Right now, mid lane looks quite tough for Young. Even though he's got a health advantage, he's being pushed off the minion wave. But I want to take a look at how the two junglers are going to path this game, because this is a very, very non-traditional matchup in today's metagame. Not only with the fact that it's Master Yi and Kayn, but also Tomio taking a very aggressive summoner spell loadout, Ignite Smite, rather than Flash Smite, as most junglers do. This is awesome.
I mean, kind of leads more towards what we might see a Blue Kayn with the Ignite coming out, but you know what? I looked at Tomio's jungle count, at least the main one. You know how many games of Kayn he has on there?
No.
0.
In competitive? Yeah, that makes sense.
No. On his main solo queue account.
Oh,
because when I see Kayn versus Yi, I the first thing I thought of, if I turn the nameplates off, or you didn't talk about the stakes of this matchup, I think that we're on a Perry. No, I think of like a salty Teemo stream, and viewing some Silver Elo games where we're playing Kayn and Yi. You don't see these champions played in competitive.
I mean, but hang on, Insanity might be in trouble here. Good roam from Manui. Insanity might be in trouble here. Psycho trying to get in range. There was a flash burn by Manui, just trying to close the distance there, but Insanity manages to slither out with a small amount of HP not going down. Manui still on the hunt. He doesn't have flash anymore, and unfortunately for him, the recall goes through. Insanity makes it out alive.
I'm going to help Munchie at least secure his bot crab, as we did catch up with Munchie before today's games, the one member that's been a part of both of Blue's splits where they're flirting with relegation. What does it mean if you win or lose? Win, second life, all of your failures don't matter. If we succeed, make it in the playoffs. Relegated, we are failures.
He's real.
I do appreciate how black and white he kept it,
Yeah. Sometimes it could be a harsh way of looking at things, but that is the spirit of competition. That is the reality of playing for something like this. Now, Sniper's in trouble. Dude, Manui has been all over the map. And this is a nice way to put some pressure on Summoner's Rift for the first few minutes while Master Yi is trying to farm up a Storm and get his own power spike going.
One perk you do get in this matchup too, Sivir Kai'Sa. The Sivir has wave clear, Kai'Sa doesn't early on, so I think helping the Nautilus get out there, and Sivir can fend for herself a little bit more in this matchup, so good pickups though. We stand active and putting pressure on these two solo laners that we know are very talented on Conviction.
Tomio burned an Ignite somewhere. I don't even remember where he attacked or where this was from.
Was he playing League Classic and he just dropped it randomly to get like more adapted force?
I don't think so.
He took the mastery point?
It bewilders me that Tomio doesn't have any Kayn games on his main solo queue count.
He's got to
have a secret Kayn alt.
I mean, that was yeah. When I used to coach, that was our team bonding after we did tryouts and figured out the team. we had everyone level up new accounts together, because then we'd use it to hide picks later on in the season. And it was fun team bonding, honestly, getting a bunch of diamond to master tier players to spam games, leveling up. Maybe Tomio's been doing some of that while we haven't seen him.
Eventually. Now, common Kayn rush items, regardless if you're going
Eclipse.
Shadow Assassin. Eclipse is one. Voltaic has been the most rushed nowadays.
Okay, yeah.
Ever since its introduction.
No, that makes a lot of sense. You get a lot of free dashes, just Kayn. So, curious what Tomio ends up going for here. And I mean, that's one thing with the build. That's another thing about the form. Because I would be really curious to see what he ends up doing with the form. I do think that you can kind of shut down Yi if you end up going red. Just because if you can time your W, and the fact that your W has a hitbox that's a little bit behind you as Kayn, Yi just can't jump on you. If you're red Kayn, because you can kind of set up the full combo and have the team chip in, which is a scenario that Yi does not want to be in. So that's my gut feeling as to what we might see from Tomio. Just that and the fact that it's competitive. But the only player that I can really associate Kayn with competitively is Canyon. And when we see Canyon bust out Kayn, it is usually the blue Kayn.
Yeah, I think at the time when Canyon played it back in 2020, 2021, that champion in Ross form was nowhere nearly as strong if he was playing Shadow Assassin, because every time I've seen Ross from other junglers in lower tiers of play, the Ross utility is just so much better. I think when we've seen it in tier 3 as well from other players, it just having a knock-up and a lot of deceptive healing and drain tank.
And being really annoying.
And being, super frustrating to play around, because if you get super low, it's nothing much out of Manui. Re-engage, scatter the weak. Here comes Munchie to pick up the pieces here, but great petrifying gaze from Insanity. Stops Munchie right in his tracks before he could look for an alpha strike onto Zyko.
I thought that was a kill, but when you stare at the face of Medusa, sometimes you do get turned to stone. So good ult there from Insanity, as he's able to save his support. Looking out for the grub swap. I do think that a move like that opens up potentially swapping bot to top if you're blue water. As you do have support walking out of base fresh. Zyko's going straight back mid, as both of our supports really embracing the meta of ditch your 80 carries this game. And, well, Rel versus Nautilus kind of rightfully so, especially with Grub spawning in a couple seconds here. Gonna have both teams setting up.
Yeah. I mean, with how much pressure Manui has put on the map in the first few minutes of the game, Zyko is just only feeling emboldened to match that somewhat. Blue Otter were able to find first blood for Philip on the top side with it, and it has led to this matchup being normally giga oppressive for the Renekton to somewhat playable, since he is able to match Sniper in terms of goal differential. These grubs, though, belong to Conviction, and Kayn has a very easy time of wiping them down in a rapid fashion.
Both supports gnawing in weight up top. As grubs do go over, I'm curious how long Manui does want to stay here. About his old teammate, Philip. As... yeah, I think it's just going to be get the wave, prevent the dive. Alright. I mean, look, overall game plan still, I think for Conviction, I like the scaling that they have. Cassio, Kaisa, Varus, that's a really nasty late game scenario, regardless of what form that Kayn goes for. So I think the onus is on Blue to really push the pace of this game forward, and we haven't seen Munchie get a lead on this Yi. And the few outings I've seen the Yi from Munchie, it does feel like if you get kills, you hit like a truck. I know that the way that teams talk about it is whatever you do not give Yi kills or else this game's hard.
Yeah.
And I just don't feel like we've really seen the impact that I want to see out of a champion from the jungle when he does end up picking Yi. It's almost to the point where, like, I would rather see... hold on. Like, if you're going for the E, like, I'd rather see something like a Graves right now that I actually feel like is kind of on the cusp of being meta, or at least...
Dude,
you get like real positives with
yes, grit. We got to talk about Graves next patch, because I think a lot of the changes are suiting.
Oh, with Thunder Sky being down? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thunder Sky being nerfed. A lot of the fighter junglers are going to be looking for their next rush item, which are just going to be overall weaker to Thunder Sky. Graves being in that pool of marksmen that are getting flat magic resist buffs. Fleet of Footwork also getting buffed as well. Like, Graves is already in.
He's already getting played a bit.
He's already getting played a bit. He's already in a low-key good spot. This is the time for him to rise up and be a prominent jungler. That is my big hot take going for the next patch, but unfortunately we won't get to see that until next week when we get into playoffs, so that's a discussion for another time. Although I'm telling you, Matt, I will geek out about with this off air for hours.
No, I think that he scales up well for sure. As we go 0 for 2 on Tamio's first item, it's a Spear of Shojin.
Wow. Well, I mean, this is definitely
more abilities.
Ross then. This is definitely Ross.
Yeah.
And with
more abilities.
What I like about the Ignite and the way he is playing it, it's a lot different from what I expected normally. I thought this Ignite was going to be used for some of the healing that could come in from maybe a Blade of the Ruined King Yi, or just trying to cut down the healing off of the Meditate that he's getting. He's just using Ignite off cooldown on melee targets to speed up his transformation process, because that's usually the hard thing about Kayn and competitive, is it's a lower kill play state of game, and you're not usually expecting the hectic, chaotic, fast pace of solo queue, which is why Kayn can be such a threat and a terror to deal with. But you are creating those transformation stacks, just burning Ignite off cooldown on the melee champions.
Today I learned. I did not know that gave you stacks as Kayn. I will say one of the champions that I have not played a lot of. Been a practice tool warrior. Sometimes I understand these guys. Kayn's one that I don't... Yeah, I just don't... It's never been a champion. It's just appealing to me. I just don't... I feel like what he does in the jungle doesn't really fit the common role. Because we spend a lot of time this game talking about junglers that may do stuff in the jungle that doesn't fit the common rule. Looking at Graves too, but... So far, I mean, it's... Both junglers are fed. It's just kind of when you want to pick your spots and make your impact felt in this game.
Well, so far, Conviction is making their impact by swapping their bot lane to the top side and eventually taking out Tier 1 turret for first brick. Sniper sees a dredge line out of nowhere, forced to flash away. Now Munchie on the run, Ignite popped by Tomio's Kayn, and sends him packing from his own jungle. See all those stacks just get...
Yeah, I did. I'm curious if he's transforming. Next pit stop.
I am
Probably not
sure. Yeah, it's been such a low action game that even with the, I think he's using Ignite 3 times now this game on melee targets, and it's still not enough because he hasn't killed anyone and he hasn't really been able to get a lot of spells and auto attacks off of melee characters yet.
This is one where the reason that I bring it up, I mean, you got 2 other objectives coming up. I think it's fine that if you're playing a scaling jungler like this to kind of give the first 2 dragons, trade out grubs, and hope things are okay moving forward. But it's scary to drop the 3rd, and a lot of Kayn players will say they don't really feel like they're a champion until you get Evolve.
Yeah.
If you don't have Evolve for the Rift Herald coming up or the Dragon coming up, a lot of power to give an enemy team early on, especially a Yi pick that we know that we wants to push snowball the game forward. So curious what ends up happening with the next 2 neutrals, because it doesn't feel like Conviction, at least their jungler, isn't in a position to fight him right now.
Yeah. Observers, I have a request. If we get a fight,
catch the transform if he goes to base.
I want to watch the so on the next Kayn base, just keep an eye out and see if he looks for the transform. It probably won't be happening unless there is a big fight, which Sniper getting engaged upon. No flash from the previous encounter by the Nautilus, but Munchie's all by himself, went way too far forward from the rest of the team, and I imagine those Kayn stacks are going to be coming in hot. Tomio misses the Blade's reach as a nice scatter of the week from Young sends them a fly, and Conviction are not able to get any more.
Just a good ult from Sniper. Between that and the exhaust, that's enough to defend against the Yi. And I mean, that's an expensive death. Again, the way that Yi's talked about by these teams, that you got to shut it down. You can't let it get going. That's Munchie's first play where he gets shut down. Now Sniper TPing in, trying to find Young.
He's got Tomio in his back pocket as well. They cut him off from his retreat path. They're looking for a TP. There's no CC yet on either Varus or Kayn, since the Chain of Corruptions was already used in the previous play. So heads up from Young to be able to get out of there alive.
Really well done. Ends up just trading TP for TP. Young will take that. As, of course, Sniper's free TP. Going to be on a much longer cooldown, so... Well played for Young to sneak out of that as he has gotten his hands on his two favorite champions in the Akali and the Cinder again for this series. Rafa?
The game state is a lot better for Blue Water in this second one compared to where things went in the first at this point in the game.
Yeah.
I think when we were at 15 and a half minutes in, Conviction were already up nearly 4,000 to 5,000 gold.
Mm-hmm. Just don't think it's still in a great state for Blue Water. I really feel like Conviction have a scaling advantage. And Blue Water, for me, this is the game where I kind of want to see Young go Cosmic Drive second. I think Scatter is going to be really important for this team. Trying to find plays is Manui.
Might be in
DP
trouble.
Coming in.
Dodges the Magna Storm and looks for the Dredge line. Doesn't quite hit it, but he flashes in for the auto attack route. Philip TPing in. Can't get in range of any of the members from Conviction. It does allow Blue Otter to secure the third dragon of the game, whereas Conviction secure the Rift Herald for themselves. They can try and break open this tier 1 in the mid lane if they can gang up on Philip fast enough. Good slice and dice at least buffers through the stun of Rel and allows him to escape with the power of that Dominus, but Philip might be forced to back and call upon someone else to defend this mid tier 1.
Yeah, I don't think you want your top laner there long term, but of course, bot lane was sent back, so yeah, Levitate
Tomio's basing.
shifts
Here we
back
go.
on in. Philip
Does he
shifts
transform?
back on out.
He doesn't have it yet? That's crazy. Oh, he forgot.
Oh,
Nice.
here we go. Do you know what it looks like for the skin? It's a Rost.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a Rost. Okay. Thank you, observers and team.
Thank you
That's
so
a
much,
fun one to
observers.
always catch. That's a fun one to catch. So, W, knock up, bonus healing, especially when you E over the walls. And does Ross do anything else? Did I get it, Rafa?
For the most part, yeah. He also,
All right.
his Q will do percentage max HP damage
There we
as
go.
well. So
Missed
it helps
something.
shred
That's big.
tanks and high health opponents. And his ulti, I think, does either increased max HP damage. I'll have to confirm that one. 'cause
Yeah,
this thing's-
so this is why people say that Kane's not a champ until he gets his transform, because he just got
he
like
gets so
four
much cool
reactions.
stuff once he transforms.
Yeah, he gets a lot. He gets a lot to his kit. So, that's important, because again, I think that when you play the Kane, like, look at what they've sacked to get Kane here, as he gets jumped on.
Trying to invade for some Raptors. Tomio might need to use that Umbral Trespass to dodge some of this damage, but he's in the middle of 4 people. He queues over the wall. Munchie is tired of his shenanigans, flashes forward and takes out the Kane, and picks up his first kill on his signature Master Yi.
Yeah, and I mean, this is my thing with these junglers, because I feel like we've seen both Munchie and Tomio take a lot of time for themselves, and then when they look to make one of their first plays on the map, it doesn't go well. And that just feels really bad when you're playing a jungler that needs to acquire a lot of resources. You're behind in the game.
Philip in trouble. Dominus was popped, and unfortunately it wasn't enough. Big shutdown bounty goes into Cody Sun's pockets there. His Kaisa starting to become somewhat accelerated, which will be good tidings to spell for Conviction later on, as they're going to need a huge power spike coming into this 4th Drake battle.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of setting up, like that last jungle point, is, like, I know Munchie's feasted a bit this game on neutrals, but isn't enough for either jungler to sacrifice a lot of their team's games for themselves, and then when the first couple plays don't go well, it just feels really bad. And especially at this level of play, I mean, there's a reason that we don't see champions like this often. Because if you give the players that are the best at their craft any sort of lead, they're going to turn it into a lead that makes you feel like it's unplayable on the other end.
Yeah.
So, this is one where I'm curious to see how this pans out. I know Munchie always defaults to this. I do feel like in the end that like Munchie can have a Yi, but we need to get to the point for him where it's 1 year of NACL, and our final game we're still picking what we were most comfortable with on day one. And I think that's an aspect of Munchie's game that I was really hoping evolved, especially as Blue Water stuck with him as the sole member that returned from spring to summer, which I think surprised a lot of folks.
Yeah. When I think about the last time that he played Master Yi, which was against Maryville University, I still remember...
Good until it wasn't.
It looked promising up
It did look
until
really good.
he died. And once the Master Yi train gets derailed in a state like competitive, where teams are a lot smarter about handling a 1v9 threat that gets unchecked in solo queue, this is where Blue Water can try and rectify the wrongs now that they have a small lead on their side. But the rest of Conviction are no solo queue team, especially from what we saw in that game one.
Right. They're like the furthest thing from a solo queue team that we have in terms of performance in Tier 2.
100%.
It'd be top in the ranked 5s ladder if we still had that.
Well, we do have ranked 5s now, Cubby.
It's not the same, Mark.
Bring us back to the glory days as the Rift Herald
Give me a
manages to
team
charge.
With 10 members and a tag and a team name. That's all I ask for.
In the Challenger backpacks, too. Tomio looking for the engage. Manages to get the Umbral Trespass, but Psycho's back at Storm finds absolutely no one. Another Blades Reach knockup, but he goes down, and Munchie has been protected this entire time, and he's starting to shred through every single member of Conviction with absolute impunity. Insanity can't do anything except suffer the might from the Master Yi Blade. A triple goes over to Munchie, and his most noteworthy champion, Blue Water, pick up the Dragon Soul, and this could just be a Blue Water win in the books.
Okay, let's go, Munchie. Tomio goes in early, gets caught out, and the re-engage from Philip was spot on. As he got in the middle of everyone, popped the stride breaker, and that broke the fight, and really enabled Munchie to have the pop-off fight that he did. As, look, I was talking about these junglers, you know, what you sacrifice to try and get a lead and for your teams, and this is kind of the Jekyll and Hyde of it. As Tomio hasn't been able to secure neutrals, sacrificed it to get his evolve, doesn't cash in, cash out, and then gets the dragon. And on the flip side, that was a fight where I think Munchie had good support from his team, and he was able to really plow through the fight as Master Yi. That is the dream fight as Yi, right? You get the first kill, the recess, you get to keep on going. So this Kane wasn't able to slow the Yi down, didn't get the scaling, and now look at Munchie with this lead and trying to do the one thing that I don't think we've seen from him all year, which is pick up a Master Yi win on his signature champ.
It's only been brought out one other game, but he could bring his first Master Yi win. However, Manui gets caught by Tomio and the rest of Conviction. Teleport coming in from Sniper. They might just try and pull the Baron, and we're getting another pause.
I'm going to have to lock back in up here, Rafa. Maybe taking a squat there for a sec, but we might be back on camera. Tomio taking a sip, and well, just as the tension starts to mount and starts to break, we're building up more tension again. Not the way that we like to build it up, but reality of the day. We were told by players that there's an ISP issue. So a little bit more lag in the lobby, which is not what we want to see from a last chance qualifier. So do appreciate that we have pauses being sent out and pauses going, because I know I can think of one game that's already been impacted by internet this split that made me very frustrated, and Conviction was on the losing end of that. So
yep,
would hate to see that happen again, as we're looking for the best games we can have.
So it's a tough position to be in. Looks like it might actually be a new technical issue, so we should be jumping into game very soon.
I was about to say, Manui was already talking. Yeah. So, they must have had something cooking.
Was cooking up orders. He's like, guys, I might be dead, but we are still ahead.
Directing
so let's
traffic.
Finish this off. Uh-oh, Young caught by the Chain of Corruptions.
no.
Nice target isolation by Conviction, and now they turn their attention on to Philip and Munchie. Munchie has got to do the impossible. A 1v5 performance. It's not going to happen. The shutdown happens from Cody's son. And Sniper working hand in hand as the double marksman. The swordsman goes down swinging in a blaze of glory, but it's not enough to stop Conviction from stopping this Baron. Philip, can he get involved into the mixture? But there is no smite to be had from the side of Blue Otter. Conviction walk away with the Baron and erase the 4K gold lead.
They don't have that turret. Levitate doesn't have Thrill of the Hunt. So not going to be able to chase them. Just going to be able to push a fat wave already in. But, I mean, 2 fights in a row where each of the carry junglers get taken out early. And it just ends up being a complete wipe for the team that ends up taking out the carry jungler early.
What was a small moment of hope for Blue Otter seems to be dashed away by Conviction in just one short sequence. Now, gold has stabilized, even with the power of an Ocean Soul in their inventories.
Look, I don't think Ocean Soul matters at all in this game, by the way. This is the weakest soul. It's a game where both teams want to all in. So I just really don't feel like we're going to have the impact for it. And I prefer the scaling of Conviction. I still stand. I think the Varus and the Cassio in the side lanes with the Kaisa is going to get too big. I do think that there are some difficulties for Sivir and Master Yi for that fact in terms of being able to auto attack against this team. Just can they deal with both threats? I think that time they did a nice job of finding Young early, who did talk earlier about wanting to see the Syndra go Cosmic Drive, which he did. His scatters are really important for buying space and time to auto attack for Yi and Sivir. I think taking Young out first in the fight, as much time as we spent talking about this Yi, and we know what Sivir can do late game, he might be the target, because removing Scatter from the equation could be that good for Conviction, just looking at what they have.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Because we talked about carry junglers and how they function in a competitive League of Legends game versus solo queue. They require setup and they require utility from the rest of their teammates. And you start removing those supporting pieces. I mean, Masty's got a lot of damage, but he doesn't have a way to protect himself in a 1v5 scenario. So Conviction don't even have to worry about trying to deal with the Yi when he has all the supporting pieces. You just remove the foundation out under him. So Conviction have identified the problem clearly and are starting to make way of clawing back what was a brief deficit against Blue Otter, but now can work towards using this Baron to push out their waves and set up for an Elder Dragon, which would immediately trump any power that the Ocean Soul would have for Blue Otter.
It's hard to heal up when your opponent's breathing fire. That kind of, regardless of game, that's usually a mechanic that stays consistent.
Yeah. You trying to heal up, buddy? Hold this execute real quick.
Yeah. See if Conviction's able to set this up successfully. That's the last wave that they have Baron. So they've used the Baron to at least pressure one inner. They haven't knocked down any inners, but they have control over this bot side river. I think that Insanity is probably going to be out on the map for the rest of the duration, but last chance for resets to be found here for Conviction. As that's a third item for Young and a little bit more ability haste, which I find significant. And I appreciate that Philip did build the Spear of Shojin, because that item on Renekton is good. More abilities for him means more empowered abilities, and that's where a lot of your power comes. So we'll see if Philip's able to make good use of that, as Sniper currently doesn't have TP and is fixing top. That's an opportunity for Blue Otter to get in here. It is.
You have to be quick. Sniper, no
got
TP,
numbers right now.
has to walk the long distance. It's time to spring it. They saw Sniper on the wave. Tomio and Zyko already respecting the presence that Blue Otter can take up in the river here.
A crab.
It grants them crab.
That's big.
Might be able to try and take some vision away, but not sure how much it will amount to.
No, that's big. I think that this kind of gets them control back. I was a little surprised the Sniper was at that top wave. I would have bailed on it at this point. It setups everything.
Decent poke out of Insanity onto Philip, though, to start off the fight. Elder
We've
Dragon
got good
has
control
arrived.
wards from Munchie. I appreciate how they're trying to protect Munchie. Kane gives so much vision with E, too. It's like when you sneak over the wall, you get a bunch of vision. It's a really strong aspect of Kane that I think gets slept on a lot. That's going to help them at least ensure they clear out that control board and place one of their own. And that does take away a lot of ground for Munchie to try and play in, because now Munchie really only has one angle to attack the fight, because he's got to play on the dragon.
Has been started up by Conviction. Zyko trying to lurk around the right for a flank and an engage angle. Tomio sticking onto the dragon. They're getting dangerously close to a flip. Scatter the weak onto Tomio. Zyko over the wall. Looks for the engage. Tomio tries to get in with the Umbral Trespassing. Looks for the healing. Massive petrifying gaze from Insanity. Stuns up the fight. Munchie's in the middle of it all. 1v9. Can't do it again. But the rest of Blue Water, they're trying to stop up. Levitate flashing in. Joseph will save Blue Water. Picks up the triple. And the rest of Blue Water are going to run Cody's son down. Before he gets a chance to escape, he flashes the dredge line. Isn't enough to save his life. It just might be.
Munchie goes down, but the damage was done. It was enough. And frankly, if you get a replay, I want to see if it was Sivir damage or Yi damage. Because I saw Munchie queue in and saw a lot of health bars drop quick. It was another good entrance to the fight from Philip, too. I know that Philip went down, but in the replay, just look at how much space Philip's going to buy his team when he does enter with Manui. Because it's a good engage from Zyko. Doesn't hit priority targets, but the backline was too busy dealing with the Croc. And that damage from the Q from Munchie was so big. The bouncing blades started going. There was a scatter that hit. That was enough damage to get through Conviction. So yeah, Munchie fell, but that time, I feel like he did his job. And again, I want to give a lot of kudos to Philip. It doesn't look like it on the scoreline, but the space that he's been taking up in these fights, I think has been the difference maker for Blue.
It's hard to stand up to the presence of Conviction as the sole frontliner for the team that can get economy. Manui at least is another off-tank, but from the support role, he's not going to last nearly as long. And Philip being on a bruiser like Renekton, sometimes you might not get nearly as much value compared to a tank, but Blue Water feel confident.
Cody's son is bot.
I think Conviction are just saying there's no way that we can try and contest them when they have Elder Dragon, so they're just pushing up on waves instead. Tomio's going to die, though, on the top side of the match. Sterk's Gauge has been popped. Tomio cannot fight this against Young. He's just trying to buy as much time as possible. If they can waste the Elder Dragon duration without losing too much, I mean, they're pulling Blue Water across the map. This is not bad from Conviction.
They're just trying to fight the Baron waves before the Baron gets to empower the waves, as they try to kill all three waves, but Elder Dragon was up. Sanity, get out. Oh, stun comes in just in time. Not able to get the TP. I just still find it really weird that they sent the marksman that his TP was bot, whereas they had 2 TPs up. I think they could have assigned those lanes better to maybe give themselves like different ways to play out of it. But it's just going to be a Baroned up, Eldered up Blue Water. Pushing down, and this is a long death timer on Sanity with Elder. This could be it.
15 seconds on Tomio as well. Blue Otter, they are all in on this push. Dredgeline connects onto Zyko. He goes in, tries to give his life, sunning up as many people as possible, but the Magna Storm gets no value since it was off cooldown. Cody's son's gonna be the next Munchie, slicing him down to size. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Water Summer is still alive and well. A couple more auto attacks from Young and Philip will do it. We're going to game 3.
And you know what? After game 1, Rafa, we were sitting in this call like, this is going to be a 2-gamer. We don't really feel like there's a chance for Blue Otter to win this. And during the game, I'm like, you know what? I'm hoping that we see growth from Munchie in the future because it's been a year, and we're still picking Yi when our backs are up against the wall. And it works. Blue Water, giving us one last chance. This is a team that won 4 games out of the 5 series they played, despite being 0-5. So it's not like they haven't been able to win games. They just haven't been able to win series with putting it all together. I think in hindsight, that game, the early moves from Manui were really good for relieving pressure from Munchie. The Syndra was sound from Young. Philip had a big game. And Levitate, I think, one of the players has been really quiet with this team, stepped up and had a big fight as well. So Blue Water able to put things together and push our champions a spring split, and the team most likely to, I think, compete for that LCS spot to a do-or-die game where they could force a team that has Sniper, Tomio, and Insanity, with Tomio and Insanity going 3-0 in the last 3 finals they played in NACL, to have to compete to get their NACL spot back.
2 notable achievements this game, Matt. 1, we go to game 3 against Conviction. 2, Munchie is now the proud owner of a Master Yi win here in the NACL. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's game 3 between Conviction and Blue Water. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for our third game between Conviction and Blue Otter. After the first game that Conviction displayed, I don't think many of us expected that we would even be here in the first place, but Blue Otter triumphed with a little bit of that Blue Otter summer magic, and it came from the form of Munchie pulling out his signature Master Yi, but also so much credit has to be given to the rest of the supporting cast. I know you were particularly a big fan of Philip on that Renekton.
I thought he took up space really well that game, and that is a game where I was questioning the fights for Blue later and how they looked, but Young and Philip stepped up, and I think that what we talked about earlier on, Rafa, with Blue Water, we've seen wins from them. We've seen good series from players, but they haven't been able to put it together. That was a game where they put it together for a game, but we also haven't seen them put it together for a series, as they have won games now in 5 out of their 6 series that they've played in NACL. They haven't won a single series, so they have a do-or-die game against the Split 1 champions to decide whether or not they'll be moving forward to compete for an LCS slot, or if they'll have to return to the promotion relegation spot to defend their spot yet again, which you never know what happens in those tournaments. And for Blue Water, it took them 5 games to get through the last one, and they were not the first team that got through. That was Contingent, who we'll see later on today. So yeah, I think that's always a scary scenario to be in those do-or-die games, as we do enter our first do-or-die game of NACL for summer. It is not for the LCS spot, but to see if you can compete for the LCS spot. And we'll see if Conviction can make sure that they, I think, have a little bit more of a stock standard comp again. I know, Rafa, you were like, after a Kane game like that, we're probably back on Jarvan duty. Jarvan Pantheon Nocturne.
You are putting the AD Fighter Sundered Sky Rush champions in the bag. Jarvan might be in the near future. Low-key, in the past, it's not common, but I remember in prior Tomio teams, whenever a performance like that happens, you just see a Trundle Sejuani slammed early on in the first 3 core. But obviously, there are still plenty of staple junglers that have yet to be fearless out here, thanks to the Kane Master Yi matchup in the prior game. So now, Blue Otter is threatening a Nocturne synergy combo with this early Orianna pickup. So now it's up to Conviction to see if they want to deny that away from Munchie.
The fact that they went Orianna, though, this does keep Young at one of the narrowest pools out of any of the players we have in NACL to split. It's been not a lot of champions played by him, but trying to find the most effectiveness on said champions. Orianna now going to be his most played. Karma Ezreal into the Orianna does feel good, but I don't think it's going to stop a Nocturne from coming in here.
Yeah, I'm shocked that this is what Conviction is prioritizing, but I have to imagine that they have something ready to counter this Nocturne with, whether it's straight up in the jungle or it's something in the composition that will make Nocturne's life harder. They've already banned out one of Nocturne's early counters, which is this Lee Sin, at least when it comes to trying to fight him early on. But Gragas for Philip, unless Manui is ready to throw down some Gragas support sauce, I imagine it should be the Nocturne on 3 for Young here. What? What do they know that we don't know?
I think they're just picking a lot of comfort in a do-or-die game, is what I'm going to go with. And also, a little bit less surprised that Munchie is later on in the draft. I think they might be hoping to get Munchie a potential counter pick. Or, yeah, I just think that these are being made for reasons that are not meta or what we're used to seeing, but team comfort. As Insanity, gonna try and bust out the lock, we'll say, against Gragas and a Polymorph. 2 pretty effective tools to try and deal with lock, but this champion's really strong. And I just think the fact that there is a reset Blink Dash, this champion is going to be meta for a while, given the fact that his Blink is a reset. So we'll see if there's stuff to help set Locke up for that.
Yeah, let's put it this way. The fact that assassins are very, very difficult to actually make work in the meta goes to show you that when an assassin does become meta, it's because it has something in its kit that consistently makes it oppressive to play against. So right now, outside of Locke, the only assassin that we see from time to time is Akali. And that's because she has a lot of safety with her Shroud. But reset, like you said, on a Blink Dash? Well, if Locke stays meta for long, I can't imagine that part of the kit is going to be at least not looked at.
I think it's going to stick around. I just think that they decrease the power elsewhere and make it harder for him to get to the states where you're set up for that. I think it's sad. I think it's core to the kit, and they're trying to get assassins into the game. So, is what it is.
My boy Echo got power crept for this abomination, man.
Echo got insanely power crept for this, actually.
They looked at Echo's dash blink mechanic and said, what if we reversed it and made the blink actually also do damage?
And then both... Yeah. And then the game testers went like, this is OP. And Riot went like, perfect. As... We're done with the ban phase now, Rafa. Junglers were focused up. Cassante taken away from Sniper. I think that Aatrox is probably the pick in Gragas. I've teased this pick a lot. We haven't seen anyone go for it. And Bess is still on the board if he wants it too. But yeah, expect a Jarvan
fries in the bag.
Look, you get Yunara if you're Levitate. I think this has to be a Yunara pickup, just given that you are showing Lulu. There's a lot of late game core. There's not a Serpent's Abuser yet that's been picked up by Conviction. I would go Xin, and I would go Yunara, and just play the game out from there. I was going to advocate for... I know that Nocturne exists in the game, and I'm okay with the Mundo ban, given the champions that we're showing. I would have preferred if they denied Xin. I don't think Jarvan is a good pick into Ezreal Karma Locke. I think Xin Lulu is a fantastic pick for Munchie, who now just gets to throw himself in there and brawl, right? Yeah. I think Xin makes the game a lot easier for a jungler because he's just not a complicated champion. And can I stat check this or can I not? And boy, oh boy, does Lulu empower your ability to do so. So, a lot of shields on the Blue Water side, and a lot of, I would say, scaling, looking at Xin, Lulu, Yunara in particular. So, I think Locke later on is a good tool, can do work. The Ambessa comes through, that's going to scale nicely too. But this could be a competitive game, and I think it could really come down to, are the shockwaves connecting? Are the casks connecting? And if not, can the Jarvan, Locke, Karma win this mid-jungle support 3v3? Because the conviction early game between Jarvan and Locke should be far better. Ezreal Karma gets a lot of push into Yunara Lulu. So we saw game one, they blitzed Blue Water out of the water. I think that game 3, they're more so set up to do that again. The solo lanes do have some scaling elements, but man, the Blue Water core, fighting through an Orianna Xin Gragas to get to a Yunara Lulu, that is not an easy task. And there is not guaranteed setup for this public execution. So do think it's important that Conviction is able to use their priority to get ahead elsewhere.
I love that Blue Otter has a lot of disengaged tools as ways to reset the fight for something like a Yunara to just deal with threats one after another. You called out the shielding that's going to be super important from the Lulu. Can't also ignore the shielding that comes in from Young as well. You're going to get extra resistances, whoever is the ball carrier. And both Xin Zhao and Yunara love to have that on their side if they're going to be trying to fight for their lives against Conviction here. Both on the Rift as well as metaphorically when it comes to the stakes of this do-or-die matchup in our first last chance qualifier series. It's Conviction versus Blue Otter here in Game 3.
I didn't think we'd get to Game 3 in this one, Rafa.
Yeah.
Thought we'd have this one in the can, in the bag. Not the case, though. As, I mean, truly an adventurous matchup here between Conviction and Blue Water going to 3. Again, our finalists from Spring, both in the last chance qualifier for Summer. The two teams that drafted the groups both end up botting out of the groups, both making jungle swaps. And I think proving that NACL, you know, I feel like the league's been stronger this split. I think that there's some depth added with some players coming back and competing. But also, for Conviction, the team that we've given a lot of grace, maybe not a cakewalk this time around. We'll see if Blue Water can honestly play or find the biggest upset, or in the words of Sneezes in the pregame interview, have the chance to do the funniest thing ever, which is beat Conviction. This would be the most Blue Water thing ever, by the way,
listen,
to win this.
Every year since Blue Otter's introduction into the NACL,
Summer
2024,
runs.
Summer runs, man. It's been almost as consistent as other things in life.
The sun rising in the morning. The otter finding its shell.
Taxes. Death. And Blue Otter making a summer run. We'll see if they can continue that trend. Conviction, though, after that second game, I imagine, are going to lock in as best as they can. And they're already off to a good start, picking a champion that has lock in its name, quite literally. For Conviction right now, as you called out, they need to snowball this game. They have a winning jungle mid combo. Well, they have the push from the spot lane, as you already illustrated. So now it's on them to try and find windows where they can start blitzing the game.
And we have kind of ignored the jungle matchup, in which case Tomio started Munchie's blue side. So now Munchie is kind of getting the bad news that he doesn't have access to much, as he's going to try and look for a bot gank. Cody Sun sees it.
He's going to look for Zyko, knowing that Cody Sun would be too slippery to try and lock down. Zyko waiting until the very last second to flash away. Levitate will not burn his, knowing that it would be way too risky.
Here.
Now Tomio looking for the counter gank. Flag and drag forces the flash out of both Manui and Munchie, as well as Levitate. That is a nice value counter gank coming out of Tomio's Jarvan there.
Munchie is in the hole for this game. He's lucky if he gets access to his top crab. I don't think he does. And there's still an entire quadrant for Tomio to clear out that is his own. So, because Locke has push right now. I mean, Young's TPing back, but I thought I'd see Tomio cross and go for the other crab. Instead, he's hiding. He's going to go for the flash of the spot lane. This could be huge.
Oh my good! This is a way to
He's standing outside of ward coverage.
That the late game scaling does not come for Blue Otter. Levitate, no flash. They slow him down with the empowered Mantra Q, and it's first blood for Tomio.
I think that's one where you have to split. Hope that you can get Manui to go down and not your Yunara, but a really nice play for Tomio. Munchie's going to get access to a little bit, but as you called out, Rafa, setting behind the bot lane that much, well worth it for Tomio and friends.
Conviction, recognizing how strong Blue Otter can be if they can get to the later stages of the game, and especially off the strength of Levitate's performance on the Sivir when he got enough items in his inventory. This time, they're going to pay respect and decelerate this man.
The other thing I kind of want to see is, does Munchie try to contest the respawn Raptors? Because if you're Munchie right now, you can kind of math out or path out just where Tomio started. Like, the respawns are going to be kind of in sync, which Tomio's doing now with the help of Karma to contest the Raptors, which he's then going to lose. So I would like to see Zyko full cross, showing everything, and just go protect the Raptors to make sure that Munchie can't respond now.
Yep. He's already shadowing Tomio on every move that he makes at this point. Young in a lot of trouble, flashes away. The Ignite is going to be enough, and Insanity picks up his first kill on the lock.
And that's the mid-jungle 3v3 that we said was really threatening. Insanity kind of feels like he gets that kill for free, as Young flashed a little bit late in response to Insanity's flash, was enough to pick up the kill, and again, push Conviction ahead in a game where we feel like it's important they can push the pace.
So far, Conviction already surmounting with a 1.5k gold lead, spread across, for the most part, their mid and jungle duo. A little bit of gold in Cody Sun's pocket as well off of the assist, so things are going well for that snowball win con from the side of Conviction, and Blue Water are going to have to really dig deep to stabilize here in the next few minutes.
And the bot lane does get easier over time. It's just Karma Poke versus Lulu early on, so oppressive. I think that's why Munchie came down to try and help out early on. But of course, turned around by Tomio. And I think that if you're Conviction now, you got to make sure this leads to early objectives and you connect on those. First Dragon should be in the bag for Conviction. Would like to see Tomio put a nice focus on that. Insanity even going to start getting wards down, seeing if he could go for the dive. Not going to be found as Munchie was there on the base and hover. And Tomio actually going to go for the red buff of Munchie. This is a little aggressive. This could be found out. Phillips,
I think he's valid in being able to go for it. Philip is on base,
he
but
hits
Sniper
6 if
can
he gets
easily
this.
move on over and help him out. Tomio has the 1K smite available. That's the big difference here. Munchie cannot contest even if he wanted to, and Tomio is going to continue harassing and pushing him out of the jungle. Philip is here, can throw an explosive cast, body slam flash into the full cast combo. That's a lot of damage, and Sniper doesn't find the public execution just yet, but Tomio survived through it all. Are you kidding me? Oh, that just hurts for both Blue Otters, jungle and top side, to invest so much and get nothing at all.
The Triumph procs, it keeps Tomio alive, and the attempts at engage, I thought when the public execution missed, that would have been enough to make sure that that went the way of Munchie and Phillip. Not the case, though. It was the difference maker was Insanity on the lock. Again, has pushed mid, up early, is double scaling for Young, so we're really seeding stuff as Blue Otter. I don't think Blue Otter gets to fight with these builds until past the second Dragon. This just tells me first 2 Drakes are Convictions, and Maps can be Convictions here for a bit.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out, because that was the big concern just off of the first inventory purchases there from this Orianna. We are praying as Blue Otter to see if Conviction will not close the game out in the first 20 minutes. Otherwise, you're not bringing that much damage on this Orianna in these first few fights, and you're just hoping that Conviction are going to allow you to graciously farm up while they do whatever they please. But we know Conviction, how well they can close out a lead, how they can immediately remove you from all points of safety on the map. We got Grub spawning, we've got the first Dragon spawning as well. We'll see how Conviction wants to play the sequence out.
Take Dragon. It is the priority objective, and you have bot prio. That is step 1. Moment, I would say Manui trying to get cute and break it. I am really surprised, actually, that Blue Water put Manui on Lulu for this game. I think Manui's been... I know he's one of the bigger talkers. He's pretty much engaged duty for this team. I think the Gragas kind of works to try and help, and Xin Orianna's enough engaged. I don't think it's bad rap by any means. Just think it differs from the player profile that I expect from Blue Water. And in a game 3, that's do or die. That is a noticeable choice.
I think it's a good shout out as well of the fact that Manui made such a difference playing on Nautilus last game, where he was constantly roaming. Young, no flash on this Orianna means that it's easy to lock him down with the Cataclysm. Young, at least being super durable, does not go down that easily, but cannot necessarily threaten Tomio to die, except for the Shockwave pulling him into the turret range. That does get the flash out of Tomio.
That is perfectly fine, by the way. I mean, he's going to TP and get all this, so that is A-okay. Getting Cataclysm and Flash for nothing, it's going to honestly kind of help get Young back in things. Timer where the ults are not being used, but it does secure Conviction the Grubs. I am a wee bit surprised that it is, again, the Grubs and not the Dragon. That I view as very much the priority objective in the lane where you have priority. I mean, those guys are up 20 CS right now. They're just a little bit surprised that the focus is this and not the Dragon.
Curious if Conviction are making the decision to say, we don't want to remove any of our bot lane pressure just to help burn down the Dragon faster. Jarvan not necessarily as good as Vi in taking Dragons, as we get to look at
picture
our Phillips
perfect
and
until
Ruckle precision
blocks.
play.
He hits 6. I think he hits 6 off a crab that his pet killed. I'm not even kidding. And then Purgatory comes in and they get everything. But I called before he took the red. I thought the red buff was 6. I was like, he gets 6 off the red. So I thought the flip was really dangerous for Munchie. He didn't get it. I think that his pet must have killed a Krug. That got him 6. That did really help turn the play, because the Purgatory plus the Cataclysm was enough to make sure that they had the damage, get the Triumph procs out before Tomio went down. So, man, game of inches up there. As again, I think that when you open up that play or the clip, I cannot fault Philip or Munchie for going for that. I really feel like that was a good play from Blue. It was just so close. Not enough, and that getting turned on. That was a pretty tough loss. One that has them a big part of the reason why they're down 4K gold right now.
Yep.
Now we drag him. This cannot be contested. This is free of free.
Everything pushed out. Munchie already pathing to the top side where he does have camp spawning, so understandable trade. I'm with you, Matt. There could have been a different timeline where if Insanity doesn't join up there, if the Krug doesn't die and Cataclysm is not there, it was literally a game of inches in that 2v2 scuffle. So, Blue Water, it's on them to maintain a resolute fortitude and try and battle from here on out. TP coming in from Philip, looking for Cody Sun. Already used the Arcane Shift, hits him with the Body Slam, and another nice full combo with the Cataclysm, or the Explosive Cast, I should say. Levitate picks up the kill credit. Sniper answers with zone TP, public execution on Philip, but he absorbs it, but a good flash from Sniper is able to chase down Manui's Lulu and trades 1-for-1.
I think that's a good TP from Philip as they make a play to try and break the bot lane, getting a kill on Cody's Son and on to Levitate. That's big. You're down 4K gold as Blue. You'll take that. You're not winning that lane in isolation anyway. But the response from Sniper also very good. As the TP in, the flash for that play, really well played by Sniper to make sure that that play did go answered for him and Conviction, as he's going to stick around in this lane. Philip's going to walk back to the caddy wave and not going to lead the first brick, but gotta imagine the first brick's going to fall here soon with Conviction having 3 grubs and all the turrets at 3 points or less.
Quite tough to step up to the top minion wave when there's a Jarvan right beside you if you are Levitate. So he's going to pay respects while Zyko moves in, waits for Manui to potentially escort him to the minion wave so he doesn't lose too much. They're going to even call on Munchie just to make sure that there is no dive that happens from the side of Conviction.
They don't have ults. Yeah, Munchie's enough to deter them. I think it's a 3v2 that's playable for Conviction. It's Conviction ults versus no ults for Blue Water bot lane. So I actually like that look from Tomio and Conviction, but not going to happen. Munchie steps up, able to defend, and gets his lane back in lane.
A lot of damage onto Young there from Insanity's lock. Rushing that Lich Bane, already has it online, as well as the tier 3 Lucidity boots, so he's got a lot of CDR. It allows him to spam those Ritual Nails and Ashen Pursuit combos off cooldown. Tomio, meanwhile, invading the bot side quadrant since there is no tier 1 turret to protect Philip on his push, and he's got Sniper there on his side to allow him to pillage all of these resources away from Munchie.
Yeah, Tomio made that show topside that I felt like was necessary from Munchie. Very, very, very expensive for Munchie, as he just pillaged his entire jungle and has a 2-level lead now on the Munchie, who camp and a half away from catching up, but much better look for Tomio in this game, kind of returning to the stock standard jungle picks, playing with his team well.
Yep. Told you, man. Jarvan fries were being put in the bag this game.
You didn't have to convince me. That's for sure. You didn't tell me? You didn't have to convince me.
Yep. 5.5k gold lead for Conviction here at the 14-minute mark. We're 24 seconds away from Rift Herald, and then under 2 minutes for a second dragon. It's not going to be either Mountain or Hextech Soul this game.
I still don't think it's time to fight for Blue Water. And this is where I feel like the dragons not being taken quickly by Conviction is definitely a big perk, Rafa. Second dragon going over at 16:45. Who cares if you're a scaling comp and you get 11 more minutes to try and scale up from there? That's plenty of time to get Yunar to 3 items or more. So I'm okay with Blue Water, I think, seeding everything until Dragon 4. Sincerely, you don't want to seed Baron, but I'm pretty okay with them giving up everything else until Dragon 4.
I mean, listen, thankfully for Blue Water, Conviction didn't take the first dragon until past 10 minutes, so
yeah, exactly.
You're fine to try and wait this one out for another 15. That should get you to around minute 29, minute 30. And hopefully for Blue Water's sake, the game hasn't already been finished by Conviction at that point, or you haven't lost too much of your base before we get to that point. And for Conviction, I think there's going to be a little bit more urgency as we get to further dragon spawns, that you can't just settle on dragons and be like, okay, yeah, that's it. We're just scaling alongside them. I think you're going to have to start making plays to push in through these tier 2s and the inhibitors as well.
Someone's going to have to build Serpent's Fang too, because there is too much shielding going on Blue Water side. And there's not exactly a great Serpent's Fang user, unless you're maybe Ambessa. But I think that item's necessary coming in later on.
It might be a third item angle from Sniper.
Yeah.
Because I think second item... what is his phage? Is he going Black Cleaver? Not Shojin?
Yeah. Probably double up on Cleaver.
Alright. Blue Water attempting to enter this river quadrant. But they are immediately sent packing by Conviction. And we'll return to the mid-wave, potentially the top side of the map, where there is a blue buff for the taking, but Munchie is not going to be bold enough to walk in by himself or drag any of his teammates there. It's just a second dragon secured for Conviction, and we're getting Chemtech Soul this game.
Oh, Blue Water likes seeing that. You can stack up the heals and the shields.
Can you imagine trying to finish off an Ambessa, and then as she gets lower on HP, she gets more?
That's also stinky.
Durable.
That's stinky.
Yeah.
But glass half full. What if our Lulu has 4 Chemtech dragons behind it? That's a fatty.
Also with Young on Oriana, like the command protect shield.
No, I think it's a good draw. I think it's
Yeah.
actually a good draw. It's like also not... I mean, yeah, Ambessa with Chemtech is good, but it's not one of the stronger souls that you can go up against. I think Conviction gets value out of this too, is... There isn't a Serpent's Fang user on Blue Water's side, and there is a lot of... Like, Karma and Ambessa are enough to warrant a Serpent's Fang from teams, from what we've seen. So, nice part about Chemtech Soul. Trampoline, as Minumi gets out, but the siege continues for Conviction.
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier for either Tomio or Sniper to go Serpent's Fang third than it is for Yunara. I think if she is forced to build Serpent's Fang, then she's crying in the club. So we get a Rift Herald charge on the tier 2 in the top side. Should not be able to make it to the inhibitor tower as Munchie kills it.
And the gold is 7k. I think we've done a decent amount of coping for how Blue Water might be able to get things later. The reality is that I think I've seen Tomio cycle out Munchie's bot side like the last 3 spawns. And the gold lead just keeps on continuing to blow up for Conviction. They have done a nice job of pushing this forward. And the grubs being secured and the Herald and everything has led to a nice push in a dead mid laner for Blue Water.
Young won't even bother burning a shockwave or a flash on that one. He knew that the outcome would not change. And as you called out, Conviction cycling yet another rotation of the blue quadrant jungle here away from Munchie. See, this is how you deal with comeback bonus experience in the jungle. You just never let them get a camp. It's just...
I still can't believe what happened yesterday.
Oh, no. Don't worry. I'm livid that
I heard you mauling in that. And respectfully so. I mean, that was... There was someone that, like, commented on the tweet I made, like, if you're a pro jungler and you can't turn 1,000 gold lead into the game, you probably shouldn't be a pro jungler. I'm like, dude, the guy's up 5 camps and he's up 100 XP. Like, that's messed up. That's messed.
Dude, there was a point in that game where Griffin actually got a level lead over Low Jazz. That is just... That should not happen.
No,
Philip might just die from the Purgatory, but does flash the animation of it. Gets out before it could connect for the extra damage as the Ignite brought him very critically low, but not low enough to finish him off.
Oh, would have been close there for sure. So Philip going for the squishy one-tap Gragas build. We have seen him vary things up a bit on the Gragas, but...
Ooh, he's going Imperial Mandate. Second, yes.
Yeah. I don't know enough about Gragas right now, but I bias towards the Hero build just because ability haste in your W is so good with like Gragas. Like having tankiness behind you, just given what his W is, and then get a lot of ability haste in that build too.
Roa what? Roa Seraphs or Roa Cosmic?
Yeah. You can either. You can go Roa Fimble Winter for all I care. All the above.
Yeah. Well, even
For the one
I
taps.
get it that. Yeah, I get that you're going to be a lot tankier with Roa and then whatever HP CDR item you're getting. At the very least, Rocket Belt, given the state of things, I think Roa, unfortunately for Blue Otter State, was too greedy and he needed some immediate power. It's not like it's at least 300 HP. You still are getting 20 ability haste off of the Rocket Belt. A little bit of motion with the Rocket Belt active. And then the Imperial Mandate is going to give even more CDR to both Body Slam and Explosive Cask. So,
That is nice.
oh, yeah.
Very useful abilities we see Philip use well consistently. This player that has bias towards Gragas, and whenever we see his Gragas, we understand why he has bias towards it, and we're happy to see it.
Can Felipe connect with the Bomba once he gets the Imperial Mandate online? Will be the question. So we see our third Drake spawn here at the 22-minute mark. And Tomio
Not
and the
spotted.
Saudi Sun are immediately burning it. Yep.
Yep. I mean, again, for Blue Water, it's no contest until 4th Drake. Now, you can't give up the Baron, and that's where things get a little bit more difficult. And where Conviction, again, deserves a lot of credit, because they have snowballed this gold lead.
Yeah.
They've not stagnated. It is not stagnated whatsoever. It's been compounding.
A majority of that advantage has really come up in the jungle differential, just because all of Munchie's income has been stolen or denied, unfortunately for him, in the past 10 minutes. So Tomio gets to sit with a solid full item advantage, that Black Cleaver, while Munchie is still trying to work towards his second item, as well as some tier 2 boots. He's just running on brown bags at the moment, which, especially on Summoner's Rift, is not very comfortable. You need some Nikes at the end of the day, and Tomio's just going to start up this Baron. I don't think Blue Otter can do anything about it.
This Blast Cone will spot it. So now they know. Yeah, Munchie being behind like this. We did talk about how Zinzao, you get to stat check people. Big deal that he's behind.
Watch
Wow,
Insanity's
that power
position.
away.
He is waiting for all of Blue Otter to
Oh,
circle
he's not
on
spotted
in.
too. Spotted now.
His control ward is going to alert his presence to the rest of Blue Otter. He's slowed by Yunar's W. Philip trying to corral around 4,600 HP on the Baron. They're going to stop it for now. They've done their job in pulling Blue Otter in.
Good job,
They
Blue.
do anything with it.
Honestly, really good job there by Blue. They don't want to take a team fight now. They're still down 7.5k gold. They're waiting on items. Second item, jungle. Third item, AD. They still need time. But the fact that they got Conviction to use that time to hit the Baron, good. Now, Conviction is also doing the right thing. They're returning to the scene of the crime. And it just so happens that Blue Otter, team-based outside Levitate, who does lose his ultimate, and that's a big cooldown lost.
He's not going to be able to have it by the time they
It's
manage
gone.
to get into
It's
the
gone.
pit. Yeah, Blue Otter just giving up on it. The best thing they can do, push through the mid-wave, try to see if
That
they can
hurts.
knock out this tier 1 turret and get some objective bounty gold back into their pockets. But Baron secured for Conviction. And Blue Otter can't even push through mid. Sniper holds it down.
Yeah, I think that's one where when they see Sniper mid, I think you got to start funneling into that river. And I know it's tough, but they're coming off a reset, so they're going to have wards. They're going to have tools to try and get through there. But for me, Sniper being mid's the giveaway for Baron still being looked at. He's a top laner with TP. His role is not to be taking care of mid waves. One of the few reasons that you have that is, to try and trap them. And I think that they would have walked into the trap, but I think that's when you kind of have to walk in, because now Baron is up for Conviction to try and set up this dragon. And they will have Baron up for all the waves until this dragon spawn.
Yeah.
And this is
Yeah.
Chemtech Soul. So, not to mention the fact that inners are still standing. And with Baron, these inners are going to fall to the 3 Grub Conviction team. It's going to be a 10k gold deficit you're going into a soul fight with. And that is a doomsday scenario for Blue Otter.
Conviction keeping it clean like they did in game 1. Pretty much every neutral objective being denied away from Blue Otter, and it has just not looked like they have had a chance to fight back ever since that top lane fight between Philip and Munchie when they were trying to catch out Tomio invading. Conviction now, as you called out, this Baron buff will last until the Chemtech Soul does spawn, which will line up perfectly for when they will stop the siege and retreat back into the river and look for their soul prize.
How do Blue Water contest? Because Philip does not have TP.
Cubby,
That would be their best way in.
you know it's dire when your jungler
Yep,
on a second item is building Elixir of Iron.
I see
It's
it.
like, guys, I can't afford even tier 2 boots. This fight might be our last, so I am holding on to this consumable just in case things get sticky. And Insanity with the Baron buff, pushing and forcing Blue Water into a difficult choice. Answer the push. He won't even let them have the time to do so. He immediately
That was
recalls.
That was smart, because Blue Water has no choice but to stack up here. Philip's got no TP, so just got free gold for himself. Got a really nice reset. Insanity as a Seekers to pack and boot. As Elixirs just got popped. And Blue Water. Last chance for Blue Otter Summer to try and stay online. Gonna need a miracle. And honestly, probably gonna need the shutdown Insanity somehow in this fight. I think that is step one. As this lock is doing a lot of work.
Tomio has GA, so he can dive without any fear.
This is
And
great.
set up the fight for Rest of Conviction. Dragon has been leashed. Munchie on the front lines right now. Young trying to keep tabs of Insanity's flank on the right
really
side,
deep.
but they lean off of it. He is spotted. Tomio's into the back line with the Cataclysm. Public Execution falls right on top. The Shockwave hits on the 2. Explosive Cask already used for decent damage, but Levitate is under fire, and Levitate is slain. Sniper slices him down where he stands, and the Blue Water Summer comes to a crumbling halt. Conviction wipe away the dreams of Blue Water's chances, and they rally in for the base to win the series and clinch playoffs.
Game 2 wasn't exactly the conviction that we want to see in playoffs, but games 1 and 3, that looks like the conviction that we've been waiting to see this summer as they solidify themselves in playoffs, and any bracket they're in becomes a whole lot scarier for the rest of the league.
Multiple looks of relief from the members of Conviction. Understandable emotions after the second game of the series. But Conviction get it done at the end of the day, and to be quite frank, as what we expected coming into the broadcast today. We know that the core of this team has won the past few splits of NACL between their time on Conviction, on Luminosity, and even on both Disguised and C9 Challengers. So, good to see them lock in for this series in games 1 and 3. And hearts go out to Blue Otter, who are now, if they want to stay in the NACL, they're going to have to do it through the promotion relegation tournament later on this year.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see when that promotion relegation tournament is. But hoping to see Blue Water back. I think that they are an org that brings a lot of positivity to the NACL. I like what they've done in terms of building the rosters, if it hasn't worked out, and love what they do as an org, which I think will be highlighted this weekend with the League Impact Series they're putting together too. So definitely an org that I really want to see stick around the NACL, and definitely have bias there as a caster, just given what they bring to the space, and rightfully so. They've earned it. But on the flip side, we have a lot of bias towards Conviction, as we've given them a lot of grace throughout the years, year, as one of our finalists that finds themselves in one game away from being in promotion relegation for NACL, as the team that going into the split was the favorites to be going into promotion relegation versus an LCS team at the end of the year. So, you know, it's good that this graph looks like the S&P 500 for Conviction, because it has been a very tumultuous split over there for CNV. So hopefully they can figure out the right formula for playoffs and put together more of what we saw on the Rift today in terms of stepping up and trying to compete for that LCS slot.
It's still a long road ahead of them. They clinch playoffs, but they're going to be coming in as the 4th seed from their group. So I'm curious. I don't know if we have the bracket updated with this result in mind. If we don't, that's okay.
Ooh,
Production.
I got it.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, of course. I have a second monitor with tabs prepared for the day, Rafa. As it's kind of interesting because, I mean, they just played the 1 seed of the winner's bracket. So
Okay,
Conviction were
well,
in the losers group, and they play Cupid.
Okay.
And then the winner of the upcoming matchup plays NRG in the bracket.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's. I was just curious if it was Cupid or NRG.
Cupid versus Conviction round 1. All right. Woo! That's what everyone expected.
I know that Cupid are excited about having to play against Conviction, potentially returning to form for just in time for playoffs, but we'll get to that story later next week. But for now, it's time to celebrate Conviction getting into playoffs, and what better way to do it than to celebrate one particular individual who stood out above the rest. Something about David Insanity Chalet, Cubby, when it comes to playoffs form, you know, he locks in and he brings out the best when it's time to clutch up or shut up. And Insanity always clutches up and brings out a fantastic performance. For me, the most notable was the Lissandra in that game 1. I mean, that's a champion we don't see that often. And he made it look like that it belonged in the meta as a staple.
I mean, Insanity just continues to be one of the best, one of the most consistent players that we have in the league. And while the regular season performances aren't there, as when it comes to crunch time, we've yet to see someone beat him. So I'm excited for the matchup between him and ABO, because the last time they went up against each other in the playoff bracket, Insanity, for me, mid-diffed that matchup last summer. And
yeah,
Cupid opened up their season against Conviction and kind of sent them down this path to kick things off with the 2-0 they found week 1. So to have a chance for Cupid to kick off your regular season and your playoff bracket beating Conviction, that would give a team a lot of confidence if you're able to do both, because Conviction has players like Insanity on the other side of the rift. So definitely a tough out in the bracket. We'll see how they do, because I think though everyone's going to look at the seeding for the bracket in this playoff and go like, I don't believe the seeding for this playoff.
Yeah.
And I know that we had a very topsy-turvy bracket in spring where the finals was between almost our 5th and 6th seed. I mean, Conviction was the 6th seed, and then CCG beat the 5th seed to get in against Winthrop. But yeah, it's I think that no one's going to believe that Conviction is a 7 or an 8 seed, as they do walk into this bracket as the 8th seed. This is going to be a team that you have to beat if you want to have a chance to beat this guys to make it into the LCS.
Yep. A few of the members on Conviction are no strangers to that road, having attempted it last year on Luminosity. And we'll see if Conviction can rally through this playoff bracket and be one of the top 2 teams that gets a chance to challenge Disguised for that spot. As honestly, I feel like if we had any less expectations for this team, it would be a disservice to the caliber of these players on this roster. So, obviously, best of luck to them moving forward. We are waiting for an interview for one of the players from Conviction. So, until then, we get to comment further on state of things for NACL and going further before we dive too deep into our next series, which we still have one more of for Last Chance Qualifier between Contingent and CCG. Is there anything else that stood out to you, Matt, that you would like to hit on about Conviction in this prior series?
I think that there's just been problems in draft and how the team links up that did not exist against Blue Water, and I think that it will get challenged by other opponents in the playoff bracket. But again, Conviction's a team that if you want to compete for that LCS spot, you're going to have to go through them, and they're still, for me, the expected favorites to compete for that LCS slot. So, curious to see what the rest of the league can do to try and compete against it. I know Cupid and NRG and the rest of the playoff bracket will be coming forward as well, but as far as I'm concerned, the team that has the duo that has gone 3-0 in the last 3 NACL finals is the team to beat until they're beaten. So,
yep.
Yes, they are the 8th seed. Yes, it was a really tough regular season. But I think if you followed NACL, you see this team, you see the names of the roster, it is easier for us to write this off, and the players historically have earned the right that we write those performances off for what they've done in crunch time. So I'm excited to see if that can be the case again for Conviction. And as much as my heart goes out to Blue Water, and as much as I wish that they would have been able to stick around NACL guaranteed, I hope that they get their spot back, sincerely, as they have been nothing but a positive contribution to the NACL. So, No, a double relegated split is not, year is not the year they were hoping to have, but hoping to see them bounce back and the promotion tournament coming to a time and place near you soon.
Yeah. Also, top tier social media game from Blue Water, always killing it on their graphics and everything done for their presence on socials. But anyway, we do have our interview ready, so let's go ahead and welcome on in the chef from the mid lane himself, Mr. David Chalet, aka Insanity. Always a pleasure having you on the interview desk, brother. First of all, I want to come to you about the Lissandra game, because it seems like when it comes to these playoff-esque moments, you always have something cooked up in the kitchen, man. Where did the Lissandra come from? Was this prepared, or was it just something you saw an angle for and you said, pick me this, coach?
I'm gonna be honest, I kind of just pulled that out of my ass. I don't think I played Lissandra for like a month and a half, but it was a really good pick that game. So, I was pretty confident, especially when they banned Galio. So I was just broken champ right now in the right scenario.
Understandable. And you always seem to find a way to identify those angles. I mean, when I think of like past cooks you've done, AP Kog'Maw, always a pleasure to see, whether it's the sniper build from last year or even the Dusk and Dawn variation from this prior split as well. Is there more cooks coming for playoffs, or things yet to be explored for the next patch?
I don't think I can reveal that yet, to be honest with you.
That's fair enough. Almost got you, but you've been in the game too long. You understand. So, but I will say, marksman buffs coming in. I hope you bring back some classics from back in the day. Definitely have fond memories of some from your time on TSM and Shopify Rebellion. But grander scope, relief that you guys are in playoffs and don't have to worry about promotion relegation tournament. For NACL, you get to at least stay on the road to LCS. What was the previous week like coming into this last chance qualifier? What were some of the focuses from the team as you guys prepared for this match?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't actually remember. It's been a long week, man. It's been a long week, but I think for the most part, we kind of we're just trying to focus on like actually being more coordinated. And Tomio kind of stepped in last minute for us, so props to him and thanks for. Thank you to him for playing pretty damn well, except for the Kane game. We're gonna have a talk after this. Yeah, it was mostly just us trying to figure out how to connect more as a team, and I guess just be more synergistic, because it felt like we were doing fine the first series that we played together, especially with Barry, but it kind of regressed a little bit, but almost for no reason. It's kind of hard to figure those things out sometimes.
Well, at least it's nice to know that not only Tomio is back in, but it seems like you guys are returning to a lot of the form that we know that you guys can put out as a jungle mid duo. Looking forward, your first opponent is going to be Cupid Esports. Is there anything that you guys have that you are looking out specifically into that matchup, or is it just more individual team focus from your side as the Conviction squad that's more important?
We're worried about ourselves for now. Like, we beat ourselves most of the time. For them, I'll worry about them either tomorrow or some other day. Be tired.
Fair enough. Appreciate your time, David, as always. Before I let you go, is there any other shout outs that you would like to give on the broadcast?
Yeah, shout out to everybody on the team and all the effort everybody's been putting in. It's been kind of a rough split, but everybody's been pulling through as best as they can, so grateful to them.
I'm grateful to you for giving us the time, and always being a pleasure to have here. David, congratulations on clinching playoffs, and best of luck to you and the squad as you guys continue through.
Yep. Thank you, guys. GG's.
GG's, man.
GG's.
Love the honesty. Pulled the Lissandra out of the ass on that one. And hey, when you recognize an angle for that, sometimes you don't necessarily need to have practiced it if you are that confident.
I mean, we're a great example right here, Rafa. I have no hands. If I pull out the Lissandra, you're absolutely thrilled, because that's champion I can actually play. And you're a jungler, so that works out well. So guess it worked out well for Insanity and Tomio that time around. And hey, Conviction get to keep on trying to improve, come together as a team. Appreciate the shout outs that Insanity's been given to his teammates. Was even shutting out Perry with me when I was catching up with him to see if Perry was going to be a full-time solution or not. So spreading the positivity, spreading the love, and continuing the good gameplay we're seeing from him. So props to David. And it's time to lock in for our next series, Rafa, as we've got a good one. And we have to see if our runner-up for spring can also qualify for the LCS bracket, or I should say the bracket to earn the right to play an LCS team coming up, as CCG has yet to book their ticket into the playoffs after being a finalist last split. And we'll see if they can do so against a contingent today that started off 2-0 and dropped their next 3 series in the NACL.
Definitely been a rough past 3 weeks afterwards, but Contingent are going to definitely try and bring their best. But before we get further into the series, we do have a coach interview from Autoboost from the side of the CCG camp. So why don't we go ahead and welcome him on in.
Always good to have Autoboost on the broadcast with us, as usually pretty transparent with his thoughts on CCG. Do or die game against Contingent today, Autoboost. And I know that coming in, you guys have had a split where some changes were kind of forced upon you, with Dardoch moving up. Just kind of want to give you a moment to highlight Aeon, who is the newest player in the lineup. And for me, I was really pleasantly surprised with how he performed going up against Conviction with that 2-0 win. What's it been like incorporating him on the team, and what are some of the positives that he's brought to the team, or positives that you've seen from him?
I mean, the good things about him is that we didn't actually feel the damage that much when Dardoch left, because when it comes down to a transition, a tier 1 player to a tier 3 player, it's probably about how big the gap on communication is going to be, and how knowledgeable is he on the game. And he was pretty decent, I would say. We didn't have that many tryouts because we didn't have that much time. It was pretty much overnight. I was watching his stream, and then I sent him a message, send me bots. I watched 2 or 3 bots. We had 1 tryout, 1 day of tryouts, and we signed him, and we just gamble with him. Okay, you are ready to go, and we hope for the best. That was the plan. Also, it wasn't Dignitas came to us and it was a forced decision that we had to let Dardoch go. We had a communication with Dardoch about how do you feel, do you want to go, and stuff like that. And he wasn't sure 100%. He asked me, especially, I think, that he believed in the project at that time and he wanted to stay. And I just told him just leave and don't look back. Everyone is playing in this league to just reach LCS. Coaches, players, everyone involved is just aiming to get there. So it's just about you need to go, right? This opportunity, you need to take it 100%. Anyone in that spot will take it 100%. So it wasn't a forced decision. It was everything was communicated, and we let him go pretty much.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been fun to see him hit the stage and to see the LCS fans kind of re-embrace him. But in terms of the NACL fans embracing Aeon and your team, it's been fun to see how you guys have worked throughout the year. I know you've talked a lot about development. How does development, how do you balance that out now, stepping into a match that is do or die? Has that kind of changed your approach going into things with the team, now that things are push come to shove and development is kind of all led up to these matches that we'll be playing for the rest of the playoffs? Or is it a similar approach for you guys behind the scenes?
I mean, it doesn't really change anything, I don't think, on the back end. Everyone wants to compete, right? We want to win. Any match is the same thing. We don't even know when promo relegation is going to be in the worst case scenario. So it's not really a pressure for it happening. I don't really care for my POV, right? It's just about we want to win, we go to playoff, and that's it. I think most of the teams on playoff are already looking at this series and they hope us to lose because they know we can beat them. They know for sure we can beat them.
Yeah, looking at the other side of the rift for you guys today in terms of Contingent, the team you guys want to beat, what's the biggest challenge that you feel like they present on the rift for you guys as a team?
From Contingent, I mean, we didn't actually play them on the regular season or anything, so it's only a scrims, theory, and watching their live games. I don't think they are the best team in the world, but when it comes down to this league and everyone's level, it's just about how you wake up, right? I think if we wake up the same as we did 2 days ago, we can beat any team in this league. Energy is going to be an easy matchup. We just keep it constant, right? which is the most like difficult part. We just need to be constant.
Well, hope to see some of that consistency and constant success today on the Rift. Autobus, let you get back to the team. Always a pleasure to have you join us in the broadcast and share your thoughts. And best of luck today with your squad.
Right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Let's get Rafa back on in here. Yeah, always fun. I really appreciate Autobus interview. I feel like he always kind of lowers the curtain and gives you an honest view on what's going on with the team behind the scenes. So it's been really fun to have him join us on the broadcast for a lot of these coaches interviews going into the year. And excited to see if they can earn their spot and chance to do that. So in the playoffs, as they have to beat Contingent, one of the newcomers that we did have into the NACL this split, and a team that got off to a really hot start with 2-0, but they've had a couple slips and tumbles here in the last couple series we've seen from them.
Yep. And going into a do-or-die series, they're not having their starting mid laner. They're calling upon a fan favorite of the NACL and Tier 2 overall. But before we talk about Contingent, we do have to talk about CCG, and they're starting 5 for today's series. Fiji, Aeon, Crystal, Lesa, Spawn, and only 35. Which, when we look at this roster, it's crazy to think how only 35 and Fiji, some of the newer players of the NACL ecosystem, this being only 35 second year overall, Fiji's first, but they are the most tenured members of this organization. As when we got a chance to talk to only 35, this roster is practically built from the ground up from spring split and their second place finish in against Conviction.
That is kind of wild to think that those guys are the longest tenured members of the team as a rookie and a second year player. But I know the one one player not pictured is Aeon, and I want to give a shout out to his Tier 3 team. Samsara actually put out a really nice promotion video for him, getting bumped up to the NACL, and I think him beating Conviction and the manner of which CCG did it was one of the bigger surprises, even with Conviction struggles. Just Dardoch is so important to this team, and the fact that Aeon steps in, plays for a week. It looks okay, like it was a competitive 3-game series, but they lost the first series with him. And second series takes down Conviction. I know that he's someone that I've had the chance to work with in a combine behind the scenes. I know that Blue Water were really considering him actually for the run for the year, as he was on their short list of junglers. So when he got picked up as an emergency, I wasn't that surprised. And what Autobus said about what he brings in comms, he really thinks about the game. And I know that I remember from that combine just sticking around afterwards and talking with me and other coaches and junglers just about like, hey, when and where can I invade? Like, why? Like, what's the ramifications of this? Not just the play, trying to view the play like a few camps ahead was what he was working on in that combine. Obviously, he's come a long way from there where that was opening players, but to see him, again, just second series beat Conviction, that's a hell of a splash to make as someone stepping into big shoes in Dardoch, who I think has a very authentic argument for before he left being the most important player to his team within the league.
Yep. And depending on how this summer split played out, Dardoch was going to be on my short list for MVP. If not for the summer split, the entire year. But going over to their opponents on the other side of Summoner's Rift, it is Contingent Esports, one of the newcomers off of their successful promotion into the NACL in between spring and summer split. Mr. Johnny Rockets rocketing in the top lane, Kaido in the jungle, Shochi subbing in for Asila, and then Daption and Tub keeping it locked down in that bot lane duo.
You know, I'm really bummed that Perry didn't play today, just because we could have had the entire old lineup of Cincy Fear from Split 1 of NACL competing for the last chance qualifier. But again, for Contingent, I definitely had the story for this team that they were kind of slighted. I think every player, outside of Johnny Rockets, who's a rookie, has been looked down upon throughout their career at times. Like Kaido, you know, what didn't land a lot of jungle academy gigs, ended up on TLF, ended up with a name change. Daption swapped roles. Tub was relegated from the league. Silo was kicked off his team, and then Johnny Rockets was taking names as on his college team, beating bigger colleges than him. So
St. Cloud, baby. Shout out to them.
Even before that with Minnesota, right? But I view this team as like trying to really come into the league and prove that they can take names and belong here. And now in this, last chance qualifier, they have a chance to prove that by beating the finalists of last split, who have had a couple barriers that have been unique to them. They've had to overcome for this split, but I go into today thinking that CCG is the favorite. I think that this matchup should be closer than what we had for Series 1 on paper, but we'll see if it can be closer in execution.
Yeah. And when it comes to our face-to-face matchup presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade, We're doing something a little different here, Cubby, because both of these players haven't really gotten a lot of spotlight time. One being Aeon, a very, very recent introduction and change thanks to the promotion of Dardoch into the LCS over on Dignitas. But then also for Tub, he's been one of the key members for Contingent Esports when they are successful, as we are in a roaming support dominated meta.
Yeah.
And when Tub is finding his footing, he has been quite surprising as a presence that you do have to respect on the map.
I think it's been a really pleasant surprise for this team, because the last time that we saw Tub, it was the Pulse team that couldn't win
Tub
versus
and
they couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag. So to see him now kind of come into the NACL and roam as well as he has, I think he's had really big moments and splash engages that for me have been, I don't have him at the top of my list of young supports we've seen this split of NACL that have done well, but I've been really pleasantly surprised and impressed by a lot of the support play that we've seen in the league. That's the role that I hit the highest elo on, so I have a little bit of a more critical eye looking at that one. And I've oftentimes been disappointed by the support crop that we have, but I really feel like we've had a meta that shifted extremely. If you look at support throughout the year, we went from playing Enchantresses in the spring to roaming like this in the summer. I think a lot of our players have played and adapted well throughout that, especially young supports. I know that we didn't see Tub in spring, but seeing the splash that he's made on this team versus, not being able to fight your way out of a paper bag with Pulse has been a really pleasant surprise, because when a team's that bad, it's hard to attribute it to any one person. And it's been really nice to see Tub just step into a new team and have a lot more success in this team. So we'll see if we can step up for the team today, because Only 35 has been one of the biggest and best players for CCG throughout the year, and has been a support that we've really looked at as going from someone that was kind of a burger flipper in the middle of the pack of the league to now competing for one of the best players in his role as a really consistent performer.
Yeah. The fact that CCG is playing for their lives here in this last chance qualifier does not reflect the year that Only 35 has had. He has, that run that CCG had in spring, a major part was because of Only 35 and Dardoch being able to get a lot done together as a jungle support duo. But now it's crunch time, baby, and that means we've got our first draft of this series and things already taking a bit of a turn. Ezreal first pick, not far from the ordinary, but a lot of the bans CCG have paid respect to, specifically from Kaido, as he is a well-known Kindred and Kha'Zix player.
It's kind of funny, the other champion I really associate him with is actually the Hecarim, and that hasn't made an appearance yet this split. A little curious to see if we do that. Rafi, you want to talk a little bit of inside baseball? I think there's something fun for the audience at home. It kind of...
Okay.
So, Shochi's going up against CCG, and has a chance to knock them in the promotion relegation tournament.
Oh, I know where you're going with this.
And there was a pretty strong chance or opportunity that Shochi would have been the mid laner in this lineup. So the team that kind of said, nope, we're going to go a different direction, he now has a chance to step into a different team, emergency sub, and knock them out, which is kind of fun.
Oh, man. The chip on Shochi's shoulder is even larger now in this particular series.
He will hold it against them. It's on his. I know Shochi will. It's on his mind. It's definitely on his mind going to the series today.
Yep. We just know that the Twitter banger that he could drop if Contingent Esports win this series is going to be cinema. And for CCG, their opening core alongside this Ezreal turns out to be Shen, most likely for Only 35, as well as a Wukong for Aeon Crystal. Contingent Esports goes for the classic Camille Ziggs combo, so that Tub can make some chaos on the other side of the map. But this Aatrox is a flex.
It is a flex. And I like Aatrox in the Wukong and Shen showing already, and Ezreal. I think it's a pretty happy Aatrox game, but we've seen this piloted by mostly Kaido on the team, but we do know that it is flexible. As been a Johnny Rockets pick for a while, who is really stuck with the fighters up in the top lane. And I think he had a decent start, and then kind of got gapped his last couple of series against strong top laners, right? But Johnny Rockets came in as this young player that really likes to play the carries, and he's stuck to that. That's the game that they've put him on, and he's been playing, but I think that he was doing well, and then he went up against Sniper and Zamudo, and it was clear that there was a bit of a gap between two of the best top laners that we have that do play the carries in our league, and Johnny Rockets. So I think
You know-
opportunity for him to step up against Fiji today, who was really unique for us and was the rookie of the split in spring as a part of playing his own identity, which is pretty much the opposite of how Johnny Rockets plays.
I think there is no shame in losing against Zamudo, nor either of the Shura twins in both Viper and or Sniper and Crimson. But back to picking bands here. Olaf and Mbessa being removed from Johnny Rockets' champion pool, as we know, and CCG knows that this Aatrox could go either way, so trying to remove effectively what champions could be put there. And Contingent wants to hold on to their cards for Shochi's mid lane pick, so they're going to go ahead and blind Zehen here instead for Johnny Rockets.
And they have Aatrox, and they have Aatrox plus Xin Zhao. That's crazy.
Double Darkens. Great synergy.
Wrong game for that.
Could we find a third Darken? Could we find a third Darken? Could we put a Nefiri mid? Question mark.
Yes, but at what cost?
Well, it's funny. CCG.
we cooked far too long with that one.
Syndra gets locked in for Lissa. Pretty safe blind pick. As I'm not confident that it would be a Lulu support if you already have the Shen that is a great answer to the Camille, as you previously pointed out in the prior series. The question is, what do you want to play into the Zehen or Aatrox? There is a world where this Zehen could go into Kaido's hands and it's Johnny Rockets on the Aatrox instead. Whoa! Dear! Yes, Fiji! Let's cook up something new!
Okay, we've got the Udyr top. Not kind of nice. I mean, we did mention Cube on the broadcast earlier, Rafa. I feel like this is actually usually the most appropriate time to mention Cubes when I see an Olaf top or Udyr top on my screen. This is going to be full tank. There are a couple different builds. You can sneak into Leandri's if you want, but I expect this Udyr to be as tanky as possible. And I'm curious to see what he can do, because this is a champion where Victor's going to bring a little bit more damage as Shochi uses that to round out the draft. Decent answer to the Syndra, but Udyr benefits in games that do not have as much damage. And I think the last time we saw CCG, and part of that win over Conviction that was so big, was Fiji playing his champions. I mean, the Swain into the Singed games to find the 2-0 over Sniper, those were two massive picks that I think really warped the games that he was in. And now curious to see if he can do it again on this Udyr, which I don't think I've seen this thing top for a while, Rafa. I know it always gets like sneakily played by Cube. I can't tell you the last Udyr top I've seen.
I know there was another top laner that pulled it out somewhere in the world earlier this year that was kind of noteworthy. I'm gonna do a quick GOL search.
Let's see if I can beat you to it.
I know
as we see Fiji continuing the bop. Fiji tweeted before the series, by the way, that he was going to be bopping to music today, and it's nice to see him bopping to music.
Yeah. If we only look at Tier 1 regional play, domestically, we had Rest from the LCP, who's playing on CFO, if I'm not mistaken, pull it out against the Jax. But usually, that's the caveat of Udyr top. It normally gets played into Jax as a really niche counter pick, because the level 1, your Cryo Phoenix Storm, matches and pretty much spaces Jax perfectly while he tries to go in and match you with Counter-Strike, and you can always space out of it. Level 1, so it's just always a really good matchup. Sasa is the other top laner from the LPL that
I don't want to talk
often
about
associate
Sasa.
being a...
I don't want to talk about Sasa. Let's just move on.
Well, shout out to Ultra Prime. And
Keshi probably played it too, and I don't want to talk about Keshi either.
Come on, man.
I've left you speechless by just flaming top laners.
Well, I mean,
we're
that's something
lucky.
I do off.
We're lucky that we're at least in a league where I still feel like top lane is our deepest role that we have. And it's been nice that Johnny Rockets has added to that. And I will throw our production a small curveball here. I'm not sure if we're going to be hopping into the game immediately, or if we have a little bit of time. If we do have a little bit of time, you caught up with Johnny Rockets a little bit before today, and we're in game. We'll save that one for later. Drop a teaser.
For now, it's time to hit the rift as Contingent and CCG duke it out in our last chance qualifier series. Winner clinches playoffs and continues the coveted road to LCS. And we get to see Fiji debut what I believe
Who's got Ignite?
is his first competitive Udyr. He's got Ignite! Yo!
He's trying to really cook this Zahen early, as it was an early look for the invade from the Camille. And kind of funny to see Shen only 35. I assume that he walked top based and now is going to try and match Camille, which is winnable, by the way, if they are able to find Tub.
Support combat. Only 35 finds a taunt on the Tub, and he's just trying to battle this one out before he hook shots over to the wall. As Tub, you mention it, was trying to keep tabs on where Aeon Crystal was starting.
Part of it's
for the
for
red
Kaido,
buff start
too.
into Krugs.
Look at Kaido.
Kaido. Oh, only 35 was looking for the taunt flash. Doesn't quite connect it, and Tub gonna throw out the fist. It's diabolical. But yeah, you called it out, Kaido's blue jungle invade, and I have no idea if CCG knows that.
They don't.
Or not.
They have no idea this is going on. They only saw Johnny Rockets walk up through that ward, and Kaido's going to hit B, so it's going to be bad news bears here in a sec. Or
Adaption force a flash, spawn, also ignited. As both support summoner spells being traded here in the all-in. Spawn graciously up a level, so can heal up quite a bit off of the base stats, but Adaption now without a flash and could be subject to another engage by only 35. Fiji is proxying the wave, and Kaido says
he gets a lot of info here for his jungler, which honestly, yeah, it's really big because now they can actually look to get Aeon a second buff. And with this being spotted and Udyr having already killed the wave, I think that Kaido has to give this away. So, well played by Fiji, utilizing some of the unique features of Udyr, which is dirty farming very early in the game to make a play. But Tub
tried to flash away though, and Tub still connects with the hook shot. Has he made enough distance? But Johnny Rockets can collapse just as easily. Only 35 is trying to join the party here, but he's way too far away. He got obstructed by Shochi. Must have distracted him or something in the mid lane. There's a flash down on the Victor, but first blood goes to Kaido's Aatrox.
And it's off the move from Tub, who on Camille, you can be really active early. You can try and shut down some of these jungle starts or camps. This time around, he looked to shut down the first camp, finds him though on his teammates buff, and is able to at least, push him out of the jungle from there. So it ends up being a small win early on for Kaido. It is going to come down to this crab, which I think, given bot priority, has to be granted over to Aeon. So I think at the end, the Aatrox got the worst part of this engage, or this trade and these invades from CCG, just because Aeon does get both crabs, and the next spawn of his camps, I don't think is going to be very threatened.
Even with Fiji burning both summoner spells and going down in that jungle, doesn't necessarily look like Johnny Rockets is now steamrolling ahead with an advantage. He did have to give up a wave that was crashed into his turret to make that collapse happen. So it's not the worst position for Fiji to be in. I'm curious to see if Kaido and or Tub actually pays a visit to the top side and tries to help out the Zahen snowball even further. Meanwhile, Kaido trying to check for these Raptor camps, and the Infernal Chains doesn't connect, so he just assumes that they have been started or at least are gone. So Kaido's just going to walk back to the top side.
Gets to clear out his own camps. That's okay. Yeah, I think this early trade, I mean, I'm happier as the Wukong right now, which is a positive, because Wukong, one of the junglers that's still building Trinity Force, so your 1-item spikes not as good, because Sundered Sky just way too much effective health, as everyone at home knows at this point. And what is fortunately changing after this patch. I was asking for this to be nerfed after MSI. I'm kind of bummed it's late. I think it's just one of those things, like, it's so core to the game, they're almost scared to change it. And I do like how the item interacts. I think it is fun to play with Sundered Sky.
It's not fun is for Leza having to deal with a Camille Roam, which is also getting nerfed next patch, and appropriately so, because my goodness, what other support can do stuff like that?
The reach of Camille is that of which it almost gets Rafa to slip up on stuff.
Held my tongue there. Alk would be proud.
You did. Yeah, you did good. You did good there. But, no, I mean, Tub, impact being felt early, and came into this, you know, kind of saying, Tub, I think, has been good. He's been a good support, which has been pleasant to see after, of course, the one time we saw him in NACL. 09 in the relegated, and being probably the least competitive team I've seen covering NACL is not good. That's not how you want to have your career go. But seeing him step into contingent, be part of that team to get bumped up first, step up in the way that he has, it doesn't feel like that 09 split. I can't really attribute that to Tub anymore, just given what we've seen from him in the positives. So I hope to continue to see more, because man, like, he's been on engage duty for this team for the majority of the split, and I think he's played a lot of different engagers well. Like, I like his Camille, I like his Rel, I like what we've seen from the Nautilus. I think he understands his role in a lot of these games. So if he can find a pick here, him and Kaido were efficient.
Shenton lands onto Kaido, forced to flash away. Aatrox not going to be able to get involved in this fight further on. Shochi is down to flash, so it's difficult for him to walk up in this fight as well. Contingent Esports are just forced to give up this crab, which both junglers would desperately love to have. But Kaido dings level 6 off of a camp.
Ooh.
So
that
he's
is
thinking
big.
about going back
He's hiding.
with
Yeah,
World
he's
Ender.
hiding. He's trying to hide it.
Thinks that he's got
He
it.
did.
Pops the World Ender. Aeon Crystal doesn't ding level 6. Forced to flash away from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Only 35. Taunt flash right on top of Tub. And Spawn gets the kill credit.
Kaido smited away the crab, so no Wukong 6. I like what Kaido was trying to do there. I just think that the team didn't have enough. That probably... I think that was a contest for the crab, nothing more. And Tub getting a sent in there. Good play by only 35 to hit the taunt flash. Ends up going down, so... At least they got a big tool out of only 35 that they can maybe look to punish, but... Yeah, re-engage. I like the idea from Kaido, just a little much.
As we continue in the game, CCG preemptively sending their bot lane to the top side so that they can contest for these grubs. Contingent will do the same. Spawn, getting his first kill of the game, now has a Sheen alongside that stacking tier for the later Muramana. We'll see if CCG feel confident enough to force this fight. Right now, Tub is keeping his eyes out on maintaining vision control in this river. And Lessa does have first move if he wants it from Shochi.
It looks like Leandri's for Fiji early on. I know I completely took things the other side of the map, but he did dirty farm a wave, and he's walking up, so they might use Udyr to pressure the grubs and look for it here.
He's hiding in vision right now, not trying to reveal his position, but I think if they took too much time, Lessa already caught the wave that was coming in mid.
It's okay.
So he's going to return back to bot. Tub able to hit a decent vision cone there. Kaido burns the first grub of the pit. Rest of CCG deciding what they want to do, and Kaido smites the second one and immediately takes an exit. So CCG will claim the final one, but good on Contingent to get a majority and avoid any further conflict there.
Yeah, I think that was fine. I like the walk from Fiji, I do. I think it's very opportunistic. He just understands that he has a timer there. This next wave, he's also 50-50 on farming just because it's a cannon wave and he has Aatrox probably working his way down from here. Sees the Gromp up. So, I think sequence played decently by both our squads. I didn't really talk about the scaling of this game, Rafa, as I think that you're trapped on the Udyr being a unique pick. But scaling's weird for me this game because I want to prefer the Ezreal team, but I've seen what Zahen can do in lower damage games, and the champion is filthy. And this might be one of those games for Johnny Rockets. I will say Udyr versus Zahen, not a matchup that I've seen. My logic is that Udyr is there kind of like what you were saying with Jax, Rafa, where the R is used to space, and we're going to use Udyr to try and dirty farm pressure and play around Zahen.
Yeah. Basically jail the top lane carry from ever getting involved in at least early skirmishes and hopefully later team fights if Udyr can ever get a good enough lead that you're always pressuring in the side lane. In one of these scenarios where Contingent Esports have double mages, I don't know if Mundo was available, but I almost thought to myself, wow, CCG could look for a Mundo top angle here if it wasn't banned. And if Udyr can accomplish something like that, where he is just hard to burst down and effectively kill because of your lack of consistent sustained damage from Contingent Esports, then maybe that's the angle that Fiji is going for. I think the only prolific Udyr player in recent history from top lane that I can think of is Impact from his time on Team Liquid back in the, like a couple years ago when they first made their resurgence on the 2024 roster. And I think that'll be a good model for what Fiji wants to accomplish. As Kaido is trying to start up this dragon, Aeon Crystal immediately pulls the trigger, but the Mega Infernal Bomb from downtown finishes off the Monkey King, and now only 35 is Spawn trying to fight this one out. Kaido finishes off the dragon, and they eliminate only 35 from Summoner's Rift. Spawn is forced to flash away. Lissa could not get involved, and now might be in trouble if Kaido lands that Infernal Chains, but good sidestep, gets out alive.
Yeah, good start to the fight from Kaido and Daption, and even like what Tub did going down there, the fact that he was able to at least trap Spawn in the Hextech Ultimatum, did get the flash out of Ezreal, and while that's not the highest value flash of the game, hey, still flash down to the carry, something that Contingent can look to punish. So I think that at least early on with strength, one thing I like with Kaido is just how he's playing with vision and trying to find traps. If people walk into you when you get set up as Aatrox, different champion in terms of the damage he's able to pump out. Oh, he might be dead. Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
He just do be dead.
Ouch.
That was an auto attack as the Q reset from Tub. I'm not sure if that was the first one or if he reset the second auto early. But was able to cast auto attack before the flash. Ends up connecting with the kill. And only 35 ends up dying to get Shochi's flash. So,
well, at the very least, you can always pay a revisit to this mid lane if Shochi finds himself overextended and try and lock down this Victor. You have tools for it outside of just the Shen. Good Scatter the Weak Stun, or even Aeon Crystal getting involved with that Cyclone can do the job. We got first item spikes coming online for a majority of our carries here. Leandries, as you called out, picked up for Fiji. Trinity Force for both Spawn and Aeon. Meanwhile, the Sundered Sky for Kaido on the Aatrox. Gonna be showing us why this champion can even be a thing in the jungle. It is quite good into melees and quite good with this item.
I liked it being picked into what was showing. I did. And I think that this champion's honestly kind of slept on a little bit as a jungler. It's just that a lot of his power is conditional. You need setup. Hence why I was talking about Vision being a good setup and something I think Kaido does well in this champion. But it is kind of nice when you have a player like Daption that's so willing to play mages, usually bringing more utility than ADs. Especially we're really not seeing Ashe or a lot of Jhin right now. And those are the types of champions that do help set up Aatrox for what he wants to do and how he wants to play the game. So I think the fact that Kaido gets to bring that out with his team, definitely something that I give Contingent kudos for with their 2-0 start. I think less so with the 0-3 finish to the split, was melding these awkward champion pools together.
Ooh. Tub continues to rain terror on Summoner's Rift with the Camille Roams, this time finding a flash hook shot onto Spawn.
Man. I feel like he's one of the least talked about players we have in the league. And I just think, like, very quietly, he's been doing really well. I kind of feel similarly about Decoy with Dorado. Just doing a lot of things really well in that team. I love how Decoy views the map, sees waves, and some of the picks he's been willing to bring out. I think individually he has gotten better, even if he's not considered one of the stronger individual players. But how you view the map right now, with how much movement's going on, matters a lot. And to see Tub play these champs that are kind of new, unique to sport, show that he has some of the hands for it, and view the map well, has been a real positive for someone who, again, first outing, relegated from the league, 0-9, who just got destroyed with Pulse. He's looked great with Contingent.
And he's continuing to look great as only 35 dies to one last bomb thrown out by Daption off of the Ignite ticking down from Tub. Contingent Esports leading our first game of our final last chance qualifier series for the day. They're 2.5k and Rift Herald has spawned. If they want this objective, they got to do it soon because the second dragon is spawning in just less than a minute and 10 seconds.
Kind of curious Aeon went for heal cut this early. That is, I think, recognizing what Aatrox and Zahen can do.
Yep. Hey, listen, the Darken healing is messed up.
It's good. It's good. Not just in TFT.
Very true. Big Inferno Bomb trying to cheese out a steal, but Aeon's got the 1400 Empowered Smite off of the jungle role quest being completed, so he's A-okay in finishing that one off. There is time for CCG to reset now before the dragon spawns.
Top wants it, though.
Dub is looking. Hextech Ultimatum at the ready. Locks down Lessa. No flash on this Syndra, and only 35 can only watch as his mid laner falls. And Contingent Esports, even with Aeon in the wings, are not feeling pressure at all.
He casted the Stand United. He got stunned up by the gravity field as he cast the Stand United on top of that. As we get our first look at the Fiji versus Johnny Rockets brawl. Gave Zahen 1Q too many, but at least able to neutralize there. That said, Kaido taking the second Drake and more action going on. Aeon will clean up the Victor. Gets the shutdown, and Tub might have to head for the hills too, as Udyr did TP top.
This is really impressive from Contingent being able to find a strong start in this game one. 2 Drakes, 2 Grubs, 8 kills to 3, almost 4k gold in advantage against CCG. And when I want to turn to the scaling conversation we had earlier, Matt, when you have double mages and you're already this far ahead, you're in a great spot, because the tankiness that's supposed to come in from CCG later on is not going to be enough if you're quite accelerated at the game.
All right, so he stuns, walks out, pops the R, walks out. All right. Good work, Fiji. I'm not surprised that he knows his matchup that he picked in too well. And something that Fiji does very well as a player. Something that our tank players don't get enough credit for, knowing your matchups.
Johnny Rockets is just going to shy off the Cryo Phoenix damage and continue to take a big chunk off of that crystalline overgrowth. Fiji ready to throw hands, but the healing from Johnny Rockets is more than enough to try and fight back against Fiji. And we've got CCG members collapsing fast on a Johnny Rockets. The Ignite pops. Zahen goes down thanks to Lesa with an alley-oop scatter the weak, and Fiji gets his first kill on his Udyr.
Hey, that one looked pretty easy. As if he picks up access to heal cut, that does warp the matchup quite a bit. See if he takes a pit stop for that on his way to what I expect to be, I was about to say Fimbulwinter, but what looks to be our Spirit Visage, as he sees Udyr, sees the 2 mages, and well, he's at least stealing 1 page out of the Mundo book, and that is buying Visage's flash.
It's nothing on adaptation, just a satchel charge. Wow, that was...
What?
Yeah, well played by the bomb specialist. Mr. Daption piloting this Yordle to success, keeping his cool. 3-0-1.
CCG have cut into the lead a little bit last couple minutes. In terms of setup, though, as you kind of tease the gold lead for the mages, Rafa, I think the big thing for me is that it gets them in the river first, usually, when you're up like this. And fighting into the bombs and the lasers are a lot harder than when you have control of the river and they have to come into you. So that's going to be a challenge of sorts for CCG. The one thing I do like is that Fiji can break it. And I think that how he's going to break it is by playing really heavily in the side lanes and potentially getting some more dirty farming in. But we'll see if he has enough strength behind him to do so against this Zahen, who, again, champion does scale really hard, and there is I'd say there isn't, like, enough low damage. It's not enough of a low damage game where I think Zahen's, like, gonna have the automatic pop-off, but I've seen a lot of games where this champion just gets to level 18, you get a melee-heavy fight, and you get the passive rolling, and he just deletes everyone.
Then your passive, when you die, pretty much full heals you, and you get a second life of being able to wreak havoc and chaos. It's awesome. If you are the Zahen player, not so awesome if you're playing into it. CCG are going to do...
The AD he gets is so filthy on the passive. It's so extreme.
Yeah. And he's getting tankier as he gets more grasp of the Undying procs. farming it into Fiji, but we'll see if this Udyr, who, the more I see him play out this Udyr pick, even though this is his first time playing Udyr in a competitive setting, it reminds me a lot of his Singed gameplay, and I think it's accomplishing a lot of what the Singed has done in his prior games as well.
I would agree. I just think the unique trait this game is, as you called earlier, Rafa, the Spirit Visage, because you kind of said, can you do the same thing as Mundo if you get to be the tank? And Visage will be a high-value item for Udyr.
Yep.
And I'm expecting Visage, Fimbulwinter, and kind of playing around something like that.
Yeah. Plus your Awaken Boar stance, which is the shield.
Oh, it's huge.
It's awesome. The shield amount is increased, and you get
like overkill.
a lot of lifesteal and increased healing on your next 2 auto attacks as well.
Yeah, and Visage buffs all that, by the way. So it's healing and shield.
Exactly.
So it's a great item on this champion.
Yeah, we will see if Fiji can accomplish Mundo levels of drain tankage. Anyway, Tub wants to start the fight onto Aeon Crystal, Mega Inferno Bomb, and Johnny Rockets over the top. Means that Contingent immediately eliminate the jungler, but Tub is going to be the first one to fall. Fiji now trying to get involved in the fight, but he is destroyed. Contingent Esports making short work of the 2 frontliners. Now losing out on Daption might change things up a bit. Spawn and Lessa, can they work with only 35 to push Contingent Esports out of the river? So far, health bars are on their side, and Spawn dodges out on a death laser from Shochi, so they are more than healthy to contest them in the river.
Heavy trades. I think Lessa had a nice fight there. Ended up getting a shutdown onto the Ziggs and is getting close to the 120 stacks. Found a nice scatter to help the 3v3 in the back half kind of settle down. But CCG, they're down gold. They go even. They push Contingent out of the river. And they take some control over mid, which might help. I mean, the Dragon's still up. We'll see if they want to fight this. I think if there are no ults in the game, that buffs up the Victor and the Ziggs poke damage very heavily. So I do think this is dangerous for CCG. But they're at least going to fiddle around and see if they can find anything.
Kaido starts up the dragon.
Ult up. Almost. It's almost up. Just came up.
There's a control ward in the pit. Kaido is going to walk over and snuff it out. Remove more vision from CCG's side. Now only being able to walk in through the choke point, which, as you called it out, Matt, Contingent Esports between Ziggs and Victor, that choke point is not your friend if you are CCG. And third dragon. Ooh. Okay.
All good. Yeah, that's kind of why I thought it was going to be tough for CCG to contest, but they were at least going to poke around. As Lessa... Oh, Tub!
Whoa, Tub flashing forward, but not quite lethal to finish off the Syndra. Aeon finding a moment to turn it back on with the Cyclone, engaging onto the frontliners of Contingent Esports, but immediately forced back. One more Cyclone proc. Shochi eliminates Spawn, and now there's no marksman for the side of CCG for the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, Spawn getting caught on the gravity field as Ezreal feels pretty bad. Not exactly sure how that one happened. I missed that amongst the chaos, but not exactly ideal. And it's going to help Contingent take a lot of control over the map, as Fiji should be able to successfully run for the hills here. Yeah.
Yep. Good use of the Awaken Ram stance to CC immune him from the Infernal Chains, or at least the pull that Johnny Rockets was looking for on the Zehen W, and then all he has to do for the Infernal Change is just walk out with the increased movement speed. BG has definitely put his time into this Udyr. It's paying off. Diabolical. CCG gonna have to continue trying to find ways of getting an opportunity to come back in this game despite the deficit and the fact that they are down 0 to 3 dragons against Contingent Esports.
I think the thing I'm most concerned of moving forward is honestly, I know Les has had a nice fight, is kind of caught up to this Victor. Just walking through this Victor is going to be so difficult. And with Daption having a death cap coming in too, I think the gap between him and Spawn is the one where I'm just looking at the 2 mages and the Ezreal that can kind of answer the poke. And it's just not there for me right now. So, you know, when is the break point of that for CCG? And then on the flip side for Contingent, and this is a team that did not look good yesterday with Shochi, as they got kind of baptized by the best team in the league in NRG right now.
You know,
but much better look. Much better look in this one.
And this is why I pushed back against the the bad look yesterday because it's against Energy.
They played very well.
They still had Sushi in the lineup, and the only change was having Mixer in for Spica, and Mixer played really well. Meanwhile, top side, Tub finding Lessa once again, this time with Shochi behind him. Immediately burned down the mid laner, and now Kaido popping the World Ender, ready to continue sustaining up through the fight as he finds Darkened Blade, one proc after another, continuing until the very end. Death Stance ends up killing him, and Fiji gets the shutdown gold bounty, but now they have to deal with Johnny Rockets, who's got Shochi and Daption walking up, ready to down smash on everybody, and the grim deliverance from Johnny Rockets finishes off only 35, leaving Aeon no point to exit safely. He's just gonna have to run this one out through the top side of the map. Maybe he'll get a chance to escape.
Maybe, but I mean, regardless, there's a lot of gold going over to Contingent. And I think that it's pretty easy for them to reset the map and just play Dragon for the next 90 seconds. Again, it's Ziggs Victor, so getting the spots first is so valuable for this team. And with that kind of win, you're just going to guarantee the fact that CCG is not there first. I mean, even Johnny Rockets, like, taking that blast cone, I like that. Delay the base. Look at how much control you're going to have on the map. Help your Ziggs kill the wave. Help get him into the river as soon as possible. Tubbs already doing a nice job getting some deep vision down. And now you got to play into this as CCG. Like, I know Udyr can kind of work overtime for trying to get in with these big shields and the unending despair, but he was popped in that last fight. My God. And the control, the ground they have to make up against Victor, against Ziggs, it's really tough.
Two-shot barrage from downtown, decent damage on Shochi and Tub.
Oh, Tub is sweet. That was bad.
Thought he had an angle, but there were more enemies that he bargained for. So
yeah.
There's a moment where CCG can try and set up in the river now that they have a numbers advantage.
Tub jumped in the water, the tub himself, and tried. Yeah, he sat at the end of it. I got in the middle of that point, and I didn't really know a safe way to get through that one. There is a joke though about Tub and going 6 feet under. That is there. I just couldn't find it on the fly, and I committed.
This is Murphy.
I was stuck in the middle. It was not good.
Commit to the bit. That's what Kangas always says. CCG, meanwhile, trying to commit to pushing Contingent off of mid lane. The flash from Kaido trying to find Fiji, but a Stand United shield coming in from only 35 gives him the extra reprieve. Aeon flashing forward! Another moment of going way too deep, and this time, it's Daption that stays alive. But a shutdown from Lessa finds Shochi with that unleashed power. Evens the odds when it comes to numbers. CCG 4-4 against Contingent.
Takes down the mid laner that might have been in that seat. That was well played by Lessa. The Q at the end might have made a difference there at Shochi's feet. Not able to get out of that. That said, what doesn't make a difference is the result of this Dragon. Infernal Soul going over to Contingent. And that's going to make for a tough game for CCG. Because poke damage that we've been talking about, teasing, well, it just got worse.
Not to mention that this is one of those compositions where all 5 champions can do damage. Tough for CCG to play this one out. Their hope is to get an Elder Dragon flip if they can survive another 5.5 minutes. CCG, looking at their chances right now, they at least have really good vision control on the top red quadrant in Contingent Esports side of the map. Can they get there in time? Can they try and find a trap before they set up?
Well, early progress is good, but this is a rough one for CCG. It just doesn't feel like they have enough damage, and I think that Aeon, that fight was definitely too deep. But I think a couple of the takes that Aeon's had, and again, he's the youngest player on this team, and if anyone deserves slack or is going to be custom slack, it's going to be Aeon, who. A lot of the split I've spent talking about Barrick, it's that he's the latest addition to the NACL, right? Kind of being the last to find a seat. Definitely the case with Aeon here. He gets found.
And he's locked in by the Hextech Ultimatum. No way out. Only 35 trying to make his way out, but not going to be successful. Kaido's world-ending Aatrox is definitely doing just that against CCG here in this game 1. And now that there's no jungle threat or a smite threat from CCG,
might be a flip.
Go for the Baron.
He's got Ignite down.
Fiji's.
Can he get found?
Spawn, clean up the pieces.
Maybe.
No way.
Go. Yeah, do it, Spawn.
Shift over the wall.
Johnny Rockets! That's criminal. He opted the rocket, Pep Boyd back to base, and he has a purple buff on his back now walking out too. Wow, that was unfortunate.
It might have just been a trick of the eyes, Matt, but I swear when Johnny Rockets was featured in the player camp, I think he straightened up a bit after that one, releasing the tension in between his legs and just recognizing, you know what? I no longer have to clench on that one. CCG missing out on a kill opportunity there, as Johnny Rockets takes out the tier 2 in the mid lane.
Speaking of missed opportunities, you know the fast food chain Johnny Rockets does not have a traditional brand mascot?
Are you saying that we should make one right now?
Well, the one they have right now is a person sitting in a smoothie cup, which, for an old school burger chain, it could be better, could be worse, you know?
I feel like it should at least be a milkshake if it's going to be like
It
an
is
old school
yeah.
burger diner chain.
I mean, your head's supposed to be the whipped
said
cream, I guess.
Demons are speaking to me. CCG doing the best they can to defend this Baron buff push. This contingent already taken out the inner tier turret. Potential fight in this jungle quadrant as only 35 does his best to scout out some safe vision and a path forward for CCG, not just through the jungle, but back in this game. As only 35 did speak to how much of the rebuild has put him into a new leadership role, and he's been trying to do his best to continue carrying that banner despite the roster changes going into Summer Split.
Oh, here we go. Play it.
Engage, though, from Aeon, but Tub reprioritizes Lesa with the flash. Amazing job. Tub goes down, but his job has been accomplished. Johnny Rockets is going to be the next one to fall. Can the rest of CCG rally behind now with a numbers advantage? Kaido's World Ender is about to run out. Aeon Crystal did not go down in the original engage. Fiji tries to step on up, but cannot get through Shochi's Arcane Storm. The siege comes to an end, and CCG can breathe again.
I like that attempt. We haven't seen that yet from CCG, where it's a proactive stand united. I think a lot of these stand uniteds haven't come through because there's too much damage from contingent. This time around, they put it on Aeon as he goes in. It gets only 35 in. My comment for a nice flash was actually Daption, who went golden and flashed over the wall to get out. Kudos to Tub, who had a nice engage, but Johnny Rockets not able to get that passive off, a little bit too deep, and CCG actually find a win. That was a different approach to that team fight, and one that paid off well that time.
And Johnny Rockets now with the Endless Hunger. Had he had been able to get that reset much faster, the Omnivamp would have paid dividends. Uh-oh, Aeon, is he in trouble? Forced to flash out of the gravity field, and the Mega Inferno Bomb was aimed right for his dome there. That's the flash out of the Wukong. And it's going to be critical. We've got Elder Dragon spawning in less than a minute now. Lessa, oh!
You're fine. Tub's going to be up for it. And it still is contingent jungle, but that Camille did go pop, as Camille's tend to do more often in the late game. So, good find by Lessa, who I think has had a nice game on the Cinder, I do.
He's been one of the main reasons why CCG are still in this game and still have a chance.
Boy.
However, Daption drops a big one on top of his head. Didn't he just use it on bot lane like 30 seconds ago?
Late
How
game
fast
Ziggs.
is his ultimate cooldown?
It's like 40 seconds.
Freaking crazy.
Yep.
Johnny Rockets with the TP flank, looking for Aeon Crystal. No flash to escape that one, and Contingent Esports continue the assault. This time barreling down the mid lane as Johnny Rockets finds only 35 on the flank. Spawn in trouble. It's a triple for Johnny Rockets, looking maybe for a penta, but he's got to burn through Fiji and Lessa, who are complete opposite sides of each other, and the rest of Contingent Esports are not going to go for the penta. They're going to go for the game one finish, as Fiji and Lessa now have to do everything they can to pull out a Hail Mary defense.
The Zahan overtook the late game. We were kind of scared about it. These two comps clashed, but Contingent, they played their comp better in game one. I think off the back of some great early plays from Tub.
Fiji giving his entire life to hold the line against Contingent's attack. But it's Contingent Esports that take game one of our Last Chance Qualifier Series.
That Infernal Soul, Dragon Control, I think Contingent and Kaido deserve a lot of kudos for that. I know I gave Tubb a shutout for some of the moves we saw him make early. Definitely deserved, but bigger difference, I mean, Dragon is what felt like ended the game. Once Infernal Soul comes in and the comp that you highlighted, Rafa, I was focused on the 2 mages. You're like, wait, everyone does damage to this comp. It's like, oh crap, they got Infernal Soul too. Not great for CCG, who, yeah, I mean, we saw our first finalists have to use 3 games to make it into our bracket. CCG now, second place finish in spring, down to the whole 1 game. Need to win back-to-back games to have a chance to compete for an LCS slot and not have to compete for their NACL slot again.
Like you said, Matt, former spring finalist now backs against the wall from here on out. Cannot afford any more losses if they still want to be on the path and road to LCS. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's game 2 between Contingent Esports and CCG. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for our second game of our last chance qualifier series between Contingent Esports and CCG. And currently, Contingent lead the series 1-0 at match point, one game win away from clinching playoffs in their first NACL split and sending CCG to promotion relegation for NACL 2027.
Now, let's see part of how that happened, as we have our Philips Norelco One Blade precision play. As, you know, in the NACL, we do try and be as precise as possible. And sometimes just a game of pixels. As only 35 in spawn, we're able to pick up a kill in the bot lane of this lane phase, but might have been a bit easier if that hit. And then the double fist bump is truly that is the precision response. Bot lane synergy. First skill shot sidestep. Boom.
That is probably one of my favorite replays that our observers have cooked up. Just 10 out of 10 for diabolicalness. Bump? Yes.
Yeah,
no,
the fist bump was nice.
Missed flash taunt and then double fist bump as only 35 was trying to find a way to punish Daption while Tub was out on a roam and down cooldowns. But we get to talk more about Contingent Esports and their upswing, and one of the pivotal members for that roster in his very first split of the NACL is Mr. Johnny Rockets from the top lane himself, who went huge on the Zahen as we scaled into the late game.
I mean, one game away from accomplishing that goal of, I think showcasing himself as an asset rather than a liability. Frankly, we came into this series kind of like, hey, you know, against Zamudo and Sniper, Johnny Rockets, you might have been a liability against those players who are very good, but able to step up big against Fiji, another rookie top laner in the league last split. In that game, the Zahen was big, and one game away now from being able to make it into the playoffs in his first split, which you would call a true gift and a good career benchmark to look back on. So I appreciate that from Johnny Rockets. Did look really good with the Zahen that first game. It was a happy game for the Zahen, and we'll see if game 2 can be a happy game for whatever champion Johnny Rockets wants to play in the top lane.
Being able to hold his own against Fiji, who was our rookie of the split for last split, and also from the top lane role. Quite the opposite play style, making his name for himself as a tank specialist, which is not very common that you see here in the NACL. It's mostly more of what Johnny Rockets brings to the table. A lot of carry champions and a lot of niche split pushers that he can try and take over the game on. We'll see if Johnny Rockets brings a little bit more of that flair in what could be match point for Contingent Esports as we take to the pick and ban for our second draft of the series.
Curious if CCG changes things up with the focus on Kaido. One Kaido champion's off the board in the Aatrox, and the answer is no, as 2 Kaido champions remain off the board. Banned away by CCG, just not wanting to deal with the curveballs that we see Kaido quite frequently throw out, as he did in Game 1, which no one else really playing Aatrox jungle right now. I will say, I think that's a pick, especially with mages being involved. I feel like Kaido's got a bit of edge on. I do like the fact we're seeing some Aatrox. As Jarvan bans, curious what the response is going to be from CCG here. That tells me that they might want to get Daption on another mage, or I think Cassio probably going to be high priority now with Jarvan taken away.
I'm not familiar with Aeon's effective champion pool, nor any pocket picks that he might have, but if we want to look at just picking a champion that is meta, it's staple, and it gives something for CCG to play around, I think Vi might be a high priority pick this game, because the big thing that CCG struggled with was getting a lot of those early dragons. If you have a winning bot lane and you have decent push from mid lane, you can at least stop Contingent from getting a lot of those Drake stacks under their control if you're able to contest that in this first rotation. But Contingent, they decide to go with the Cassiopeia, We'll see what CCG decide to respond with.
Bard's fun. Be 35, get his hands on a playmaker for this last one. And I like your call on the Vi too, Rafa. I think it's a little difficult though in the Casio. Ground can be finicky. You gotta have good reactions and good ping on releasing your Q there.
Yeah. Right now, CCG gonna settle on not revealing their jungle choice just yet. They'll go for standard control mage for Lessa with the Orianna. Can synergize well with a lot of the staple fighters in the jungle pool. And a couple things that I want to take note of. Lee Sin is available. That has been one that at least Aeon has been a big fan of during his debut. The problem is that both Vi and Poppy exist. So before they can even show inclination towards that champion, I think they have to wait to see what Kaido decides to bring to the table, or even Tub if something like the Poppy is flexed down in the support role.
Well,
but for now, it's Pantheon.
I would be remiss to say that Pantheon is a pick that has been flexed by Contingent before. There was a Graves game, we were talking about Graves earlier in the broadcast, Mark, that Kaido played where they flexed the Pantheon bot and they had a Mel, and they deleted that game. Contingent did. They played very well in that game. Really bought Kaido a good 3-quadrant opener and had a really strong lane. So I will say, with the Nautilus now locked in, that's going to put the Pantheon in the jungle for Kaido. So I think some of the flexibility that we're used to seeing Contingent have in the majority of games they draft, a little bit less existent here. As, well, Aeon actually going for the Nefiri. Not exactly your traditional ball carrier, can do it, but I think definitely being picked up in mind for ability to interact with some of the stuns that we see on the screen for Contingent right now. It gives you some positives in the Pantheon and Nautilus.
Yeah, this is a good angle for Nefiri to be locked in. Pantheon W, you can use your Call of the Pack to immune to before it goes off. Nautilus ultimate, easily able to dodge as well with that W. So I normally think of Poppy as Nefiri's nightmare because your Hound's Pursuit is very predictable and quite, you see it coming. So
Grandma can press W.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and now you are not expecting Poppy to come out unless Johnny Rockets says, you know what, I'm playing Poppy top. Or hell, if we do some really crazy shenanigans and send this Pantheon into a solo lane instead. But I don't imagine that's happening, and neither do CCG with that Mbessa ban hurled towards Johnny Rockets' way in the top lane, whereas Contingent trying to remove some of Fiji's next best picks.
It's going to be Pantheon mid, and Shoshi's just going to spam the theme music for Pantheon for the game. Try and match him. Just aura drop CCG. But yeah, that is definitely an idea that I have stolen from Kangas, who has done that in my games. So, see if I do think that this is going to be Pantheon. So, final band's coming in. We got Jace taken off the board as champion to Johnny Rockets is always ready and willing to play. And kind of curious to see what we're setting up here. Gnar is still up and available, and the York ban tells me that it just might be a Johnny Rockets Gnar.
Would make sense. CCG are going to have to reveal their bot lane pick. Sivir comes in for spawn.
I think this really empowers whatever Fiji wants, but I'm kind of surprised to see Sivir here. And playing into Pantheon, playing into Nautilus, and just knowing that Daption does play so many mages bot. Yeah, Sivir can kind of answer that, but I think you're really signing up to kind of play a later scaling game now.
Fiji Swain. It's double mages from Contingent. If they don't have something that can punish the Swain early on, Swain can get out of hand.
That's the thing for me, is like Casio uniquely can deal with a champion like that, just with her DPS, right? Because she puts a lot of DPS down.
Oh
my goodness.
Johnny Rockets throwing it down and saying, what do you got, Fiji?
Fight time. Or maybe Jax gives you late game, but I think is booty against Casio and Mel.
Yeah.
What do you want here, Fiji? Because you can't Swain into that. Could Redactin? I know he's been putting some time into that.
Singed.
Oh, we're getting weird. Okay.
Singe is the next best one. I think it uses at least the Sivir movement speed well. You can wall this guy up and give him even more movement speed if he gets involved with a 5-on-5 team fight. Wow.
You know, this draft, in a way, I did not expect this draft whatsoever, but I also look at the players and the champions they've locked, and I'm like, yep.
Adds up.
We've seen him. We've seen it before. The only thing that's unique is Aeon's Defiri, and I mean, he's new to the league, so. Yeah. Overall, feel like the Cassio Mel Nautilus's ability to hold the line is going to be very good against CCG, and I think puts a lot of pressure and onus on only 35 to make sure that these tempered fates are sound. And on the flip side for Contingent, I am not well versed in the Yone versus Singe matchup. So I'm just going to say that if Yone gets ahead in this game, does have a chance to go pretty turbo here for Johnny Rockets.
Both you and I have played more than our fair share of games where we had to deal with a Yone that got out of hand, and playing against that thing, once he gets past the Blade of the Ruined King Immortal Shield Bow point and starts building even more crit, I just want to get out of the game as fast as possible.
He's a menace. He's actually one of my least favorite champs in the game, because his kit, you look at his kit and you're like, wow, this is a champion that takes a lot of skill. He does not take that much skill. I think like playing him elite, you do, but he's just like a stat checker disguised in being a skillful champion, and the way that he stat checks you is disgusting. E plus Bork equals BS.
Do not check your mailbox from the UNA mains after this series, Matt, as we head to Summoner's Rift for Game 2
Send him my PO
between
box.
Contingent Esports and CCG. Match point for Contingent Esports in their first split of the NACL. One game win would clinch playoffs, as Daption finds himself walking into spawn in only 35 and is forced to flash over the wall.
Well, that's a nice start. Tub was defending Kaido's bot side camps. A very deep ward placed by only 35 on the Wolves of Kaido. Going to give some good early info, and Spawn going to give CCG some good early push in the bot side.
Yeah. Get to look at the Summoner, Spell, and Keystone loadouts. Even though these are more unique champions that we don't see too often, it does make sense for what they are playing. Johnny Rockets didn't get to play Yone this regular season, but did play it in one of his games, if I remember correctly, coming up through the promotion tournament between spring and summer. So now he gets...
Yeah. I remember seeing him on this champion.
Oh my goodness, Shochi! Is it a 1-for-1? It's a 1-for-1, but the first blood gold goes into Shochi's pockets.
Wave, I don't know if the wave's better or worse, but Shochi, he has Ghost, and it's TP for Lessa, so it's worse. But, or a kill, right?
Gamers, if you did not check Twitter before this series today...
I'll check it for you.
Well, let's just say Shochi tweeted out coming into this matchup saying, because of a certain org, I wasn't able to sign with the team this NACL split. Luckily, I was able to sub in for today's match against that certain org. That certain org is about to lose 2-0 and be sent to relegations. And he even tweeted, 1-0, come watch the stream to see 2-0 Game 2 starting soon, right after they won Game 1.
LCS fans wish they had Shochi in the league. It's fun. It's always fun.
Yeah.
As calculated death time for Fiji. He's going to go down, but he's got the waves at +2, so he'll be A-okay. He's not missing anything as he gets to walk back to lane A-okay. And yeah, Shochi, always a player for me where, just talking with past coaches and teams that have had him, it's funny because he does put out a lot of aura and positive energy, but that's some of those teams like tell me like, hey, like he does really need that. They felt like the more positive the team environment was, the better and more comfortable Shochi was to perform. So
yeah,
the fact that he's drumming up some of his own hype, I think sometimes essential for how he likes to perform. As APA, a player always for me, where the trash talk, it is to hold himself accountable. I've always viewed it that way with APA.
Listen,
As I really feel like he talks trash because it gives him more motivation to play at that level, and it kind of holds himself accountable.
yeah. And when APA ends up performing, much to everyone's surprise, it adds to the
chagrin.
aura. Yeah. It's awesome to see. And I've made this comparison before in the past, and obviously there is a significant difference in terms of accomplishments of the previous player, but the amount of trash talk that APA brought and being able to bring a lot of excitement to the league, similar to how Doublelift first started, where he was talking a lot and everyone was tuning in just to see him fail. Obviously, Doublelift then became the GOAT of the LCS, and APA, far from it, but when I see that we're in a world where players need to do a lot more self-branding, Shochi's one of the few that does that so remarkably well.
See if we can back it up with this play now, as we have spent a lot of time talking about Shochi, as he's currently getting bodied in lane after the 1-for-1, in which case he's got a ghost. Lessa had a TP, and Shochi felt the pain of that, so he's got help coming in now mid.
Tub flashing forward, rooting up only 35, burning out the flash from the Bard, but Shochi still willing to give his life to make a trade. Aeon gets his first kill of the game on this Nefiri, trying to see if he can run down Tub, but he's a little too tanky. Wanted to see Tubby.
Not a worthy trade. Wave sucks, but I do think that was a one-way trip for Shochi once he follows up there with Tub. So, back to get the 1-for-1. Okay, skipping over the tier, going for the Catalyst. See what else Shochi decides to build. I expect to see Rocket Belt out of him. Meanwhile, taking inventory of the lanes elsewhere. We saw Spawn be up early. He hasn't turned it into a big CS lead, and that concerns me a bit because, again, Sivir, I've talked about, whenever I talk about Sivir in a game, I talk about, can you auto-attack or not? Versus the comp you're going up against. I think it's on Singed to create a lot of space for this Sivir to auto-attack. I'm not that confident that Sivir's going to be able to auto-attack throughout this one. So
you don't
I like
think
the point
Sivir can step up to late game Yone Cassiopeia?
No, and Nautilus, there's a lot of control. And
Oh boy,
this is
Hex
good.
Flash from the Nautilus onto Lissa, pulls them in with the two-man shockwave, and Aeon is ready to rip them apart. Tub, without a flash, cannot get over the wall, and Aeon finds his first reset with a Hound's Pursuit, flashes away from Daption, ready to re-engage if he wants to. The rest of Contingent are making their leave. Kaido stuns up one as only 35 goes way too deep. Trades one back with the help of Daption, and Kaido gets the walkout safely? That is crazy.
Split there by CCG on the back half. I do want to give Aeon credit for that engage in the front half. I thought that was quite nice in the flash into the brush to cut vision. That did help him get out of the initial play. But yeah, only 35. That was a portal that I feel like the team wasn't on the same page whether or not they wanted to take. And honestly, looking at the health and mana bars, I do feel like that was a bit of a stretch coming out from CCG. But decent turnaround on what I thought was a good find to start off for Contingent.
CCG, for their sake, are starting to balloon somewhat of a gold advantage, specifically for Aeon's Nefiri, who didn't really get to shine his best performance in the previous game against Kaido, who really had his number on the Aatrox versus that Wukong, but this time around, being gifted a bit more resources and already a better start, we know Nefiri can be one of the most oppressive junglers to play against when she gets fed. We talked about assassins being hard to work in the metagame unless they have tools that allow them to be quite bluntly stupid. And Call the Pack is a hell of an ability. It allows you to do some illegal stuff.
See if Aeon's able to step up and do so. The fact that he's off to this start will definitely help ensure that he can get in there and get active. As we will be seeing if he's a ball carrier later on.
Oh, yeah.
But early on, in spite of Shochi's tweets and us promoting it, Lassa's had other thoughts.
Currently down 20 CS. A little bit of change there as well, as Lessa has been able to do well maintaining the gold advantage, even if it is only slight. We had a change of lane allocations with Johnny Rockets coming to the bottom side of the map, whereas CCG sent their bot lane to answer Daption, but also to take care of the grubs, All 3 will go to Aeon, whereas Kaido will secure the first dragon of the game.
Kind of looking to see where a Kaido ult might be, is my idea. I'm curious if they can shut down the side lane of the Singed.
Oh boy.
As currently Johnny Rocket's going to have to be creative with this escape.
Well, he's trying to build up
Q-stacks.
those Steel Tempest procs, yeah. But he gets flipped. He Q3s over that way, and Fate Sealed over the wall, right behind only 35. Nicely done.
Very, very nice from Johnny Rockets. As, I mean, kind of gamed it with the Magical Journey. You're stuck in that animation. He tucked it right behind Bard's Tushy to get out of there, so...
Oh,
well played.
And only 35 gets collapsed upon by Daption and Tub.
I feel a bit for only 35. I think that he's been having a really good year and was playing, like, him and Dardoch made for such a good duo and really put a lot into this roster and really wanted to play their way up to LCS, where only 35 has been very vocal about that's where his motivation is.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he steps back into this one as kind of being the mentor and not the mentee. As just another instance, just reached a little bit too much. Didn't have the Magical Journey to get himself out that time around, so... down flash and down to death, as he's found. But I just think that there's pressure on him to perform now with a young jungler and take more of an onus out of the team. I do think we've seen him overextend twice in this game on the board.
Yeah,
so hopefully we can find him... yeah, he's stretched out. He needs to find some better plays here.
Yeah, he is trying to stretch himself out as much as possible and give as much to the team, and unfortunately it's putting him in compromising positions where, unfortunately, Contingent are going to punish. And it doesn't necessarily cut the gold lead because he has died the most, so he is worth less gold every time he happens to get caught out here. But for CCG...
strategic int.
True.
It wasn't a strategic int, but that's when I like to use the phrase strategic int.
I mean...
I feel like that phrase has been lost this year because they sped up the game with home guards and smaller waves.
Well, Matt, I'll tell you that...
more often.
I'll tell you that I've seen enough of your games to know that word is not lost from your vocabulary.
Thank you, Mark.
Grand Starfall coming in from Kaido. Immediately looking for Lessa. Flash stun with the Pantheon. The Shockwave will pull the back in, tries to stall out this fight, but Aeon will not look for a counter engage as CCG lose out on their mid laner too quickly.
Contingent made that one feel personal for Shoji. As they sent in the house. He'll pop, see if Shoji can get a ground off. Wasn't able to do it. I will say, common combo that we have right now is Cassio plus Lockdown. We did see the Nautilus plus Miasma there, where you can actually drag them back into the Miasma a little bit too. Not sure if they made a difference for Leslie. Was trying to get up against the wall and burn, get out, but definitely something to look out for, because the Nautilus Cassio combo is very deadly.
Mm-hmm. Set up that CC easily from the Nautilus, and then once you throw down the Miasma, there is no hope except pray it'll be over quickly.
Yeah,
for Contingent
this
Esports.
Is what people were playing into Release Aphelios. And if you're unk enough to remember Release Aphelios, that thing was an abomination. Holy smokes.
The birth of 200 years.
The back when Forest Within, the artist formerly known as Forest Within, was making Forest Within content. The 200 Years video was a personal favorite of mine.
Still an all-time banger. Kaido getting invaded on his top side. Aeon and only 35 able to push him away. It's 50 seconds before another dragon spawn, but Aeon is going to make quick work of this red buff and continue to rob resources away from Kaido. However, Johnny Rockets, with his collapse, will push Aeon out of the jungle and deny him another steal of some Krugs.
I honestly don't know what an even game benefits right now. I want to say Sivir and Singed, but again, I'm not exactly sure what kind of impact they're going to end up having in the side lane this game. We've seen Fiji be really big in some of the team fights as Singed, and I think that's where some of his prowess as a Singed player lies. Like,
yeah,
I think it's easier to read which waves you can dirty farm or not than it is to read how you can enter and exit a team fight as Singed, where you usually have to be quick and snappy. So, I'm curious if he has a big impact like that again. Because if so, I could see the team scaling well. For CCG, I just see these combos for Contingent, like how they can play off the Path, Nautilus, and the Mages, and my suspicions are high about whether or not CCG can, again, create enough space for the Sivir. But
Yeah.
jury might be out on that one as we continue with a high stakes and a close game.
The amount of reliable lockdown that CCG have at their disposal is quite small, especially into a very mobile threat like Johnny Rockets' Yone. Dragon has been leashed. Grand Starfall in motion. Cue the theme music as Kaido goes in deep, and Johnny Rockets is here as well. Fate Seal necessarily didn't connect on anyone, but Lessa was cut off from the rest of the team. Fiji answers with the TP of his own. Decent damage on the Johnny Rockets, but he needs follow-up. Here comes Aeon looking for the Hound's Pursuit reset. First one in the bag. What can he accomplish after? Use the Eviscerate to try and sidestep a lot of the damage. Kaido cannot stun him because he goes up in the air with the Call of the Pack, but blocks a lot of damage coming in. Fiji flashing forward, looks for the flip, and Dapton cannot get his ultimate off in time, and Tub dies from the poison. Don't drink this, kids, as Contingent Esports continue to be routed off by only 35, as he's just going to play spoiler and distract them while CCG maintain the Dragon.
I think only 35, a little bit deep again, does give one over to Kaido, but that was a good fight from CCG, as Fiji really did make it happen. I think that fight was kind of split between two sides. It was the side that Kaido started and entered by that bot Pixel Brush, and then the side that Fiji TP'd to is Fiji's gonna go down.
Shochi gets the better end of Fiji in the solo bolo, knowing that Fiji had no flash and no ultimate. His poison is better than Fiji's.
I do find that fight funny, though, because, like, I'm the one... Fiji played that fight really well. I love how Fiji played that fight. But on the other hand, the opener to that fight was, like, Shochi rallying the kids at the schoolyard, being like, all my homies hate this guy. And they just all pressed R on top of Lessa.
Yeah.
He's, like, the new ringleader for the homies, but the way they're bonding is like, see this guy? We hate this guy.
That's a common high school bonding moment. It's not necessarily something that you love that brings you together, but something that you universally hate that brings you together.
Yes. That's a human experience. I remember my last semester at college is still remembered as the group of the name of my partner. Because she was that bad.
Aeon's in the pit by himself. Actually, it's Tub that is suddenly without any homies. He is trapped against the Rift Herald pit wall, and no flash available, so he's just dying a slow and painful death. Hound's Pursuit looking for the first reset. Tub tries to turn it on him. Aeon goes up in the air with Call of the Pack and dodges out of the Death Charge. Now he has access to another Hound's Pursuit reset, and it looks like Contingent, that's enough for them to concede this objective.
All right, CCG. Again, must-win game for them. Nice pickup as Rift's a little bit empowered with the 3 grubs. Also looking to push Shochi off, and they might be looking to drop the Rift, but not the case right now. They're going to wait on it.
Contingent are going to have to calm things down a little. CCG continuing to snowball this Nefiri, who now has full item lead. And Kaido with the Grand Starfall, looking like Kangas out there, finding nothing with the ultimate.
Oh, we've
CCG.
really referenced playing League of Legends a lot today. Usually try and avoid that, but that's fine. I will say that group, I studied abroad with a group of 18 people. In the group, the professors now know it as Group Tulica. It's like there was one individual out of the 18 that was that big of a problem, and she was the partner I had for the end of the year, like my senior year capstone project. Fun times. I had a call with the professor 2 days before, and he's like, hey, she was complaining about all this stuff, and I talked through it, and he's like, yeah, sounds like she's just complaining because she hasn't done any of the work yet.
Wow.
I crap you not. That's exactly what he said. I was like, wow, this is what it's like to be an adult now. This is what it's like to be an adult.
That's a self-report if I've ever seen one. As Aeon Crystal gonna pop down the Rift Herald. Johnny Rocket's able to escape the Bard ultimate. Tries to go with the Fate Seal. They find one for nothing so far. Death Charge onto Lessa, but he's gonna use the Rift Herald to escape the Death Charge, but he crashes right into the wall. Oh no! Lessa forced the flash so that he doesn't give up his life again. Contingent Esports being able to pick up one at the very least, but it's still CCG leading with the gold advantage.
It is. That's not the worst Herald defense. Also, I really like they're putting the Cassio into the Singed. Again, I think one of the unique traits of Cassio is that she can deal with a lot of these melee sidelanders really well. Like, back in the days of carry Fiora, carry Camille, Cassio was kind of a unique answer from mid, where you could shift her into that lane, and then she shuts those champions down later on. Singe since we've seen Cassio get in the Singed lane, we've not seen Fiji be able to cross the middle part of the map. That's a lot of the power that you end up taking away from Singed if you can trap him on his side of the map. So I do like that move that we've seen from Contingent, from Shochi, but Shochi also might be the target here, as CCG may be looking at the snake.
Shochi paying respect to a potential collapse from CCG. Just goes for the base. And as you called it, it has been quite difficult for Fiji to go up into the Cassiopeia as of current state, since he, up until that Null Magic Mantle purchase, did not have any magic resistance in his build yet. Was building for Johnny Rockets in the side lane, and
dude, it's going to be a high-value force of nature, that's for sure. I see Cassio and Mel ticking away. Fiji's going to be feeling good with that bonus move speed. As speaking of bonus move speed, it's fun.
Pops the on the hunt.
Ooh.
Ember Fate lands on the Kaido. Can anyone get in? Not really. Daption calls on the Aeon and finds him with the Petrifying Gaze off of Shochi. Shockwave hits on to multiple members, but no one can really get in there to avenge their fallen jungler. Contingent eliminate the Nefiri, and now Shochi's pulling them away. They're not going for the dragon. They want war. All the homies of Shochi hate CCG, and they're following up on the dream. Contingent Esports eliminate another, and this time they'll turn to the dragon.
I think they've got the health bars to shut this one down, and I think a lot of that fight emerged Contingent's way because of the control they had before the fight. That embankment brush that Tubbs sat in and was able to hold, that's what created that entrance for Daption onto Aeon, who they took down first. I think kind of allowed them to push through that fight better, having the front to back with the two mages instead of the last fight we saw, where they were kind of split amongst the river, thanks to a good TP from Fiji and the targeting they had on the Lessa. So I think that was a much more sound fight, probably one closer to what Contingent wanted. And I do think that at least some of the tools burned by CCG early, I really feel like Singe not having an impact in the side lane is having an impact on some of these setups. I think they really need Singe to be able to stretch this map, or else, kind of like what we saw last game, the double mage setup for Contingent is going to be really difficult to break. Pretty much on only 35 to find a way to break. As the Bard trying to find these unique engages against the mages.
Temper Fade Fish from only 35 doesn't find anyone from Contingent, as Tub and Johnny Rockets attempts to brute force their way through the choke point on the top side. Shochi also here cutting off their escape route, just corralling them back under the safety of that tier 1 in the top lane. As you called out, Matt, Fiji's Singe presence is starting to diminish, very similar to what the Udyr was looking like, as he's not been able to get that split push threat, forcing Contingent's hand. He looks for a flank though, TPing in, rooted up immediately by Tub. Flip, he buffered the trench line to get out of the flip. Beautiful stuff by Tubbs Nautilus as Aeon tries to follow up into the backline but finds nada. And Contingent Esports had Johnny Rockets pushing up solo on the top side, and he's going to be able to resume doing so without any punishment.
Contingent, a team freshly promoted into the NACL. A team that I don't think anyone had making it into the playoffs. I think everyone had them in this series. Looking to take down one of the finalists that we had. I know it's a very different look for CCG this time around with only the top and support returning from that. Dardoch gone, but man, I mean, what a story it would be for Contingent to step in and 2-0 a finalist with, I think, a team of, again, pretty slighted players. Where I know that I was referencing a silo at first, but no one's been more vocal about being slighted in this match than Shochi to substep in. So it feels like this team. I feel like this team subscribes to the Sith, because they've been basking in hate, and they've been profiting off of it. Fiji somehow escapes?
Nope, not
flashes.
when Tub is around. Shochi, flash for flash. He's able to sink his Twin Fangs in. Now, what are they going to pay as the consequence for it? Hound's Pursuit into the Shockwave. Great combo. A classic between the Orianna and the Nefiri. Tub tries to buffer through the Hound's Pursuit with a well-timed dredge line, but he had no reinforcements coming in anytime soon. Thankfully for Contingent, a dragon isn't spawning for another 2 minutes, so they should have more than enough time to reset on the map.
Only player in the gray screen had the biggest impact on that play, Fiji. Just the stall that he had in the brush, that was really cute, really clever. Bought 2 flashes in the time that his team needed to rotate and actually find the kills. So well played, Fiji. CCG, they have a gold lead. The Dragons are close. But I gotta be honest, it feels like Contingent's had more control over this game. I really do.
I'm with you there, Matt. Fiji's hoping that he can regain some of that control now with that Force of Nature picked up in his inventory. He should be able to deal with Shochi more easily in the side lane and be able to brute force his way into the back line against that double mage setup from Contingent. Meanwhile, Johnny Rockets has been somewhat quiet on the Yone this game outside of a couple of team fight entrances here with the Fate Sealed, but he's at the 2-item mark, Matt. Shield Bow and Blade of the Ruin King. This is usually a point of no return in a lot of Yone games that we don't get to see often, but when we do, it's terrifying. And the fact that he hasn't been decelerated at all this game, I'm fearful for CCG's chances as Kaido might be locked up by this Tempered Fate. Shockwave yet to be pulled here, finally gets him. Kaido's still alive for now, though, and Aeon will not send it for the Hound's Pursuit. Call of the Pack already used. Contingent get to walk out their jungler back to safety.
This is the first time I've seen CCG actually have control of River going into this dragon. Really important, I think, going into the double mage setup. So, cooldowns, you know, traded, exchanged, but they did exchange it for control. And that could go a long way for CCG. I know Shockwave missing is very significant for a fight, but my guess is they want to stall out this wave, maybe play the Drake the next one. And yeah, they want to go while cooldowns down.
Grand Starfall into the backline. Petrifying Gate snags 1. Lissa deleted by the Golden Eclipse. And Contingent Esports are ready for more as the Fate Sealed forces the flash out of Spawn Sivir. Contingent Esports now regaining control as they brute force their way back into the river.
Love that from Contingent. Again, I just think that they played that well as a team. I'm talking about cooldowns being missing. They force the issue while those cooldowns are down, and it continues.
Oh no! Aeon used the Call of the Pack to dodge the Pantheon Sun, but can't use anything to dodge the Nautilus engage. Johnny Rocket slices that puppy down to chow. Contingent Esports with their 3rd dragon of the game acquired.
And a Hextech Soul with that and a double mage setup, Rafa. I mean, this is... We came into the day thinking that most of us had CCG getting through. Assumed that one of the finalists would just get through. It's been Contingent that's been the better team as 5 today. I just think that as a team, they've been playing these 2 games better. And
yeah, 100%.
This is close. This is close / starting to get tight / again, I think some of the concerns that I have later on for CCG's comp, like the ability for Sivir to auto. We're seeing the focus right now be really heavily on Nessa, who's getting shut down in these fights because it is Pantheon Stun, into Dredgeline, into Miasma, into You're Dead from Cassio by then. So, I think that CCG, they need to find something creative here, or some sort of angle, or some sort of something from only 35 to try and make something happen, because it's been Contingent for me. It's been more sound and pressing their cooldowns pretty close together and together. CCG, I don't think we've seen them doing that this game, and that's been the difference.
Temper Fate from Only 35 scouts out the fact that Contingent were trying to turn up on the Baron. Only 35 taking a lot of damage, but good stun on Shoshi, but he flashes before the Shockwave could connect. Johnny Rockets now on the attack. Forces another crucial summoner spell from CCG with the Fate Sealed. Contingent will reset the fight.
A lot of whiffs there. Maybe some nerves showing. I like the idea from Tub to start and turn. And I like the idea, actually, from Contingent to go back in. Only ult available is the Singe. How can you walk into the double mage setup? You're already behind. Only 35's not here.
Shochi is burning through this Baron, finally scouted by that Blue Scryer ward.
Are they going to stick it?
The rest of CCG are going to try to find a way to force their way in. Tub trying to play bodyguard at the moment. 2,000 HP. Wow, it's gone already. Amazing job by Contingent Esports. Can they get out? I believe so. No way for CCG to find range CC to stop their exit. Contingent Esports, by the skin of their teeth, secure the Baron.
Aeon wasn't there. He went to clear the bot side after all the cooldowns were used, and they didn't find that out until too late. So it is just Contingent with the Baron, and that Baron lasts until the Hextech Soul spawns, Rafa. So opportunity to use Baron waves to set up the map and make sure that you have access to that river first going into the dragon that will give you Hextech Soul. That things just continue to get more and more dire for CCG here. And again, I feel like it just comes from Contingent playing better as a stack.
They have been locked in this entire series, and Contingent Esports, what an incredible story to have come in to their first NACL split as an organization. Some players, as you called out, have been slighted from other teams in the past. We have a rookie in Johnny Rockets from the top lane, Daption playing a new role after being known for his support play in previous splits. Contingent Esports now on the cusp of clinching playoffs and keeping their journey alive here and well in the NACL.
I mean, hitting that first benchmark for Johnny Rockets, and honestly what the team wants. They don't want to just come in to participate. They want to come in to be competitive and try and win. And Contingent, whether or not they qualify for the playoffs or not, this has been a very competitive team. They played in the more competitive group. They're proving that today, as it they might play upset, or expected upsets, as we could have two Group B victors walking out here.
1 minute until a Hextech Soul spawn for Contingent Esports. Johnny Rocket using the Baron buff, pushing out through the mid lane.
I'm trolling. Yeah, CCG did draft the groups. So, I mean, the fact that CCG could lose to a team they drafted and to a mid laner they passed up on is pretty funny.
Shochi will definitely have the last laugh if they can close out this series.
This guy already Babe Ruth the series if they 2-0. I think he's already got it. They shut it down.
It's now up to Contingent and Shochi to
really
put the finishing touches
dragon. They're so
on
far
this
behind
series.
this dragon.
Yeah, this CCG nowhere even close to being ready to answer against Contingent, who are already in position for the spawn 13 seconds ahead of time. Aeon had to wait for the rest of his team to assemble before they could safely walk together as a group. Kaido has a control ward on the pit. They don't see anything.
Don't want to start yet, though. We want to see if they can get anyone to walk in. Lessa.
Hound's Pursuit on that. I don't know about that one. That was a bold engage. Johnny Rockets looking for a flank.
Full reset.
Fate Sealed, not quite ready. They're going to turn on to him. 3-man Fate Sealed, but he's isolated from the rest of Contingent Esports. CCG isolating the top laner. Tempered Fate onto Tub. Kaido cannot continue. Shockwave off of Fiji as he just runs on in and pumps the poison through their veins. Contingent Esports trying to survive, but they can't breathe through the singed gas. CCG on their last legs trying to find a button. The golden eclipse from Daption annihilates CCG from where they stand. Shochi's revenge. Well in tow and well alive. Contingent Esports survived through it all. CCG's best attempt just got put down, and the Hextech Soul is secured.
The fight that looked good for CCG, it gets turned on only 35's ability. The Q was W'd by the Mel, and that double stun completely turned the fight in favor of Contingent. As a Hextech Soul to boot now, feels like Contingent is the team that's going to be moving out of the playoffs as they knock out our spring finalists.
Baron buff has expired, but Hextech Soul
More game
is
to go.
Forever.
But how do you beat this as CCG? How do you beat this as CCG? I think that's really where we're at right now. How much more difficult is it for Sivir to auto-attack in a game with Hextech Soul, where you're getting slowed by anything that gets thrown your way? It feels really difficult for CCG to surmount. We haven't seen them be able to get river access or get a setup to anything, as we have an only 35
on
fish.
Adaption.
This is good.
Has one auto attack. It's a good pickoff for CCG, but Baron does not spawn for another minute and 10 seconds. They can't not rip the objective immediately. Adaption will be back up by the time it spawns.
Tubb's got to try and sneak out or stay up there as he's kind of stuck top lane. Don't think they can try a play on Fiji. They're going to try one on Shochi.
Shochi, Zonia's, the Shockwave Hounds Pursued combo, and Aeon is now stuck on the other side of the jungle walls. Fiji TP's in, trying to bail them out, forcing Kaido and Shochi to run away, and Aeon is able to relink with the rest of his team.
Rywise and Hexel was just enough to get Shochi out of there. As you highlighted, Rafa, he did play his way out of the Shockwave combo quite well. Good Zanya's on Shochi, who again trying to step in, E-sub for Asila, and knock out a team that passed him up. As we teased before the broadcast, Shochi has been very public about on his Twitter, which is a joy. That said, though, 10 seconds before Baron, and I think like whenever these neutrals spawn, Rafa, the last few sequences have been decent for CCG outside of the Dragon. Like, I think they've done a good job playing until this Baron spawns, but now you gotta walk into a double mage Hextech Soul comp. Good luck.
Contingent burned through this Baron objective just with Shochi and Kaido last time. Now Johnny Rockets is aiding in it. Only 35 stalls it out with a Tempered Fate. Aeon trying to brute force his way in at the moment. Tub playing bodyguard. Fiji trying to get vision of the Baron. Can Aeon Crystal get into the mix and look for a Baron steal? It's at 3,000, 2,000, too late. The smite early does not matter. Shockwave only hits on the one. Fate steal from Johnny Rockets onto multiple members, but he's getting poisoned by Fiji. Kaido sends it into the back line and blocks all the damage from the Hound's pursuit.
CCG!
He has the GA, but CCG are relentless, and they will not give this series up just yet. Contingent Esports, even with the power of the Hextech Soul and the Baron, it's just not enough. CCG have 40 seconds to try and send us to Game 3.
If it wasn't for the fact Spawn was the only member dead, I'd say this game was over. And that game, or that fight, Spawn was the one who lived. He actually was able to be really effective in that fight. As CCG, 30 seconds, 25. Can they do it? It's going to be close. Do they even go for it?
Tub in 19. Johnny Rockets in 17.
I think
They're
they got
sending
it.
it, Matt.
I think they got it. They got 3 grubs. They got it.
CCG,
They got it.
against all odds, their summer is not over yet. CCG are pushing us to Game 3.
And you can see only 35 on his feet. Fiji wiping the sweat off his forehead as CCG down a soul, down gold before that fight, down in kills at the end of the game, to manage to dig deep, find something, and push us to a 6-game day for our first do-or-die best-of-3. I cannot believe they ended up with that game. I'd love to get a replay of that last fight if we can. Because I don't... The damage between Fiji and Spawn over time, I think, just added up into a contingent team that was already kind of low from the Baron, didn't have the right setup after they found the fight afterwards, and couldn't find the execute they were able to find in the past onto the key members.
I'm completely bewildered here, Matt. I don't know if we'll be able to get a replay in before we send it to break, but...
I'm asking, how do they beat Hextech Soul, and then they just slaughter a Baron fight, and that's game? It just flipped on its head like that.
Absolutely crazy. Production, if you got it, let's take a look back at it.
I mean, the entrance from Johnny Rockets, he doesn't really get the DPS from here, but it's okay. I just think Spawn ended up doing so much. The spell shield or the dodge was really good. He got Shochi down, who was a big damage threat. And then Fiji, just damage over time against everyone else was enough. Lessa stayed alive too. It felt like a split fight from Contingent. Really the only split fight we had seen from them. Like, really a split fight we saw from them. It just got punished. I know that Spawn went down first, but him taking out Shochi, I think, was so significant. Because the grounds in the miasma, like, he is the DPS for that comp. And once the DPS was removed, that's when the Singe was able to go wild and kind of carry that late game fight. So, well played by Spawn and CCG. I was getting ready to wrap this up and tell the story of Contingent. Now we gotta get ready for a Game 3 here, Rafa.
Match point, not just for Contingent, but also now for CCG as they pull themselves out of the brink of despair and give themselves one last shot into clinching playoffs. I don't know what else to say here, Matt, but we need some time to breathe, so we're going to send it to a short break. When we come back, it's our final game of the Last Chance Qualifier. See you then. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trip. Edge. Shade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, gamers. We've got our final game, definitively, of our last chance qualifier between Contingent Esports and CCG. Quite frankly, Matt, you and I were both in agreement that Contingent Esports had that series wrapped up in the bag off of the Hextech Soul. The Baron was secure, but CCG, resolute from the jaws of defeat, clutch up when they needed it most.
Was a huge team fight. It was running in the break, ran replay afterwards, and it pushes us to a game 3. CCG standing in honor of, not having the number 5 end our day. We have to avoid the number 5, push us to 6. We should make a certain quarterback very happy. But yeah, I'm excited the fact that we get 2 rubber matches to see which one of these teams actually get to move on to the playoffs. I feel like the first game 3 we did see some of those nerves come through, as these are high stakes matches for the players, whether or not they get to keep on competing for an LCS slot, or whether or not they're competing to get back into the NACL.
Things got insanely close in those last 2 fights between the Hextech Soul and the Baron. And even though Contingent came up on top when it came to the Soul, it was CCG that prevailed, even in the aftermath of Baron. But for us, now looking forward to not just a Contingent, but also a CCG match point here in Game 3. I actually got a chance to reach out to Min, aka Only35 from CCG, who wanted to share and comment on some thoughts about what his focuses were about this split and how the dynamic of the team changed, and regardless of the stakes that were presented before him in this last chance qualifier, what his goals were.
He's been very vocal about trying to get as far as he can in the league space, and I think Only35's taken a lot of quality steps towards that. That said, this last game, I feel like he's been overplaying things a little bit in the early game. I think Tubbs and Contingent have gotten the best of CCG the last 2 early games. We'll see if Only35 can step up, take a deep breath, and be the leader that his team needs him to be without Dardoch at the helm. So, definitely a challenge for CCG in the later half of this split, and for Only35, but good chance for him to step up when it matters most in Game 3, because, again, I feel like Tubbs dictated the pace of both these early games, and we're kind of hoping that changes going into tomorrow. Or going into the next game, if you're a CCG fan.
Now down to Game 3, where 20 champions are gone from the effective pool because of Fearless, and even CCG paying special attention to another signature Kaido pick with that Graves ban, adding to the Kindred and the Kha'Zix bans from all 3 games so far.
I don't blame him. Just get rid of the crap and the ability to split that map up early. As Jarvan again taken away. Wonder if there's a jungle champ that they might want to set up for early for Aeon too. I could definitely see Vi just being grabbed here and being like, all right, whatever you want to play into it, we'll just take the Vi and we'll go from there. Would make some sense into a Graves ban.
Aeon's best performance this split was on the Lee Sin. However, with both Vi and Poppy available in the draft so far, it's very hard to just slam that as first pick. But Jace locked in for CCG.
And this is a Jace that we're expecting to be in the hands of Lessa and not Fiji, unless there are any surprises that I am not sure of.
I'm with you, Matt. Unless Fiji has been putting in time on the Jace, this is something that is not necessarily something we associate with Fiji's effective champion pool. Hell, this could be a spawn Jace if we're getting really creative.
Yeah, this is only the second time that CCG as a team has drafted Jace this year. So, surprise in her voice for a reason. But Contingent, that's likely going to be Hui for Daption. And looks like Tubb is going to get his hands on something that hopefully can get the party started. Because Tubb, I think, has been a highlight for me in the first 2 games of this series when it comes to getting the party started.
And he's going to try and get the party started again here, this time with the Leona. This Hui could either be Shochi or Daptions. I have seen some bot lane Huis in some matches as well. Could function. And it would be the perfect way to say, Leona, I am chilling by myself in the solo setup on the side lane. Go ahead and wreak havoc.
You know what might wreak havoc this game? A Silas.
Especially with that Alistar lock-in.
Mm-hmm.
Fun hover. Don't think we're going to get a Warwick as much as that would amuse me. What do you want to pair with this Alistar and Jace showing? If you're trying to hide where this Jace is going to go, it could be hard to slam a...
Unless it's a Jace jungle for Aeon. That's also something that I guess we didn't bring up, but Aeon's newer player.
That's a good shout out. And with the Cassante, I mean...
we knew it wasn't on top.
It's not Cassante mid-meta anymore either, so... Fiji gonna be back on his tank duty, and now the question is, where is this Jace going to go?
Is it a Johnny Rockets vein? I think it's a Johnny Rockets vein.
Oh boy.
I mean, it feels really good in the Alistar and Cassante. So, 2 positives. You only get 1 condemn. And at the moment, that's going to be a nice way for Johnny Rockets and Contingent to stretch the map. As we kind of assume it's going to be in his hands, not Daption. Again, I think the shout out of Hui being Shochi's or Daption's is reasonable, but I expect this to be in the hands of Daption. And mid-bands coming out tell me that I continue to expect this to be in the hands of Daption. On the flip side, what weird junglers do you take away from Kaido? I like the Silas ban. The only other jungler that Kaido has played this split that's available is Kha'Zix.
It's not available either. It's the first ban.
Oh. Well, then I'm blind or I'm miscounting. No, there's 4 jungle bans and 4 played. Kaido's going to be playing a new unique champion this game, no matter what.
Yeah, unless we bring out something that we saw in the promotion tournament in between splits, which would be the Hecarim, and that's all I can remember. So, I don't know if this is a Hecarim game. That is, there are many jungle champions I like to experiment with, and go, well, I would not know. That, like,
no, this I can tell you, this is not a Hecarim game.
Cool,
he's not playing Hecarim to Alistar, Cassante, Jace. That sounds awful.
Sure.
That sounds awful.
Xin Zhao sounds like a staple that would be nice to just fit into any kind of composition that Contingent are looking for. And Contingent are going to continue to hide their cards on what Kaido is trying to cook up here if this Rise ends up getting locked in.
Oh, they might be teasing the Galio response here. As they're, it's going to be Rise for Shochi. Daption's having some fun. So, unless it's Rise top, Vayne bot, Hui mid. We think that Rise is mid, the Vayne's top, and the Hui's bot.
Tomo did play Vayne earlier this week. It was awesome. So, not totally against it.
Nope.
But I think whatever you put in the jungle for Kaido, it's got to be physical damage.
It's got to be weird.
It's going to be weird, but also it's got to be something that is more of the physical damage profile. Because if you only have Vayne as your sole physical damage dealer, I mean, the nice thing is that she's doing true damage, but also if she ever gets shut down and Fiji only has to build magic resistance this game, that's an easy game for Cassante to wreak havoc on.
This might be a Spawn Talia bot coming out. As I think Spawn, again, pretty not likely to be playing the mages. And okay, it is the Jace mid, Talia bot, or it is Talia mid, Jace bot.
Yeah.
As Vi does end up getting locked in.
I am down with the Olaf angle here. A lot of CC, a lot of disruption. Olaf says, I don't care. pops the Ragnarok, and we'll roll right through all of that. So, Contingent found their linchpin here. R5 for Kaido. It's going to be the Viking. And he, alongside this Leona, are going to have to do a lot of frontline diving work together, where this Ryze can try and split his time between both backline peeling and trying to aggress on the front line, but that's going to be really tough to figure out, whereas CCG have more of a traditional comp setup here, outside of the lack of a marksman.
I prefer CCG's comp this game as just the ability to wombo with Talia, Alistar, Cassante into what I think is a pretty squishy team that doesn't really have a real front line is something that can pretty easily overwhelm Contingent. So that, and then if you want to get really creative for the later fights, like if Olaf becomes too big of a problem, just wall him off. No one suffers from terrain more than Olaf. Yeah. So I think that CCG has options as they play this game out. Now, if it goes turbo late, yeah, Contingent's going to be a really strong comp, but I think CCG's got a lot of tools to make plays early, and want to see if we can have a better early game from Only35, who really is the leader of this team now. Try and set CCG up for success.
One game stands in the way of both Contingent Esports or CCG to continue their run towards an LCS promotion. And it all begins here as we head to Summoner's Rift in Game 3, our last game of the Last Chance qualifier.
Don't flip the game level 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be the most fun way to decide this, but don't flip the game level 1. We want to have a little bit more of a game here. Hopefully something close. Hopefully something contingent, or something competitive like what we had in the last game, which was a fun one. But Vi gonna start her wolves, and this is just going to be given over.
I mean, Only35 is going to try to waste Contingent's time here.
Did you reset it? It was close.
Yeah, the Raptor spawn gets reset.
You do it again.
I'm okay with this from Contingent. Aeon Crystal just hit level 2. Only35 doesn't have any CC to keep them interested, but he's using his body as bait. He flashes forward to put in Tub. Aeon Crystal and Spawn tries to get into the thick of it all. And first blood goes over to Only35. Kaido manages to trade at least 1 for 1, but he's got no retreat path out of this hell nightmare that CCG have him locked down for. Aeon with the Fault Breaker flash will guarantee Kaido's demise. Spawn picks up the kill. What a hell of a way for CCG to start this game 3 off.
And the ability to make plays from here as CCG is going to be real, because there are so many tools down now across the board. And the team that has the Vi jungle against the Olaf, or just has the Talia to pair up with, I just want to see CCG start moving, get active, and see what they can get against Contingent.
Really creative way for CCG to stall out that level 1 from Contingent, knowing that Olaf, a champion that can easily invade level 1 alongside a lot of these tools, they continuously waste time by enough for Aeon to finish out his wolves and walk on over and join the fray. Just really well prepared from the CCG camp.
Really appreciate the creativity from Only35 too, that headbutt on the big chicken out. I don't know if the flash was 100% necessary, but hey, leader of this team, we were asking to see more in this game. I think Only35 at times puts a lot of pressure on himself. That was a great play, and a really creative play to get his team going for the game today. But see what they can do from there, because Only35 is going to be a little bit behind the curve as support, which is common right now in today's meta, but he's level 2 Alistar, and we're to even get out and active, it will be Tub beating him to mid lane. So Lessa is down Ghost.
Zenith Blade connects, tries to flash away, but the Shield of Daybreak stun still lands, and Shochi is gifted his first kill of the game.
I really like the angle from Tub. He control wards the brush that he walked through, and he walks around it. He kind of knows that he's not spotted. Just plays off of his E-sub and Shochi very well, as that is a good pickup. Under Lessa is Shochi trying to return to the game plan that's been good for Contingent so far today, and that is all my boys hate CCG's mid laner.
Sticking to the revenge arc for Contingent Esports.
Guessed it.
Nice Zenith Blade.
It's a beaut.
Guessed the sidestep from Spawn. Forced to go in with the hammer. And it does get the flash out adaption,
Good
forcing his hand.
Just well played. I mean, Tub was holding the aggro, though, so it enables Daption to go in and get that. Just really well played and well managed by Tub on these last 2 plays, who... I do want to... Part of me wants to be like, all right, CCG, he just went, like, from bot to reset to mid to bot. We probably should be a little bit more aware of that, but we're going to use it to drum up a little bit more hype for Tub, who's been really sound now in all 3 early games today for Contingent.
Yeah. Easily my most impactful player from Contingent this series so far, even in the loss, as that was a very, very close fight in the Baron, and CCG were able to clutch it up, but Contingent are going to continue relying on Tub and his early game presence as he continues to create leads and advantages for his teammates, despite the opener from CCG.
Again, I just really don't feel like we're in a world at the start of the split where we're talking about Tub the way we are, trying to be something for his team like he has been all split. I think it just really speaks to what we saw from Tub in the Pulse split versus now, which is an entirely different player on, to be fair, a very different team, but it's been good looks for Tub, and
yeah,
hope to see more of it. As stuck back and lane a little bit more now, but expect Leona to continue to get active. You do have early prio as Leona into Alistar. Just have to be careful about when you send it, because that Zenith Blade does put you on the other side of the cow, and asking to get headbutt backwards.
Definitely got to be careful about which engages you choose as Tub when the Alistar gets involved. Dragon has spawned, first one of the game. Vi, as we know, great at soloing that objective when she does have priority in her side lanes, but right now at the moment, Contingent Esports have pushed in both mid and bot, so cannot accomplish that job alone, and in fact, Olaf is another champion that can solo the Dragon pretty effectively if he has his lane set up for success.
That is the case. I still think this Olaf, like, I don't think there's enough utility for this pick this game. I do think there's an argument that if CCG doesn't get super far ahead, then Olaf can kind of dictate the game and the map. I think that Cassante can actually have a bit of an answer to that in All Out, which I know is a little bit weird. It's currently the answer for the Dragon is a top play, which is way too slow.
Johnny Rockets thought he was in trouble, but the delay on the top lane dive is done so well. Shochi arrives, and even the flash over the wall is not enough to save Fiji's life.
Yeah.
Contingent turned that dive on its head.
I did not see the opener to that, but that was really awkward to have Lessa come in and not just instantly see rocks into kill. As nice.
Only 35, able to stay around and ensure that they do get something for their troubles. Lessa gifted a kill from Johnny Rockets.
And they do need that. Again, I think this comp a little bit more about making plays, but I don't know how that top play started. I'm still a bit perplexed as to how that all panned out. Because it felt kind of illegal that Johnny Rockets was able to walk down like that, buy time for Shochi to get in, and then to walk away with a kill.
Might be a VOD review angle, as Contingent are continuing to put the pressure down. During that chaos on the top side of the map, Kaido did manage to solo the Dragon. So now we've got a Hextech Dragon coming up in just 4 minutes from now. Grub spawning in 30 seconds. Right now, both junglers are past the level 6 mark and ultimates available. We're going to be watching for which target Aeon chooses with the cease and desist, and hopefully is linking up with Lissa to find that combo. But if it's on Kaido, I don't like the prospects of that one, since he can just Ragnarok through it.
I can promise you that combo is not going to be on the Olaf. Yeah. It's going elsewhere, as Kaido here for the spawn of Grubs. Kaido's done a nice job of getting himself farm. And I do think that top play was very expensive for CCG. That's why I'm continue to be perplexed as to how that one exactly panned out. That said, getting up the neutrals again to try and find the dive bot. And this one should be far easier.
Ball breaker to get in range. Cease and desist. There's the Talia combo. Easy peasy lemon squeezy from the side of CCG. All 4 members were dedicated to that play, but they get the job done in not allowing J Rockets to have any fun.
Yeah, that was probably overkill. I don't know if they even needed Viol, just based on you could start things off with Alistar. And if it's condemned, it's do what it do. Pick the right angle, it's fine. So Anyway, it is contingent. I mean, they're playing out 3 waves. There was a lot dropped mid by CCG to make that play. I do think setting behind the Vayne is important, as Cassante, for me, is a potential game breaker later on. CCG really needs to step into fights and have their first round of cooldowns be effective. Because, again, if that's not the case, and Vayne and Olaf are allowed to get going, I don't think that's going to be a great fight for CCG. So I kind of feel like Cassante is the game breaker. Is his ability to hold the line, but then also go all out and actually be a threat to those two is something that we'll see if Fiji and CCG can do.
Right. We alluded it to the fact in draft, even though Kaido does have another physical damage source and a bit of true damage with his reckless swings, that if Fiji is able to get gold into his pocket and the main physical damage carries are set behind, you can just try and spike with a lot of magic resist towards the mid and late game, and suddenly you remove Contingent's double mages from being able to do any effective damage to you. So I'm liking where your head's at, Matt. The question is, can CCG continue to find ways to set this Vayne behind, but also put Fiji quite far ahead, as haven't been able to do the latter just yet.
Tubb's going to get sent back to base here. Action's going to be able to pick up most, but I'm a little concerned now at how far behind the curve I'm seeing Aeon's at. And I think he's sacked maybe a little bit too much for these first couple of plays where, again, I would rather sack my Vise game to shut down the Vayne. I would. But you're also staring down an Olaf, who was picked to munch you.
And he's got us under Sky already. First champion to have first item spike. Daption with the Black Fire Torch also matching that. At least for Aeon, able to find his own Sunder Sky despite being down a bit in gold here. We've got second dragon spawning in less than 30 seconds here. Still don't think CCG want to contest this is the real question.
I think they should. I really think that if they have their tools up, they're the stronger team. Only 35 is close to 6. I do think getting support 6 for this fight's big, so I want him to leech XP off mid, or to leech XP somewhere. But no, if they have tools, they should look to Talia combo, because I think whatever Talia combo they find, as long as it's not Olaf, it should be something.
Well, ideally, it would be Daption or Shochi. And even then, Shochi with that Catalyst might be a little hard to kill. Kaido is just burning down this dragon insanely fast. Aeon can't even get into the pit. He is stopped by the solar flare and stunned up completely. No chance to get the cease and desist off. Kaido destroys him and starts to munch down on everyone else from CCG. The flash from Tub forces that of Lesa, and the Realm War from Shochi. He wants to follow the guy that replaced him. Contingent Esports continuing to deliver the pain train, and all Lesa can do is just throw another rock. Here comes Johnny Rockets, however, to finish the job off and collect his own kill.
That is a huge fight for Contingent. So much gold goes over to them, and it's off the back of Aeon getting caught out. Doesn't get ult off, doesn't get flash off, and it's off another great play from Tub.
3,000 gold advantage now for Contingent Esports here in the 12.5 minute mark. 100% objective control as well. Great start for Contingent, being able to bounce back from what I was pretty excited about as a response from CCG in that level 1, but that is a thing of the past now. Contingent are looking forward with this advantage.
And we're kind of in a similar state, Rafa, where CCG, can they come back late? But this time around, we don't like their late game comp as much.
Love this revisit from Tub. Has been so consistent and following up on any carry that is without a flash throughout this entire series and makes them pay for it.
I mean, Tub is just straight up the MVP of this series, no? Like,
yeah, 100%.
He's been everywhere, and every play that we've seen him attempt, especially in the first 10, 15 minutes, it's just been a hit. Rub-a-dub-dub.
Tub is getting it done, baby. Contingent Esports, more than 3,000 gold ahead, thanks to him and the efforts of many. But Tub has been setting up his team for success in all 3 games so far. And now he's going to back up Shochi, who gets engaged upon by Only 35, and Lessa is getting involved. Flash from Only 35, hits the stun in the Q3 from Fiji, shut down, goes into his pockets, but TP comes in from Johnny Rockets, trying to play up. Cease and desist from Aeon sends him deep into the backline, but Johnny Rockets able to flash backwards. Daption with the Spiraling Despair gets caught in the middle of it all, and here comes Spawn from downtown. Accelerate Shock Blast, a lot of damage. Kaido was damaged heavily in the fight, and the rest of CCG want to run them down. Great flick from Lessa finds Tub, and CCG finding their moment to come back in this game 3.
I think we've seen a lot of fights in this game where it's been Contingent able to find some skirmishes or able to have good starts, and it hasn't been a fight where CCG is the one who gets the setup outside the dives. That time we saw the setup, and we saw them play around the Taliyah flicks and the combos, and this is where I get a little bit concerned about Contingent, because outside of Tub, they don't really have a front line that can tank that. And that doesn't matter later on when you're going up against this Taliyah. So the fact that Lessa now more gold in his pockets as he gets that turret down, and Taliyah continues to push ahead a bit. Lessa going for the damage build too, which I think helps a comp that we think is a little bit low on damage overall, missing that traditional marksman. I really feel like CCG needs to hit this early to mid game spike hard, and that play there was a great start to it.
Yep. Contingent, however, going to maintain their 100% objective control with a quick rip on the Rift Herald. The walk-in Only 35 is just a little late.
I think it's too late for this early to mid-game to get going for CCG. Now, again, I think later on, you can just play and force with Taliyah combos. Like, as long as they're not forcing on Olaf, I think that the CCG, like, whoever CCG forces on should just lead the kills. But as the game goes on, it's a Vayne and Olaf and a Ryze that gets far more econ, and I think it's scarier for CCG. So, again, I think pressure on them to continue to up the pace of this game. We'll have to keep really a close watch, Rafa, on these ults, I think, from Lessa coming out. Because this feels like this entire comp for CCG, like, Taliyah plays well or can use the rocks to play off of everyone in the draft for Taliyah. So I do think that Lessa's the main character of this game.
Crucial for Lessa to now deliver on being the piece that CCG decided when we shifted from spring to summer split. Contingent Esports getting ready for the 3rd Dragon spawn in 13 seconds. Mid-wave contested at the moment, Only 35, and Lessa standing and putting up position here in the line brush. Right now, it's hard for Contingent to walk in until they can get the Rift Herald and maybe force some prio down the mid lane.
Curious if they use the wall to delay the Herald. There it is. That is a big cooldown out, though. And they're going to use the wall to stall. Yeah, I didn't like that from Lessa. I think you want to stall until the Rift's about to go. You can cast it too early, but not have a play afterwards.
Shochi forced to flash away from the cease and desist, but he creates enough distance so that Lessa cannot follow up the flick. Aeon way too deep and disconnected for the rest of CCG. Now the Spiraling Despair doing work on the backline of CCG, forcing them away. Only 35 tried to follow up and create space, but the rest of CCG were forced to flee. Contingent Esports wipe away 2 without any member dropping, and that 3rd Dragon belongs to them.
Just think that wall put him in a really tough spot, and the flash away when Aeon engaged on the Shochi, you called it, Rafa, dragged him too far in, combo couldn't follow up, didn't see the Taliyah combos in that fight win for Contingent.
Contingent now on Soul Point. Chemtech Soul will spawn in about 4.5 minutes time, just after the Baron arrives to Summoner's Rift. And we find ourselves again in a very similar spot to Game 2, where Contingent had a solid lead. They were up on Dragons. CCG were able to pull out a miracle on that Baron fight, even against a Hextech Soul. They're going to have to dig incredibly deep to find another miracle here in Game 3, as Tub revisiting Lessa, forcing the flash out. Here comes a TP, though. Fiji now arriving. Only 35 sets up a combo. Seismic shove into the Unraveled Earth, gets the work done. Tub is gone. Aeon finding Shochi. Fiji looks for the flip off of the Q3. And CCG find 2 kills for their boss.
Stack for CCG is good. They're playing 1 lane, though, and Contingent's playing 2. So what can they snag off this with 3 grubs? Quite a bit. As a little bit more gold going over to Johnny Rockets and Daption in the post play. But again, when plays are being dictated by CCG and they're hitting Talia combos, it looks to be a winning scenario. The question for me is, can they keep on doing it? This is going to continue here.
Don't even need the Lessa Talia to be in range. It's enough damage from Spawn to finish off Daption once he is caught out there by Aeon's Vi.
But
Baron's still spawning in 45 seconds.
Yeah, returning to the last point. For me, the difference is, can they keep on executing with these Talia combos? We have seen that be a little bit 50-50. And then when do the Vayne and Olaf actually start to break this? Because I'm looking at Olaf now with Stride Breaker, Sunder Sky, and he's quite scary.
Flank. He's funded away by only 35. Not willing to pop the Ragnarok here. Waits for Tub to set up the combo onto only 35. Kaido gets knocked up by the Pulverize and now pops the Ragnarok. Has the bonus damage.
We got Shochi
in the middle of it all. And Aeon is able to deal with him, but Johnny Rockets is now getting ready to pop off. Finds himself in a 1v1 against Spawn and picks up the double. And now Aeon is running for his life. Able to create enough distance to get out of Kaido's clutches. But the Baron is spawning in less than 5 seconds. And between Olaf and Vayne, they can burn this thing down.
Maybe Fiji's down a TP. I think they're going to sprint back, try and find a fight. Will be no ults on Aeon. And you're right, Rafa. I mean, the true damage between this combo is extreme. This would be a Baron where they could use it to set up for the Dragon Soul for themselves. I don't know if they're going to get it, though, before CCG might be able to answer. This could end up in a flip.
This is the Baron that does the most damage, though. Tub now stepping on in, trying to ward off any invaders here. 3,000 on the Baron.
He's walking at Aeon.
Can Aeon get into the pit? 2,000 HP. Kaido is punted out by only 35.
He got it.
Saved by the Alistar, and he secures the Baron before CCG can get into the pit. Contingent Esports heist the Baron, and CCG now have to stare at Baron and Power minion waves.
Talk about a game of inches. I'm down for that play from only 35, and somehow Kaido was able to get the Baron, get out, and now it's a Baron-empowered setup for the double mage comp with the scaling going into the soul.
Oh,
we have an answer.
Kaido, I don't think that jungle belongs to you, though, brother. Ragnarok is not going to save you from all the damage coming in from CCG.
Big shutdown. Again, the power for CCG to make plays off their cooldowns, it's really tough for Contingent to stop if Tub's not there. And even if Tub's there going up against Alistar Talia, it's rough. So the shotguns, the first round of cooldowns, it's all been big for CCG. But we have started to see, as this game's rolled on, the Vayne and the Olaf becoming a bigger and bigger problem. And man, I think that Chemtech Soul sincerely is the breaking point. You give Olaf in this draft a Chemtech Soul, how long can you deal with him for? I think that severely decreases the timer that you're able to deal with Olaf within this game. So I really think it's important that CCG is able to pick this one up. Given that kill, they have control over the river, and Contingent is fighting an uphill battle in.
Contingent Esports now using the Baron to their effect, being able to guarantee priority in the mid lane. CCG, all they can hope for is just to maintain position in this river, denying Contingent easy access for that Dragon Pit coming up in 20 seconds. But Kaido has an angle to enter through the blue quadrant, and CCG are forced to give.
I don't like CCG giving that much. I really think they should have just committed to holding this, because now fighting into the mages and through this choke, it's even harder. I think you just have to accept you're going to lose turrets, because again, giving the Chemtech Soul for me, you don't want to like throw the game over it, but also if you give it to Olaf, I mean, that might just be game. So, see who they want to go for. It is Olaf, that is flashless.
Oh, Shochi just flashed over the wall looking for Aeon. Wards him away. There is no chance that CCG could steal that. Shochi does not want to see CCG back in the NACL. Contingent Esports ready to rally behind him as Johnny Rockets will flash over to Fiji. Shochi now brown warping in to cut off the retreat path of CCG's remaining members. Aeon forced to give his life for the cease and desist, but Lessa cannot follow up. The rocks won't do absolutely squat. Spawn the next on the chopping block. Lessa falls. Contingent ACCG at 23 minutes, and it might be enough for them to finish the series.
The combos did not hit early enough, they were not big enough, and the Vayne and Olaf got fed enough to overtake CCG. as Contingent, in their first split of NACL, a team of rejects, one that includes a substitute who is rejected by the team he's about to relegate, are about to take down our spring split finalists.
Contingent deciding that they do not have enough time to finish the series right here and now, but they will be content with breaking open the base through the mid lane.
Did I curse them
as we
twice?
get our precision play?
Probably not.
By Philips Norelco OneBlade.
The precision play was definitely the Shochi flash over the wall into Empowered Realm Warp, and then he hit the trampoline blast cone so that Aeon Crystal got sent into Narnia, as that dragon was secured by Kaido. And then from here, just no chance to set up Talia combos. You're running from the hills from minute 1, so Contingent, they get the chase with Vayne Olaf. That's a happy Contingent comp right there. As the early game objective control from Kaido enough to put them in a good position to win. Now Kaido.
Ragnarok allows him to immune all the CC. Only 35 trying to follow up with the Pulverize. Doesn't manage to stop Kaido, but he finds Shochi instead. Contingent Esports. I've seen this before, where they have Soul and CCG are still looking to defy the odds against them. They have 5 members to 4 for the next 40 seconds. There's no Baron to play for, as it doesn't spawn for another minute and 40.
I think that's the kill when they just get out. As Kaido does have flash up for the next fight. And a lot of flashes are down. I think as long as flashes are down, it has to be Aeon Crystal Violting on cooldown. And at this point, if you lose going in too far, or lose having a good opener to a fight, I think you just got to accept that going up against Vayne Olaf. You need to find these combos. If CCG are able to combo, it's been decently successful fights for them. If not, it's been all Contingent. So get control, force Contingent to walk in, try and isolate them and find combos. Because I think straight up in the 5v5 now, going up against Chemsol and the scaling we have on this Contingent top side, you don't really hold the candle to them anymore. But the ability to make plays, it's there for the whole game for CCG.
Even down 5,000 gold in a Chemtech Soul, CCG still have a way to fight their way out, even from the brink of despair. Tub flipped in by the seismic shove. Aeon Crystal on a flank. Shochi tries to turn and ward him off from the rest of the team. Tub will give his life so that the rest of the backline is disconnected. Aeon goes down. Only 35 could be next. Pops the Alistar ultimate. Does not matter against the true damage of Kaido and Johnny Rockets. Now rest of CCG are forced to flee. Baron spawning in 20 seconds, but Contingent wants to end it right here, right now. The Realm Warp cuts off Fiji's retreat, and Spawn and Lisa are running for the hills, trying to use the Weaver's Wall to cut off the minion wave and deny an early defeat. CCG forced to chase after the mid laner and bot laner of CCG right now, and Lisa finally cut off as Johnny Rockets closes the distance here. Kaido will try and stop Spawn from being able to TP back, but no CC on the Olaf.
3v5.
Will allow him to get back. Can he defend the base?
It's 3v5. It's looking grim. Again, we kind of expect Contingent to wrap up this game after the Chemsol, but does CCG have any last breath left?
The wave dives. Another comes in with a super minion backing them up. Contingent 5-3 for the next 8 seconds. Fiji up. Only 35 punts away. Shochi. Minion wave comes in. They tried to kill it. Fiji is back up. And Contingent Esports, it's not over yet.
Just a little bit more drama here, Rafa. It's been a bit of a back and forth game 3. Again, I really feel like onus was on CCG to force the issue and make plays. They've been able to do so only moderately successfully, and that success has been going down and down and down and down. I mean, now, like, a lot of the flashes are back up for Contingent, so who do you even target as Aeon, as Vi? You know, I think that's really the tough part now. Because whoever you end up going on, likelihood of getting dragged back into a fight where Lessa can't combo is pretty high.
You don't even have the grace of having superior poke against Contingent Esports. Because on the one hand, you can try and just wait for accelerated shock down blasts from Spawn's Jace. But Daption just has more uptime with Severed Bolts from this way. Hell, even Shoji can walk up safely with how much durability he has on this Rise and just fire some of these.
Are you gonna delete this?
Overloads.
There was just, this was spotted. They saw Kaido doing this. Well, CCG has a choice. They could give this to, like, try and play for full Elder control. They really could, but Realm Warp's dangerous. I just think fighting into this is kind of tough. And yeah, true damage of Vayne Olaf, it's enough. Goodbye, Baron.
CCG will take a tier 1 as a consolation prize. Elder Dragon spawning in 15. CCG, can they maintain this position here? Shochi is going to catch the wave on high and force CCG's hand for an early base race. Contingent trying to get on forward, only 35, flashing forward, looking for a target while Shochi and Johnny Rockets are disconnected, but it goes too slow. The engage doesn't get ripped fast enough. Fiji cannot step up any longer, and only 35 is left for the Wolves of Contingent. Shochi now makes his way onto the back line. Delete spawn from the team, looking for Fiji next. Lessa completely killed off from Aeon Crystal once again, and Contingent Esports will put the finishing touches on this series and give themselves one more chance on that road to LCS.
I think they've got enough of a wave. I think that's going to be it. And it feels bad for CCG to lose their captain and Dardoch and not be able to compete for an LCS slot. But boy, does it feel good for Shochi, who gets the win, gets to dance on his opponents, and gets Contingent into the playoffs.
Shochi mogging on CCG as a last-minute sub for Contingent, stepping in for Asila, delivers what he set out to do earlier today on Twitter.
He said 2-0, so he didn't quite Babe Ruth it, but he still called the shot.
He still won the series and was very intent on ensuring Contingent eliminated CCG from playoffs, and now forcing CCG to fight their way back into NACL in the promotion relegation tournament. And for Contingent Esports, massive congratulations. First split in the NACL. They clinch playoffs. They'll have a chance to continue their run.
Yeah, I'm excited for you to talk to one of the winners, as it's been fun to see a team of a lot of players that I feel like have been doubted band together. I am curious to see what happens for playoffs next week. I do not favor them going up against NRG. However, we'll see what ends up happening, because this was a Contingent team that I feel like I'm glad they were able to pull things together. I'm also sad that CCG is out, because we talked a lot in the past about Academy teams falling victim to LCS teams. Obviously, it was Dardoch's choice to go, and really excited and happy for him and the success that he's having. But if Dardoch plays every series with CCG, are they in this position? I'm not sure. Aeon did his best, I think, stepping in the last second. Props to Coach Autoboost and Aeon for giving him some praise as a young player trying to do his best. But we'll see what happens for the next split. CCG going to have to play their way back into the NACL. I assume rosters will look different whenever that tournament does take place. But I think Fiji being rookie of the split and only 35, having an awesome year, definitely still stands for this team. And I think especially with Lessa, who I thought was a pretty strong mid, want to see more of a lot of the players that we have here, even though they might find themselves in the promotion relegation spot. I think not representative of the year they had, however, is representative maybe of how quickly Contingent have been able to scale up for this split. The fact they were able to take down CCG in the fashion they did, which was like a 2.5 to 0.5. I think it was closer to that than a 2-1 series for Contingent.
Oh, for sure. And after all of the chaos that happened on Summoner's Rift today between Contingent Esports and CCG, we have to give our props to one individual that really brought impact to every lane that he roamed to in all stages of the game. Is none other than the support, Tub, who, as you've called out many times, not what we expected, not just in this series, but overall this split after what our brief reconciliation with him on his debut with Polestar last year. It's a great evolution, and it goes to show that Tub has a lot of potential and really pulled his team up along with him to play in their first playoffs as an organization.
You can die 19 times to get MVP. Hell yeah. That's the kind of Bobby where you did play Camille Nautilus in the for 3 games. But no, it felt like Tub got the party started every game, first 15 minutes for Contingent. I think found some big engages as the Viona. Biggest key one for me was honestly that early dragging where they completely locked up Aeon off his Solar Flare was massive. And Tub really spot on, making sure that he was big enough for his team to come out victorious on the day. We'll see what he can do in playoffs moving forward.
Congratulations to Contingent. they continue their summer run. And what better way to bring in the man that just hit the gritty on them in the post-game winning player cam. It's the one, it's the only Mr. Shochi.
Yeah.
My goodness, what
Yeah.
a awesome series. Me and Cubby pointed out a very awesome tweet you put out earlier today. You called your shot. We
Yeah.
were hyped to see you deliver. They made you work for it. What happened in game 2? What happened in game 2 at the Baron fight?
Hey, we don't talk about it. All I can say is after that Baron fight, the vibes were a little tense, a little more tense than game 1 for sure. But I'm glad we were able to recompose ourselves and come back into game 3 with a fresh mental and get the 2-1. Extra content for the broadcast,
Yes, sir. Hey, you know us. We love our content kings in the NACL, and you guys delivered. Shochi, obviously you came into this split without a team, and you made that very apparent also on Twitter going into the series today. What was it like before subbing in for Contingent Esports, co-streaming and just watching the league as a spectator before they called you up to sub in for Asila?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a change of pace for me. I've spent the past 2-3 years always competing in some kind of team, whether it's tier 3, tier 2, and being able to be a co-streamer, you can really pick apart people's tendencies more, especially for an RG, for example, going into that series yesterday, even though we got 2-ed. You can tell Kizno loves to lane gank. This guy's a lane ganking merchant. Kizno will always be in a bush, and I feel you can kind of pick up on that as a player, these kinds of tendencies. But when you're map hack, God vision, you can really see it for all the other players you may not interact with in the game. Yeah, it was fun, but I definitely do miss competing, and I feel today's series was it scratched that itch in my brain for sure.
Oh, watching you play always scratches the itches in our brain as broadcasters as well, Shochi.
Yeah.
And I know Deserux was pumping his
My
fist
goat.
somewhere
My goat,
in Idaho.
Deserux.
Yes, sir. Shout outs to him as well, and hope he and his cat are doing okay. But going forward, Contingent Esports now clinched their spot for playoffs. What does that mean for you, since you were just brought in to sub in for Asila, since this would now mean that he is able to return to the starting role?
Yeah, there were a couple teams hitting me up whenever Riot did their behavior checks. Looks like a lot of mid laners are some naughty boys in solo queue, so I was able to get the call up. I decided to go with Contingent because it was kind of just a coin flip really, but being able to take down CCG today was definitely a driving factor, you could say.
For sure.
I think this is the end of the mercenary run. I'm pretty sure Asila is going to come back and carry on the legacy that I helped push up for these 2 series, and I'll be rooting for Contingent for the rest of the playoffs for sure.
Contingent loves Shochi and thanks you for your services in getting them across the finish line alongside the rest of the boys. Shochi, what are you celebrating with after this broadcast, sir? I know you said you're done with the matcha and you're on the ube now, but are you still on ube, or are we on a new thing now?
I think ube might be with me until the day I die, Rafa. It might just be there. Recently I have been enjoying some winter melon type flavors. I don't know if it's just the seasonal, but
okay.
Here in Louisiana it's 103 with humidity, so a nice crisp winter melon milk tea would go crazy right now. Probably gonna head over to Raising Cane's, to be honest. Get a little Caniac combo 1833. Not too bad, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, dude,
Yeah, by good Cubby.
You can't hear Cubby on broadcast for the rest of the chat, but you and I can hear him, and Cubby now getting his dinner plans figured out for after the broadcast. But Shochi, always a pleasure to have you, always a pleasure to watch you play, and I really felt that there was a lot of driving comms in some of the plays made around mid lane. If you want to open up about that, you can let us get a glean behind the scenes of what were the actions and the plans towards the early game.
Yeah, I feel mid lane was definitely the place to look this series. I think I think most people would say that me and Les are kind of the super duper experienced people, and so I feel there's a lot of action around mid lane, whether that's just the roaming support meta as well playing into it, who's to say. But yeah, I was trying to my best to, even though I'm a sub, to just give good comms, give everyone the confidence. I remember, I think it was in game 2 where like they entered the river and I saw Wukong was a little bit too far and I'm like, go, 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 like you can go, you can go. And I feel like especially for lesser experienced people, just like having someone at the back of your ear to tell you like when something's not allowed, or like when you're able to unleash and do the play you want to play deep down in your heart, it helps so much and just makes everyone look really cohesive. And yeah, I definitely also would like to give shout outs to Tub, to Kaido, to Johnny Rockets adoption. Like it wasn't just me today, even though I came in like as a mercenary and I'm a pretty good player in my own opinion, but all these guys are super good too. And it was really like a team collective effort that what led us to take down CCG Esports today, cultivating champions group. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel what you're saying.
Yeah.
Content King and Humble King,
Of course,
giving shout outs
of
and
course.
props to the rest of the crew. And I mean that, and it's my last question as well. But if there's anyone outside of the team that you would also like to give any last words to before we let you go and enjoy a Caniac combo, you got the floor.
Shout out my boy ICMC. He told me what Cassiopeia skin to pick that game too. If I was a little bit better at Cassiopeia, I probably don't die when I solo kill Lezard there. I probably go 1 for 0. You know, shout out to all the people on Twitter interacting with all the CCG banter that I put out there. Shout out CCG as well. You know, it's all love at the end of the day. It's just banter. And yeah, shout out Contingent Esports for giving me this opportunity, and shout out Desterux. Just giving it one firm Desterux shout out at the end here. That guy's the GOAT.
Damn straight, brother. Thank you again, Shochi. See you next time.
See you when I see you, man.
We'll say that in our NACL chat, we have Desterux Skella dancing in there right now. He's dropping some quality emotes, says Go Shochi. So fun bromance between them, and Shochi always bringing the show with him, as helps Contingent make playoffs and helps Contingent reach that benchmark that Johnny Rockets wanted to hit, which is competing for an LCS slot within his first split of competing. Ends up making it to playoffs. I think that when I look at the bracket, it is, for me, a big surprise that Contingent is in. It is a bigger surprise that CCG is out after what happened in spring. But sometimes cookies crumble throughout the split, and how the cookies crumbled for two finalists from last split definitely has them fighting an uphill battle moving forward, whether it's Conviction at the 8 seed or CCG trying to earn their spot back into the NACL in the future.
Complete agreement, Kobe. And with our bracket finalized, our matches as follows. Starting next week on August 20th, Cupid against Conviction, and then followed up by Dorado versus Maryville University to kick things off for our NACL summer playoffs here in 2026. One step further towards the road to LCS. At the end of the day, 2 of our teams will have a chance to contest against the best of both LRN and as well as Disguise for that.
I love how we're kicking off our regular season and playoffs in the same way with Cupid versus Conviction. That's a fun one. And we'll see if it goes the same way in the first bout. I thought ABO had an awesome series against Insanity. Cupid played really well. Cupid looks like one of the teams to beat right now. But Conviction, again, names on paper, they're not an 8 seed. And I think that a lot of people had those two teams as the 2 favorites alongside NRG to really compete for that LCS slot. So we'll see who ends up losing a life in the bracket early.
Only time will tell. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our broadcast for today and this week. The NACL summer regular season officially coming to an end now, with all 8 of our teams locked in for the playoff bracket. Myself, Rafa, and Cubby, a pleasure as always to cast alongside you, buddy, and as well as the broadcast staff and crew behind the scenes making NACL possible. Yes. And also, shout-outs to Phillips Noroko One Blade, as always.
Yes. Before we go, shout-out to our team for regular season. Looking forward to playoffs. And shout-out to the League Impact Series. Tomorrow starts up at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. Tune in. It's going to be / Blue Water. So if you want to see more developmental league, and it's a great initiative that Blue Water has started and has gotten a lot of people playing, and excited to be a part of the broadcast team to cover those competitors to the best of my abilities as well. So it should be fun tomorrow, as I've got LPL tonight, Game Changers tomorrow, and a nap on my schedule after all that. So should be fun.
Knowing you, Matt, I don't think you're gonna sleep for a while. I think you're just gonna tough it for 36 to 48 hours and then finally crash.
It's a nap before the broadcast, and then it is probably a nap before LPL.
I lived with this guy for 2 years. I lived with this guy for 2 years. When he goes on long runs of not sleeping, what happens is he says, "I'm going to take a nap." You don't see him for 16 hours after. He just disappears into his
That did
bare
happen
den.
multiple times. Yeah, sometimes we need to catch up. Kind of like how I'll be catching up on my lack of running that I've done this week after this broadcast.
Well, it's been an awesome run for the summer regular season. Next week, playoffs kicks off here in the NACL. See you then. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.